Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Wakanda fell? The secret of the mysterious country also made the entire utopian invasion operation without a trace. The Earth is still immersed in sad emotions and began to struggle for reconstruction. With the passage of time, the painful atmosphere under the apocalyptic crisis gradually dilutes. Perhaps time is the best soothing potion. A week, soon, 1 month passed. The Earth is so calm, and the years have passed this period of time quietly and well. To say the best change, nothing belongs to the existence of a large number of invisible X genes successfully inoculated with the medicine, awakening the mutant's ability. Certainly, the name of the mutant changed accordingly and was named the New Human by Su Chen, although this is Captain Marvel Carol's past suggestion, but Su Chen accepted it peacefully. After all, the fact is that he is not a mutant at all, and it was a mistake to be able to go to this day. Or maybe the sister Susan at the time didn't cast the look of expectation in the crowd. It is not certain whether he will respond to the pursuit at the time. No matter how, he still got to where he is today, from the king of mutants to the savior of the earth. From then on, this world has only one will, one word, and one leader. This is the evaluation of a media person. Saving the planet and resolving the crisis of the doomsday is so great that it makes it impossible for people to ignore the flash of light. But in the past month, Su Chen rarely attended various meetings and disappeared directly from the eyes of the public. Until one day, the latest Sentry robot has been tested and is ready for use. Good news came from the laboratory of the Utopia organization, under the Golden Hall on the top floor of the Caesars building. The figure sitting on the throne said coldly, "It's ready to be used." Asgard's domain, Golden Fairy Palace. Read more fictionzone.net. Against the backdrop of the shining sea of stars, a magnificent fairy palace looks very quiet, but the ruined walls of an area show a trace of dilapidation and solemnity. In the starry sky far away, the vast Kidder army gathered in the sky. Since a month, the evil god Loki, who used the psychic scepter to regain the throne, has ushered in a lot of resistance. It's just that all of them were forcibly suppressed by him. As for Odin, the king of the gods, he was nothing more than an old man in his twilight years. Under the terrifying power of the spiritual gem, he was completely reduced to a spiritual puppet. And Thor happened to be out and lost the transmission of the Rainbow Bridge so that he could not return to his homeland at all. At this time, Asgard, Loki can be said to be covering the sky with one hand, and he can't say two things. Only, Thanksgiving can't wait for your news. If you don't solve it within this week, the throne in front of you will be careful to let go. The warning from the Zetarians just echoed in Loki's ears. To put it nicely, he is an ally of Thanos' army, and when it comes to difficulties, Loki is just a dog under Thanos. If you can't bring back the infinite gem, then there is only death waiting for him. Damn! Loki clenched his fist, was furious. He was terrified at the bottom of his heart. It's not just the terrifying power that frightens Thanos, it was also frightened by the power of that Earth boy, OMG. That is the cosmic god planet devourer. That guy's strength is already strong enough to calm the crisis of the end of the Earth. What's even more hateful is that he also witnessed the other party's easy and quick solution to the earthly python Yemingade. How should he be an enemy with such an existence? Begging for mercy from Thanos and begging the opponent to reinforce their troops, this idea was immediately extinguished as soon as it came to mind. Why Thanos valued himself? It was simply because he still had use value. If you can collect infinite gems and you have to do it yourself, what is the value of yourself? In the eyes of Thanos, a thing that has no value for use is undoubtedly a waste that can be thrown away at will. Loki dared to swear that once the opponent came in person, he would lose his life. Hole. On the one hand, there were unfinished tasks, and on the other hand, the turbulent fairy palace soldiers resisted. Two major headaches immediately irritated Loki, who had not yet secured the throne. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise like thunder from a distance. The terrifying energy tidal fluctuations directly set off a huge storm in the air, and the turbulent wave passed through the magnificent stone pillars and came to the palace of the fairy palace. What happened? Rocky's complexion changed drastically. He stood up suddenly, apparently aware of something wrong. No, there is an invasion by foreign enemies. The guards outside the fairy palace immediately walked in and reported, certainly. Can be so loyal without a trace of hatred. But it is because of the manipulating ability of the Soul Gem, a ruler like Loki who has ascended the throne savagely, but few of his subordinates have completely their own minds. Invasion. The face of Loki evil was full of anger, but suddenly he thought of an answer. Isn't it from the Earth? Space gems naturally have the horrible power to travel through all spaces, reach everything you think, and even fold the world for this. It's just that Loki is so stable without too much dread, undoubtedly because it is not easy to control infinite gems. The human beings on Earth have been groping for so long, but they simply extracted the cosmic energy from it so that the energy leaked out, and it was understood by Thanos who were countless light years away, and thus ushered in the attention and coveting. Loki still remembered Thanos' words that even if the creatures in this universe get infinite gems, they can't fully perform 1/10 of them. Only after receiving the enlightenment, the Thanos who bears the fate of the destiny can master the power. But now, the violent fluctuations caused by the space gems then tore the sky above Asgard's god realm, and the dazzling sea of stars was suddenly torn apart by a terrifying black crack. Click. Accompanied by a loud noise, the horrible crack gradually spread, suddenly turning into an extremely spacious and huge arc hole. Under such a huge gap, expedition forces from the Earth flew in. One of the transport racks flew first, and the hatches opened all of a sudden, throwing huge boxes in the shape of cargo bays from mid to high. For a time, the entire Asgard god realm ushered in a lot of high parabolic objects. Wow, it was as if one by one airdrop boxes were thrown out of the transport plane, and the black boxes that looked like stone monuments just fell from the air. Damn it, what the hell is this? The faces of the soldiers of the fairy palace in Asgard God's domain suddenly changed. Without exception, their eyes were filled with a faint sense of confusion, but they all possessed the consciousness of self-thinking. This is how the power of the gem of the soul is manifested. Although they were all concocted as puppets of the evil god Loki, they were able to think about themselves very freely with experience except for anything that involved Loki allegiance. Break them out. That is a fighter plane from the Earth. What's ridiculous is that it even dared to show this obsolete technological product in front of us. The fairy palace soldier said contemptuously. After all, they do have proud capital. Asgard's domain not only has a very good rune magic civilization, but also a very epic god civilization, but also has a very advanced level of technology. According to the Valkyrie Sif, that is that they are enough to lead the Earth for more than 3,000 years. The boasting ingredient is naturally there. But 12 these backward and eliminated transport fighters are indeed not in their eyes. Shoot down. Whoosh, in an instant. Laser-like beams continued to rise from the ground, and there were sword-like flying fighters bursting out of the air. Under the beam of light that spewed out in an instant, a barrage of firepower suddenly formed in the air, completely smashing the unmanned transport aircraft that shuttled out of the wormhole. Boom! The orange-red fireworks bloomed in the sky as if it were a grand fireworks feast, dazzling, colorful, and splendid. Even the container-like airdrop boxes were completely defeated, but whoosh! In the airdrop box that was smashed away and the fireworks that bloomed completely, there were lines of sentry robots over 3 meters high that fell to the ground. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the sentry robot, slender and slender without any hint of bloatedness, stood steadily on the ground. The silver metal surface, like a mirror, is enough for people to see their face clearly. The burning fireworks rose above but did not damage the metal surface at all. Not only that, there were rippling waves on the entire metal surface, and then the heat of the fireworks was completely absorbed. Read more fictionzone.net. The first batch of sentry robots officially landed. The sentry robot operated by the Mine Network was officially launched. Sentry robots with telepathy also formed a local area network between them, and the White Queen Emma could perceive everything that happened on the front lines. The first batch of sentry robots built by Zhenjin all landed on the land of Asgard. The soldiers of the fairy palace looked at a figure of a machine that stood up, but their complexion changed. Whether it was the disappearing thermal flame or even falling from a height of hundreds of meters without injury, it shocked their hearts. The reason? It is because the vibration of the sentry robot is capable of absorbing and releasing energy fluctuations in all forms of the outside world. This is Zhenjin.
Attack.
Stop talking nonsense and fight back quickly and defeat all these Earth robots for me. Boom, faced with the technological creations from the Earth, a soldier of the fairy palace felt extremely absurd. It is a joke that an Earth which is not knowing how many years behind the level of science and technology even invaded them with these technological products. Boom. The surging rune magic wave suddenly enriched, and the gathered elemental power even set off a tide in the air. Whoosh! A burst of blazing rune magic continued to turn into rays of attacking light which continued to fall on the surface of the sentry robot. Kang! The piercing and unpleasant metal collision sound continued, and under the crackle, the sentry robot, more than 3 meters high in front of him, stepped forward step by step with rune magic. Everyone looked at the scene in front of us. Incredible. The sentry robot has never been damaged under this terrifying wave of magic. How can this be? The soldiers of the fairy palace were puzzled, as everyone knows. The vibration gold of the sentry robot is the most solid metal material on the Earth. In the comics, the vibration gold has even attracted the coveting of the interstellar empires in the universe. It is conceivable that if you look at the universe, vibration gold is also a very rare and precious metal material. Being solid, coupled with its ability to absorb energy, the sentry robot has never seen any momentum to break down. Destroy everything. After the command on the Mind Network was completely output, the command from the background program immediately caused the sentry robot to launch an attack. They released the kinetic energy, potential energy, and even all forms of energy that had just been absorbed by the surface vibrating gold. In an instant, a vast wave of energy swept out. Boom. As if a typhoon raged across the border, and like a tsunami, the terrifying wave of energy suddenly drove the soldiers of the fairy palace gathered in front of them. When a fairy palace soldier was touched, his unique flame ability was immediately copied by the sentry robot. Why sentry robots are so difficult to deal with? Boom. Even more terrifying is that the sentry robot starts to activate its own abilities. Their electronic eyes released a shocking beam of light. Not only the ability to absorb the X gene of mutants, but also the ability of the outside world can be copied by the sentry machine. Laser beam, however, this is not the most exaggerated. One by one, the magnificent fairy palace buildings and even the unique God's domain style buildings all collapsed. Whoosh! The ability similar to that of Laser Ice Scott is blooming. A sentry robot even plasticized a pair of metal arms into a pair of sharp thorns and constantly pierced the body of a soldier of the fairy palace back and forth. Boom. Not only that, that is their ability to copy others at will. This is inherited from the Raksha girl's copying ability. Of course, the magical girl's transfiguration ability also brings the sentry robot a leap forward X gene change ability. In the next second, a vast firework spouted out of his hand, and the soldier of the fairy palace in front of him suddenly became a torch. Characteristics of the vibrating material simply add strength to the sentry robot. Why the American Team Steve in the movie can resist Thor's blow is nothing more than the vibrating shield in his hand, which absorbs the huge impact kinetic energy. And now, relying on vibrating gold and metal all over, the sentry robot just resisted the attack, and it was almost impossible to get hurt. On the contrary, the flood of attacks has changed directions to provide power and energy, making the counterattack of these sentry robots even more frightening. Boom! In just an instant, the vast energy fluctuations that spewed wantonly were like overwhelming mountains, smashing the surrounding fairy palace buildings and even the shadows of the people. Relying on the Raksha girl's ability to replicate, any fairy palace soldier who is touched frontally will realize that his abilities have been replicated by the sentry robot. Not only that, the sentry robot already has the most basic abilities: laser beam, copy, and deform. The most important thing is that the ability to replicate between each other can be passed on to each other. In the future, sentry robots will be able to share their abilities, which is simply amazing. Even if the sentry robot in front of you hasn't reached such an exaggerated situation, just relying on an indestructible vibrating material, it can continue to advance to the fairy palace with an overwhelming advantage. Damn, there is no way to stop it. This damn Earth robot is a bit weird. The soldiers of the fairy palace felt extremely decadent, but what makes them even more desperate is that the open wormhole in the starry sky cannot be closed at all. A large number of unmanned transport planes continued to flow under the open-minded gap. Less than an instant, the second batch of hundreds of sentry robots were dropped from the air, in the large rear of the Earth. Multiple detection devices are constantly beating the real-time data of each sentry robot. This is both a plain invasion and a collision between civilizations. It is also a new test of sentry robot. In order to avoid the emergence of artificial intelligence awakening and loss of control, the film appears to reverse the future and completely separate from human control. Sentry robots that use the mind network as an auxiliary control become more spiritual, and ordinary traps cannot work at all. At the same time, the utopian mutants who followed up know. The team already known as the New Humans has traveled through the wormhole and rushed to the front line. Damn it, what are these things? The evil god Loki on the throne of the fairy palace was full of surprise. He couldn't believe that the Earth actually took out the technological creation and pushed it so flat and approached the fairy palace of Asgard. This is really ridiculous. It would be nice to say if the Earth boy had arrived, but now that some of the robots born on Earth are so powerful, it is too unreasonable. No, the weapons of the Zaitari army are simply not effective. Read more fictionzone.net. The surface metal on their bodies is very weird. It can absorb the impact of kinetic energy. If possible, we must increase the destruction and test how resistant this metal is. The commander of the Kidarui army said with great interest. Please, Loki looked worried. This is his homeland and he has increased the intensity of destruction. This is not an instant destruction of his own territory, he intentionally refused. But the next words suddenly made Loki's heart seem to have fallen into a bottomless ice cellar. I think Lord Thanos must be very interested in the existence of this kind of metal. Such a robot is absolutely qualified to become a new army under Thanos, so if you can't solve it now, I will report it immediately. A word fell. Loki's complexion changed suddenly. Zetarians are a kind of silicon-based life. The tall and burly captain was dressed in cyberpunk-like armor and his eyes shone with electronic fiery luster. The name of the Kidarui army is an assistant, but it can be more or less the meaning of supervision. If Cthulhu Loki can't do this again, I'm afraid he himself will no longer be of any value. There is no shortage of Thanos' lackeys. General Ronan, the accuser of the dignified Carrie Empire, has succumbed to the great titans. For this reason, he rushed to find the cosmic spiritual ball, and you are staying for too long now. So, are you okay or not? This is a warning from the commander of the Kidarui army. There is no emotion at all, even the words have no emotion, like a poker face. Gyolong, Rocky swallowed inexplicably, and the anger in his mind made him wish he would take a psychic scepter and give him a blow so that he would become a psychic puppet. But psychic fluctuations simply cannot work for such silicon-based life existence. Damn it, Loki swallowed that breath. The urging talisman-like warning signs made his breathing worse. He really couldn't stand it. Don't worry. I have the last killer. Loki's cold and evil face has become distorted. Now, he was forced to play his last whole card. There is absolutely nothing wrong with Thanos choosing me as an ally. Because next is the last weapon to appear in Asgard. That is the reason why I am appreciated. Boom! A dull sound of footsteps resounded in the fairy palace. I saw a gray armored machine measuring more than 4 or 5 meters in length. In an instant, whoosh, Rocky sneered, boom. He also played out in advance, completely squeezing out these invading Earth robots. And the whole body is gray in style, cast from immortal Palace Ulu metal, and its surface is full of magical powers of various runes. This is a secret weapon against the cosmic gods thousands of years ago. It was forged by all the gods. I don't believe you can deal with the destroyers with broken copper and iron. Don't think that Asgard god realm is really bullet. He saw the wall smashed to pieces abruptly. This is where the tall and strong destroyer appears. Good Lees. This is the destroyer. Here comes the order from Loki. In an instant, a terrifying beam of light gushed out completely and saw that a sentry robot in the distance hadn't been able to block it. The whole body of the vibrating structure was completely shattered after supporting it for 1 second. The head of the destroyer was directly opened and a power furnace appeared, and the horror rune magic brewing in it directly converged into a terrifying ray of horror. Without any choice. This was the last hole card used to deal with the Earth Boys. Destroy them, Destroyer. It's not the incompetence shown in the movie Thor 1. What a joke. That was the cosmic gods group that came to deal with the Earth's arrival thousands of years ago and gathered the power of a group of Greek gods and even the Nordic gods and other gods, thus creating a very terrifying rune puppet. Although it was a miserable defeat in the end, for this reason, the gods of the Earth set an unwritten rule that the Earth gods must not taint mankind forever. But after all, the destroyers are the crystallization of the power of a group of gods. Time has passed. The destroyer, the magic puppet robot, has also weakened a lot. After various battles, the magic lines on the surface broke a lot, losing a lot of the terrifying power of the past. But at that time, he was facing the invincible universe god group. Now these broken pieces of bronze and iron are nothing in front of the celestial group. The universe god group. That is to maintain the order of the entire multiverse, a race of terrifying beings that echoes in the individual universes. They correct the development of all civilizations, judge all racial crimes, and maintain the real order of the entire universe. They are acting as the prosecutor of the universe. The legend is the subordinate of the unspeakable almighty universe-level existence. There is no way to prove it. After all, the level of the Earth God cannot be higher than the single universe level, and for this reason, it has touched the existence of a higher multiverse level, let alone the ethereal and indescribable things above it. Then, had the Earth gods accidentally observed that the cosmic celestial group was interfering in the evolution of mankind and the scheduling of souls, I am afraid it would not have produced such a desperate consciousness. An unwritten verbal rule. Let the so-called king of gods, Odin, no longer dare to interfere with the progress of the earth, and the title of the Lord of the Nine Domains has become a joke, compared to the planet devourers who have not yet been satisfied to satisfy their hunger. The existence of the celestial group is even more terrifying. I don't believe it, you damn earth bastards can really stop this destroyer. Loki orders the destroyer, boom, 1 step down. The magnificent destroyer of the towering pavilion moved forward step by step with this step. Boom, the sentry robots in front of them couldn't stop the terrible bombardment of the destroyer. Whoosh. It was like a beam of destruction that annihilated the stars coming through the air. The sentry robots headed by them were penetrated through their hearts and lost their mobility. For a time, the arrogant sentry robot just now was curbed. Even the commander of the Katarians also closed their mouths. Obviously, the destroyer's performance gave him some interest and finally let him see a place of satisfaction. Read more fictionzone.net. Smash all the fighters coming from the wormhole to me. Loki suddenly became arrogant and domineering. He held the psychic scepter in his hand and shouted towards the wormhole that opened in the starry sky far away. Relying on the resonance of infinite gems, Loki was even able to consciously let the lingering spatial fluctuations in the sky try to collapse. It is also relying on the knowledge and power passed by Thanos, otherwise they would not be able to unlock the Earth's space gems in the starry sky countless light years away. But Rocky's delusions were still too naive. The power of the space, which fluctuated violently like water lines, was suddenly calmed down. At this moment, 1 month later, Su Chen, who was more and more able to evolve the space field of genes, quickly calmed down the disturbing factors. Yes, following the arrival of Utopian personnel, Su Chen, who started the battle on the plane for the first time, also came with the army in person. We should never destroy this space wormhole in front of me. In this way, Su Chen, who is the master of space, let the space gems float in the air. Compared to Ancient One, which had held time gems for at least hundreds of years, Su Chen's control over infinite gems at this time was far beyond imagination. And he doesn't need the medium of weapon inlay at all, so he can use space gems so easily. Rocky. The figure you were running away was really embarrassed. This time I personally come to the door, will you continue to run away? A contemptuous word suddenly resounded in the air. Obviously, it was just Su Chen's whisper, but it lingered in the ears of Loki and the soldiers of the fairy palace like the whispers of a devil. This is the power of the spiritual realm. This. Loki frowned, his face full of anger. He already felt that his tricks had completely laughed. What's more frightening is, the confidence he had just established seemed to collapse all of a sudden. After all, recalling that the other party had easily killed the earthly giant python Yemingade with one hand, he still felt a trace of fear from the bottom of his heart. He is the god of fraud, not a reckless god of war. Thor, shut up. Shameless invaders, we swear to the heroes that we will never let you desecrate the glory of Asgard. The soldiers of the fairy palace roared loudly, but there were also sane Asgardians who panicked. The fire and rain in the sky and even the bad news everywhere made them feel a sense of evil. Maybe. The dusk of the gods has arrived. Twilight of the gods. This is like a ballad and like an epic legend. It is known to every Asgardian. According to legend, Asgard's realm is bound to be destroyed and the gods will also fall. The coming of death will completely bury Asgard. But this is not the final answer. Life will be born after endless years, Asgard will be rebuilt, and the cycle of life and death will be staged. Maybe this is the judgment from fate. Many Asgardians have already felt desperate. Loki's barbaric rule lost too much confidence in everyone, the resistance has become futile, and now the Earth's anti-invasion is ushered. Let it go. Asgard is doomed to death. Perhaps Odin, the dying king of the gods, no longer gives people hope, and a group of Asgardians have already taken on an extremely frustrated will under the wave of offensive. It seems to reflect their thoughts. At this moment the overriding figure in the sky flashed a terrifying white light exuding dazzling energy like a blazing white light rising up, then, accompanied by a cohesion of momentum. Boom. A terrifying beam of horror broke through the air and fell directly, forming a terrifying white beam of light completely shrouded in the body of the destroyer. Boom! The vast beam of light that fell from the airdrop was poured onto the destroyer on the ground. Boom! Under a loud noise, the destroyer who was hit in the front was completely enveloped, and in the blink of an eye, a cannonball-like thing flew to the distant fairy palace. Boom! Under the dull sound of shattering, buildings were as crisp as building blocks, and as the destroyers flew upside down and hit them, they continued to collapse. Damn it, what is this? At this moment, the figures looked up to the sky. The blazing white ball of light was like a rising star, and the figure above the sky descended like this, with an arrogant and domineering invincible posture, completely knocking out the previously invincible destroyer. When did such an exaggerated character appear on the Earth? The energy output just now can almost fluctuate like the Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge in Asgard God's domain can not only travel through space. Similarly, there are a lot of energy fluctuations in it which can also be transformed into an interstellar orbital beam to blast across other worlds and planets. Energy output across interstellar. One can imagine how strong the power fluctuations are. The figure that came suddenly here refreshed the worldview for all the Asgardians. Earth, when did it become so outrageous and powerful? Odin proclaimed himself the Lord of the 9 domains. As the Atrium Midgard, the Earth also belongs to one of the 9 realms. As a general state of existence, the Asgardians have natural eyes and low hands. In the past, they viewed people on Earth from a very arrogant perspective. Thousands of years ago, Odin even organized a group of people to descend on the Earth in order to prevent the king of frost giants from invading the Earth. Although for some reason, Odin stopped taking care of the Earth's internal affairs after this. However, since that moment, the impression of backwardness, poverty, and even impoverishment of the Earth has been so deeply imprinted in the minds of these Asgardians who have a long life. Now, an ironic fact is that the humans on Earth actually invaded the Asgard realm. It's maddening. I would rather give Thanos forces to completely destroy everything here than see a weak existence in the past aggressively invade my suzerain world. An arrogant fairy palace soldier gritted his teeth. Surprisingly, these incomparable remarks were recognized by many people. It is indeed difficult for the veterans who have lived for thousands of years to accept the backward and poor people on Earth completely turn over. Earthling. So it opened the curtain of the dusk of the gods. Stand up for me. That's how Rocky's cruel words came. In a fairy palace building reduced to ruins, a towering pavilion-like tall figure gradually emerged from the floating smoke. It's the destroyer. There is no emotional fluctuation. The impact just now only formed some dents on the surface of his ulu metal. Read more fictionzone.net. Certainly. This is not only the effect of ulu metal, but the imprint of the god pattern that is covered in it has played a huge role. That's a world-destroying weapon that most of the gods in the Nine Gods have worked hard to create after gathering a group of runes and supernatural powers. It was originally to counter the cosmic gods group that came, although it failed afterwards. But Odin, the king of the gods, felt that although he was defeated, the destroyer had since become a guard weapon in his fairy palace treasure house. Only, come on, it will definitely be possible. Rocky's stern complexion was covered with cold sweat. His confidence is not much. Even Loki, who has always been happy, angry, and invisible, could hardly maintain a calm look. Can the destroyer really defeat the Earth Boy? Far inferior to the single universe-level planet devourers, members of the cosmic gods who came to the Earth 1,000 years ago, and even destroyers created by the power of the gods. The strength of these three is related to each other, and it is difficult for Loki to know which one is stronger, so he can only estimate in his heart. After all, he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. But he could see with his own eyes that the earthly giant python Yemengata, who claims to be able to orbit the planet, was killed by Su Chen himself. That's it. How can Loki, who has always been cunning and worrying, dare to determine which one is strong and weak? Kill me. With a cold sweat on his face, he kept urging the destroyer to advance. The urging words turned into invisible divine power, constantly urging the destroyer, who obeyed the master. Seeking flowers. Boom. He took a step forward. Click. The earth is broken. The lingering divine power fluctuations swept out more and more, but it was a rune brand that completely flickered and glowed. At this moment, the ancient divine power seemed to be present from thousands of years ago. Boom! In an instant, the destroyer's body blasted through the entire sky like a fleeting rocket. At this moment, countless people look up at the starry sky. The battle between the invaders of the earth and the destroyer is like 1,000 years ago. The ancient gods all gather their magical powers to fight against the enemies after 1,000 years. The long-lasting ancient aura spewed out from this, and for a while many people even thought that they had returned to the battlefield of the gods thousands of years ago. The gods, who have left a vast reputation and flow in the epic legend, have recovered and gathered to fight this arrogant invader. Unfortunately, all fantasies are nothing but dream bubbles. Puff. This bubble was then ruthlessly penetrated by Su Chen. Boom! It was Su Chen's terrifying punch that burst through this bubble. Void trembles, a piece of space is crumbling. Under this immense power of the fist, the destroyer that had just soared was thrown away like a broken kite. At this moment, only the sound of an order followed. That's the end of it all. Loki was completely stupid, too fast, high in the sky. A defeated body is incomplete. It's just the throne that is completely in place, the power at your fingertips, and all your dreams are just thrown away. Is it really that easy? After the towering and tall destroyer fisted, only a piece of wreckage was left flying to the ground. He even just wanted to escape. The last vision of all Asgardians and even Loki's spiritual pillar collapsed. Advance! The destroyer fell. It's sad. Su Chen looked at the two destroyed sentry robots in front of him, but was not angry, but looked forward with a mocking smile. In front of Su Chen is an old man holding a spear. It looks older than any soldier in the fairy palace, but it feels stronger than any soldier in the fairy palace. God King Odin, holding the eternal spear, stood there with a face of indifference. While Su Chen destroyed the destroyer, the sentry robot also met Odin. Like other fighters, Odin was also controlled by Loki's scepter, but the power is completely different. Even Sentry, who had copied some of the abilities of the fairy palace soldiers, was still vulnerable in front of Odin. Seeing the sentry robots rushing towards him, Odin raised his artifact that once conquered all walks of life, the Gun of Eternity. The breath of God's realm that seemed to be boiling shone on the eternal spear. Immediately afterwards, with an invincible posture that could almost destroy the space, the sentry robot was easily cut off. Even Su Chen, who was facing the destroyer, was aware of the power radiated from the eternal spear. It's just that such terrifying power was exchanged for, but Su Chen sneered. The master of Asgard has only this ability. That was the overlord who had almost conquered the 9 realms, and now it would take so much time to fight against a few robots. The once overlord Odin is old. Not only is he old, but now he has become a puppet without any emotional fluctuations for his son, and it is even more pathetic. Looking at Su Chen standing in front of him, Odin raised his eternal gun again with no expression. Even if he was brainwashed and became a puppet, Odin, like other fighters, still retains his fighting instinct. And now this instinct tells him that the enemy in front of him is unprecedentedly powerful, even surpassed all the robots before. Suddenly a golden flame rose up in Odin's body. That is a flame completely condensed by divine power. Unlike the half-dead god like Thor, Odin can fully control his divine power and exert a stronger effect. The power generated by the golden flames rising from the body alone was enough to stun the sentry robot that had surrounded him before. The power of Odin seems to be relying on the power of Asgard's entire world, and it starts to rise continuously, as if to use this world to suppress Su Chen. It's just that this seemingly shocking attack is so ridiculous in front of Su Chen. Read more fictionzone.net. Even if the power of this world is assembled, it's just so. Su Chen shook his head gently, with endless mockery in his tone. That's it. The power radiated now is not even comparable to the planet devourer Su Chen once faced. The universe beaten by iron, the stars swallow by flowing water. It's just that the planet devourer can't beat Su Chen at that time, let alone Su Chen now. There is no suspense at all. The eternal spear held high by Odin suddenly swung down strongly, and the sharp light instantly tore the ground into a huge wound. However, Odin himself turned into a golden light and rushed towards Su Chen. Then he flew out faster than before. Su Chen just slapped Odin lightly, as if slapped a mosquito. He slapped Odin directly away. Without energy, Su Chen's physical strength alone is enough to disregard this late 9-realm overlord. This feels much worse than the destroyer just now. Su Chen shook his head slightly and said with some dissatisfaction, as if choosing vegetables in a vegetable market, I dislike the feel of Odin now. At the other end, Odin tremblingly stood up from the ground as far as he could see. With a wave of his hand, Su Chen slapped Odin into the distance, leaving traces on the ground more terrifying than the traces left by the eternal spear just now. At this time, Odin was no longer as mighty as he was just now, and there were cracks in his armor. Su Chen stretched out his hand and swept lightly. The armor was directly turned into dust, exposing the bloody body inside. Audi is old, and his armor is also no longer strong. The eternal spear in Odin's hand, which has never been bent since it was cast, has been slightly bent because it has resisted part of the impact for his master. Although Odin was firmly held in his hand, I can still see Odin's hand shaking constantly. It was not Odin trembling, but the eternal gun wailing. Odin and other fairy palace warriors were controlled, but the eternal spear was not controlled. The controlled person can ignore their own injuries and continue to attack with an indifferent expression, but the weapons in their hands have begun to shrink. Odin, who was already so seriously injured, did not stop his attack but continued to raise the eternal gun in his hand with expressionless expression. Then he threw towards Su Chen. As the eternal spear was thrown out, at the tip of the spear an invisible wave radiated out, firmly pointed at Su Chen. The sad ending for the manipulated person is already doomed. Want to rewrite reality in front of me. However, this intention to die has been successfully passed on to Su Chen. Eternity is no longer eternal. In an instant, Odin was like a deflated ball, and countless divine powers rushed out of his chest and dissipated in the air. Before piercing the heart of the enemy, even if the enemy fled to the ends of the world, they will be chased and killed endlessly by the eternal spear. Since ancient times, the lancer Lucky E is not unfounded. Su Chen's palm was not stretched out, only a finger was stretched out lightly. The eternal spear is not far from Odin, and in the next second after this will is rewritten, the eternal spear has penetrated Odin's heart. Such a superficial ability to rewrite reality is nothing short of scheming in front of Su Chen. Puff, Su Chen's expression couldn't help but fluctuate, but even in this way, Odin still walked forward step by step with an indifferent expression as if he wanted to continue attacking Su Chen. Legend has it that the eternal spear owned by Odin, once thrown out, will only stop after piercing the enemy's heart. The will that pointed at Su Chen from the tip of the gun instantly changed its direction and pointed to Odin's heart. Such a legend has made countless people frightened by it, but it will definitely not include Su Chen. Puff, in the end, the scarred Odin fell to the ground, no longer alive. The eternal spear was placed aside weakly, even without the strength to penetrate into the ground. This artifact finally had no value anymore, even the value of the collection. The surface of the eternal spear is already covered with dense and small cracks, which are different from the damage caused by the previous bending. These dense scars extend from the inside of this long spear from the inside to the outside. The intense battle before, coupled with the departure of the master, had completely destroyed the core of this long spear. Eternity has become nothingness, just like the dawn of the gods. The gun of eternity has also ushered in its own end. Su Chen stepped past Odin's body and then continued to walk forward. An old overlord is not worthy of being called a overlord. Behind Su Chen, countless sentry robots are mercilessly slaughtering the soldiers of the fairy palace. The battle logic of the robot prioritizes the most threatening ones. Previously, Odin attracted most of the firepower of the sentry robot and also reduced the 12 casualties of the soldiers of the fairy palace to the deepest. But this relief is only temporary after all. With Odin's death, the sentry robot's target has been transferred to these ordinary fairy palace soldiers again. A slaughter that was even sharper than before has begun again. Although unable to attack Audi, the sentry robots also began to evolve a unique fighting stance based on the battle with Odin. That fluffy flame began to imitate the way Odin's divine power exploded, setting off layer after layer of shock waves around. Maybe Sentry's evolution speed is far less than Su Chen, but they are evolving after all. They are the Su Chen who has weakened countless versions. The soldiers of the fairy palace are being slaughtered continuously, but it is not just the soldiers of the fairy palace who are being slaughtered. The Qatari's legion had already joined this battle at some point. Large and small battleships and airships fired mercilessly at the sentry below. It's a pity that it only plays a role in delaying the arrival of death. As Sentry's streamlined head gradually opened, one after another attack that resembled death rays from the destroyer's head ruthlessly hit this group of poor Chita Swiss soldiers. The only difference between the Chita Swiss soldier and the fairy palace soldier is that one blooms on the ground and the other finds his mother in the sky. And all of this happened behind Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen was walking step by step towards the enemy with an iron face in front of him. It is also the only enemy Su Chen has encountered with strong emotional fluctuations so far. It's impossible, you are just immortal. Loki's face was blue and the corners of his mouth were chapped, as if he was talking to himself. He originally thought that he had an army of Qatari people, plus so many soldiers controlled by the scepter of mind, even his father Odin. He was already relieved. Read more fictionzone.net. Even if it is impossible to reach the earth to snatch the remaining infinite gems, at least it is safe in Asgard. Layer after layer of protection on the outside gave Loki a false sense of security. It's just a pity that this sense of security has now been ruthlessly broken by Su Chen. As Su Chen approached step by step, Loki's breathing became more rapid, firmly squeezed the right hand of the psychic scepter. At this time it was already a little pale because of excessive force. God of lies and fraud Loki. Su Chen slowly stopped his steps and looked at the person standing in front of him who was full of fear. Don't you think you are boring now? Su Chen pointed his finger at the psychic scepter that was still flashing. From the moment he saw Su Chen, Loki had exhausted all his powers to drive the psychic scepter. He had fantasized about controlling Su Chen more than once. Unfortunately, it's just a fantasy. Controlling other people still requires Loki to make close contact with them with a scepter, let alone Su Chen. This weakened version of mind control does not even have the qualifications to shake Su Chen's mind defense, be yelling. Loki, who was trembling all over, threw away the scepter in his hand. At the same time, he folded his hands on his chest and a dark blue icy light began to appear little by little. The scepter of mind cannot affect this terrifying enemy in front of him, so I have to use another life-saving magic weapon. That was the most powerful weapon that Loki could use, and it was also the magic weapon he hated most. From Loki's own blood, the sacred ice box owned by the Frost clan. Just when the embryonic form of the icebox appeared in Loki's hand, a powerful hand had already pinched Loki's neck. Then he lifted him from the ground fiercely. "Your moves are too trifling, I'm tired of it all." Su Chen looked at Loki, who was still pushing the ice box desperately, and shook his head gently. The free hand grabbed this ice chest that was about to be launched at the same time. The light blue light instantly spread from Su Chen's left hand and began to cover Su Chen's whole body. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of hope flashed in Loki's eyes. The icebox is indeed powerful, but it is a pity that I met Su Chen, who is immune to freezing. The blue light rising into the sky began to vent to the surroundings unscrupulously. Click! Loki, with violent eyes held in Su Chen's hand, broke away from hopelessness but suddenly showed a crazy smile. "Master Thanos will never let you go." Loki spoke loudly in a hoarse voice. After struggling to say this sentence, the Legion commander covered with frost on his body had no more life, but in the next moment it became a deep despair. The same goes for Loki, pinched by Su Chen. The commander of the Qitari people did not know how to avoid the deadly freezing just now, but the situation was not much better. On the other hand, dumplings filled with Qitari were dropped from the sky, smashing the soldiers of the fairy palace who had turned into ice sculptures on the ground. Su Chen directly squeezed the icebox. There was a dumpling next to it not right, and a Qitari also suddenly struggled and wriggled. "The destroyer is the product of dealing with the gods in the first place. You must have offended them. And the earth whose destiny you changed will sooner or later. Will get their divine." Surrounding sentries switched to a mode of rushing flames at the same time, and it had no effect except that the flames were slightly dim. With the soft force of Su Chen's left hand, a clear cracking sounded. With that ray of light flashing, Su Chen was safe and sound, and the box of ice was firmly grasped by Su Chen. "You are wronged." Looking at the two dead bodies, Su Chen shook his head gently. "It's not that they won't let me go, but I won't let them go." Su Chen's hand suddenly appeared a blazing flame. When the ultra-high temperature touched the cold corpse next to it, the corpse instantly vaporized without even leaving any ashes. The remaining power of the icebox was the key factor that took the lives of these two guys. Now their bodies are almost close to absolute zero. How can they live under this temperature? The owner of such a waste man is nothing more than a waste. Su Chen's words were full of irony. What's more, whether it is the Celestial Group or the Thanos, they are just stepping stones for my interstellar empire. Su Chen's tone suddenly became hard as iron. They are only worthy of stepping stones. Behind Su Chen, countless sentry has come one after another, standing silently on Su Chen. The vital signs of the enemy they want to slaughter have disappeared. It really disappoints me. Tainting Asgard God Realm has only this kind of strength. Su Chen frowned slightly and looked at the ice sculptures still exuding coldness around him. This victory was a one-sided victory without any suspense. Victory is too easy. Whether it is a Zedharu or a fairy palace soldier, there is nothing to fight back in front of the ever-growing sentry robot. The only two stronger players are Rocky and Odin. The artifact in his hand is like a child's toy. I hope their treasure trove can reduce my disappointment. When Su Chen said this, he subconsciously chuckled. Although their combat effectiveness is really disappointing, the countless accumulation of Asgard over the past tens of millions of years is still quite curious. Su Chen walked into the hall in the middle of Asgard and walked straight to the treasure house next to him. But Su Chen didn't notice that cracks appeared one after another on the mural on the main hall. Those magnificent frescoes began to peel off little by little, revealing the black lines on the back. It seems that there is a mural after this mural. After reaching the treasure house, Su Chen nodded gently. I smelled a familiar artifact tilde. In the treasure house are countless stone pillars, and each stone pillar has an item above it. This is the accumulation of Asgard since its birth. According to the information obtained from the previous mental perception, this should be the ego modo sphere. Read more fictionzone.net. Su Chen walked to the first treasure, recalled for a moment and said. Numerous descriptions from the legend came to Su Chen's mind. The sphere of ego modo that can predict the source of danger and magic in the universe in advance. It is precisely because of this treasure that Odin has set his sights on Su Chen a long time ago. They used this treasure to observe the arrival of the dusk of the gods. If the spiritual message given by the fairy palace soldier is correct, this should be an item passed down from generation to generation by Sorcerer Supreme. I'm afraid Odin didn't use it with any glorious means. But then Su Chen chuckled lightly. The record of this treasure also appears in the classics of Sorcerer Supremes. That was the heirloom owned by the Sorcerer Supremes, but it appeared in the treasure house of Asgard and didn't know it, and the trickiness of it can be imagined. I don't know what kind of expression Ancient One will look like after seeing this treasure. Su Chen stretched out his hand and waved. The Ego Modo ball has come to Su Chen's hand. Then Su Chen looked at the next treasure. The Eternal Fire, a flame that will never go out. It's ridiculous, the Eternal Spear is no longer eternal, let alone the flame. Life card. The third treasure aroused Su Chen's interest. The life card records all the methods of life evolution. According to the evolutionary formula, all users can eventually evolve into the most advanced life. It just aroused Su Chen's interest. Compared with Su Chen's super Darwin physique, this evolutionary method is really too tasteless. But the fourth and fifth pillars were empty. It looks like two squares it should be. Su Chen looked at the depression on the top of the stone pillar and thought about it. One of them should be the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, the same size, and the other is probably the blue icebox just now. Soon, based on the size of these two gaps, Su Chen guessed what was lacking: the infinite glove. Unfortunately, there is no power fluctuation on it. It should be a fake. Odin will also hit the eye. Su Chen walked to the last stone pillar but sighed. I very much doubt that the people of Asgard have ransacked the Temple of Sorcerer Supreme. Seeing the eyes of the warlock floating slowly above the stone pillar, Su Chen shook his head. Like the previous Ego Modo ball, this warlock's eye, which looks like a real human eye, is also one of the treasures of the Sorcerer Supremes. It can dispel all illusions and false darkness, and it is a rare artifact to deal with the dark dimension. I was also missing, but I didn't expect to appear in the treasure house here, but soon they will shine again in the hands of Sorcerer Supreme. The power on the earth can be strengthened again. Su Chen nodded softly. But then Su Chen suddenly stopped. In Su Chen's super strong perception, suddenly felt an invisible wave above. That is the fluctuation of space. At the same time, there is an evil atmosphere inside. This evil breath can even be compared with Odin's power. No, this kind of breath should not be called evil but should be called death. From the moment it appeared, it continued to strengthen and good lies continued to spread. At the moment Su Chen noticed, this power of death has spread to the entire hall and treasure house. And it still didn't stop, and it continued to spread towards the outside world. Interesting. Feeling this arrogant and powerful force, Su Chen finally had a look of interest in his eyes. When Su Chen left the treasure house and reappeared in the hall, an extra figure had appeared in the hall. A figure that was completely dark and exuded the same breath of death as before. Noting the arrival of Su Chen, this figure looked back gracefully and looked at Su Chen. A woman, a powerful woman no less than Odin. Introduce myself, I am the daughter of Odin, the goddess of death Hela. While talking, Hela looked at Su Chen with a look of interest. Did you kill my father? Just between these words, Su Chen could feel the breath of Hela radiating to infinity. In other words, in less than a minute, Hela's breath has been connected to the entire Asgard continent. It's really Odin's heir and more powerful than Odin. Su Chen felt all this and nodded slightly. Even the controlled Odin can still gather the power of the entire Asgaro continent in the unconscious. This is the privilege of Odin's supernatural power. It seems that Hela, who calls herself the daughter of Odin, also has this privilege. And there is no twilight of Odin in Hela's body. On the contrary, Hela is extremely young. This shows that Hela is more powerful than Odin, a stronger enemy. This is really great news. Don't get me wrong, foreigner, I don't mean to blame you at all. On the contrary, I am very grateful to you." Seeing that Su Chen didn't speak, Hela seemed a little misunderstood. She thought that Su Chen had a misunderstanding, but she did not expect that the biggest misunderstanding was still with herself. She took a graceful step and walked slowly towards Su Chen, but she didn't have any intention to attack. "I am Odin's daughter, helping Odin to fight for the 9 worlds, but Odin is afraid that I will divide his power and seal me in the underworld for a whole 1,000 years. It seems to be explaining, and it seems to be speaking to myself," Hela said to herself, but her tone was full of anger. "The good name is to protect me and prevent me from being dazzled by death, but I understand that Odin is afraid of me." Hela's voice suddenly rose by an octave, and the breath of death began to become more intense, almost turning into a substantial black. The entire hall was dimmed. Sentry, which had all entered standby mode outside, was activated at the same time by coincidence. "The enemy has reappeared," but Su Chen gently stretched out his hand and pressed it down. "Re-enter standby mode," Su Chen said lightly. In an instant, all Sentry turned off their energy sources again. "Go on, I don't want your story to be interrupted." Su Chen looked at Hela, who was moving towards the treasure house but stopped because of the sudden activation of Sentry outside, and stretched out his hand to signal to continue. "Father and daughter fall in love and kill each other. This is a rare good melon. Good melons need to be enjoyed slowly. You are smart and wise." Hela misunderstood again because of this action. Su Chen nodded and looked at Su Chen with admiration. "My father can use the power of this continent, but I am different. I am this continent." Hela slowly opened her hand with a solemn expression on her face. "Odin sealed me not because of family affection, but because he couldn't kill me at all." Read more fictionzone.net. Then Hela sighed long, "And he sealed me just to worry about his throne. What a ridiculous thing." Hela smiled and shook her head. "But now he is dead, but I am still alive. I finally seized the throne. How ironic." While talking, Hela continued to walk towards the treasure house. As if not caring about Su Chen at all, Hela is not afraid of Su Chen. To be precise, Hela has never put Su Chen in his eyes, and Su Chen also never put Hela in his eyes. Su Chen is just waiting for Hela to adapt to all his strength bit by bit and show the strongest posture. The previous king was terrible. It was so bad that it even disappointed Su Chen. If a new and more powerful king can emerge, this will be interesting. The treasure house's collection makes Su Chen still more interested. This collection is too boring as the end of the conquest of a continent. The most powerful enemy is the perfect ending. Hela didn't know this. Then Hela took an elegant step and walked slowly into the treasure house. The treasure house still looks the same as Su Chen entered, except for the 2 missing pieces. Hela didn't care about it. There was only one treasure in Hela's eyes. She walked slowly to the eternal fire, stretched out her hand and gently held out the eternal fire. "A king should have his own army." Looking at the flame in her hand, Hela spoke quietly. And the bright flame in his hand suddenly turned green. The endless breath of death was continuously injected into the eternal fire by Hela. The flame suddenly soared. The soaring flame instantly separated from Hela and rushed straight to the ground in front of him. Boom! The ground was instantly shattered by the impact. And a huge, bottomless hole appeared in front of Hela and Su Chen. That group of eternal fire instantly seemed to have found its own goal and went straight into this hollow. Although I don't know the reason, the endless breath of death on the continent of Asgard has made my strength stronger. Otherwise, I will have to smash this floor myself. Hela is very satisfied with the breath of death that is now flooding the continent of Asgard. Although Hela doesn't know the cause, death is Hela's power. The deaths of countless Qitari and Fairy Palace soldiers greatly strengthened Hela's power, and the handful of bright green eternal fire before has completely disappeared in that huge hole. One breath after another awakened in the darkness. Su Chen stood at the entrance of the treasure house, but he seemed to have seen what happened in the cave with his own eyes. Rows after rows of the corpses of the Fairy Palace soldiers lined up in that hollow. The styles of armor and weapons are more primitive than those of the current Fairy Palace soldiers. Presumably this is the army that Hela led back then, and with the infusion of the eternal fire, this legion, which had only left its body, came back to life. The eternal fire does not only represent eternity. Under the blessing of Hela's death power, it also has the power to come back from the dead. Now kneel down and surrender to me, this is the best reward for you. Hela stepped forward gently, stroked Fenrir's fur, and took a deep breath. In Su Chen's perception, bright green dots appeared one after another in the dark underground. Foreigners, you can be regarded as helping me finish all this ahead of schedule. Now is the time to give you the rewards you deserve. Wake up, Fenrir. Welcome back. This is my legion, this is the real Asgard. Hela seemed to become excited when he felt this breath. When it touched the ground seemed to tremble. In response to Hela, there was a howl full of tyranny and power. Immediately afterwards, a larger and more terrifying aura appeared. Hela turned to look at Su Chen, raised her head slightly, and spoke with the arrogance characteristic of the Asgard Protoss. After doing all this, Hela finally turned her head and looked at Su Chen again. She raised her hands high. That is a huge gray wolf. It is the resurrected fairy palace soldier. A huge figure suddenly jumped out of the hole and fell in front of Hela outside the temple in Asgard. There was a dead silence. Countless sentries stood silently among the ruins, surrounded by dead bodies. I don't know how long it took, this silence was finally broken. A black shadow rushed out from the ground. But then another black shadow suddenly appeared beside her, slammed a punch, and hit the ground again. Suddenly there was a shocking heart scar on the ground. Sentry, which was originally neatly arranged, has also become crook-twisted. You damn foreigner. Hela, who was smashed into the ground, stood up with a grim look. Two black, twisted, sharp blades were also waving in his hands, but this originally looked menacing, but it didn't have any deterrent. The clothes on the body have already become rags. Looking closely, Hela's body has also been messed up, sometimes collapsed and sometimes reorganized. Su Chen stood in the air, looking at the roaring Hela as if a god was looking down on the earth. Then a dazzling energy came out of Su Chen's palm again, right in the middle of Hela, who was going to roar. In an instant, Hela became torn apart. However, the surrounding energy gathered in the middle at the same time, and Hela's figure reorganized little by little and appeared in front of Su Chen. It's useless, stupid outsider, you can't kill me at all, just as Odin can't kill me. Hela's beautiful face twisted for a while, gritted her teeth, and said, her body collapsed again. A pure physical attack can break the bones that Hela beats. At that time, the body that gathered and sometimes collapsed was derived from Su Chen's atomic-level decomposition ability. And the energy that Su Chen shoots casually can directly destroy Hela's body. The proud body of Asgardians is a scum in front of Su Chen. The pain of being torn apart again and again made Hela unable to maintain her previous arrogance. But Hela still survived. Even in Hela's twisted face, there is still a crazy smile. Hela was right. She is the continent of Asgard, and the continent of Asgard is her. Unlike Odin, who borrowed Asgard's continental power when Hela was injured, the entire continent was repairing her. As long as this continent has not been destroyed, she can survive forever. I am an immortal existence. Even Hela, who was beaten so embarrassed and reorganized her body, still raised her head hard. The damn foreigner in front of him, no matter how strong he is, there will be some light in the end. And his power is endless, immortal. It sounds familiar. Su Chen was not angry when he heard Hela's crazy shouts. Read more fictionzone.net. Not only was there no anger, but a smile appeared. I have encountered many enemies who claim to be immortal. Star-swallowing messengers Xingqian constructed of energy particles, David, son of Professor Charles the split personality, and even Franklin, son of Reed, all claim to be immortal, plus the current you. Su Chen stretched out his finger, as if counting the number of people. The number of enemies with undead and indestructible power, but now they have become nothingness. Su Chen's fist suddenly clenched. No one is left of an immortal enemy. It's very simple to destroy you. You only need to destroy this continent. This is what you personally admit. Su Chen looked at Hela underneath that his body had begun to regain intact little by little, and waved his hand gently. In an instant, all the sentry in the standby state around are activated. Countless energies were lit up in Sentry's body and at the same time began to gather little by little. Seeing the unconcerned robots around him begin to gather energy, Hela's discoloration suddenly changed. Hela had never taken Su Chen to heart before and naturally would not pay attention to these sentry. After being beaten so miserably by Su Chen, he subconsciously ignored so many robots around him. But now Hela suddenly realized that the Asgard continent she was familiar with had long since changed. All the familiar things no longer exist, and all the mountains and plains are such weird robots. The energy that began to gather in the robot made Hela's eyes panic for the first time. Maybe a robot is not enough to destroy Asgard, but all the power of the robots in the mountains. It seems to be the same. Moreover, this does not even count the man in the air. But this is not in my interest. What I need is Ulu metal on the continent of Asgard. However, Su Chen did not let the sentry robot carry out a devastating attack on this continent, but continued to leisurely take out a long scepter. Seeking flowers. What's more, if you want to destroy you, there is not necessarily the only way to destroy the mainland. Su Chen gently wiped the dust on the scepter. When Hela saw this scepter, her face instantly turned dead gray. The last owner of this scepter was named Loki. The name of this scepter is called the Scepter of Mind. If you want to completely destroy a person, you don't necessarily need to destroy her body, destroy her spirit, and make her a puppet. It is also the solution. Su Chen held the psychic scepter in his hand and approached Hela condescendingly step by step. A look of panic finally appeared on Hela's face, and the previous arrogance and madness had disappeared. She wants to escape, but she is not good at running away, and she can't escape at all. People who can tear themselves apart easily, how can they give themselves a chance to escape? You now have two choices. One is to be completely destroyed by the scepter of the soul and become a complete puppet, and the other is... Su Chen came to Hela, who was stiff. Hela's face was bitter and her body was desperately resisting this kind of surrender. Hela's head, which had never been lowered for thousands of years, finally lowered bit by bit, and a diamond-shaped mark appeared on Hela's forehead. Hela, who has been branded with the soul, will become a conscious slave who will be loyal forever without betrayal. Death also surrendered to Su Chen's feet. Mountain, it seems that history is staged again, but the actors have changed their identities. I accept your gift. Either take the initiative to surrender, or at least you still have a sense of your own. With a soft sound, Hela knelt down in front of Su Chen. A golden thread wrapped around Hela and then disappeared, puffed through. Su Chen's voice sounded like thunder and it rang in Hela's ears. The two choices are actually a single choice question. The psychic scepter in Su Chen's hand traverses a beautiful arc, but Hela's knees have been bent bit by bit. Kneel. Surrender to me. This is the best gift to you. Either passively surrender and the whole person is completely destroyed. At present, Utopia has completed a comprehensive exploration of the continent of Asgard, and has found several concentrated bonanza areas. In addition to Ulu metal, several other rare metal resources that are rare on the Earth are also quite abundant here. On the ruins of the former Asgard temple, a brand new mansion has risen from the ground. There is an endless stream of new humans coming and going inside. With Hela's allegiance to Su Chen, the entire Alaska continent finally opened its arms to Su Chen. Emma, the White Queen, also came to Asgard and reported to Su Chen on the progress of Utopia here as the general manager. The resources on this continent stunned everyone. Asgard gave birth to a powerful Protos, and it was not unfounded. All kinds of resources that are extremely scarce on the Earth are available here. What makes people somewhat ridiculous is that the powerful Protos has extremely low utilization of these resources. After the new humans officially stationed in Asgard, countless engineering equipment was continuously brought to this continent. Countless resources are being continuously mined and sent back to the Earth continuously, replenishing the devastated Earth. Filled by these powerful resources, the Earth, which has experienced many destructions, has finally begun to regenerate little by little. This is the first time that the Earth has returned to a peaceful state after experiencing a doomsday crisis, and it has begun to develop steadily. Not only the losses suffered before have been replenished, but after the integration of the remaining Asgard's technology, the Earth's technological level has finally taken a big step forward. This continent has development potential that makes us jaw-dropping. Someone even submitted a report to me to develop tourism here. On the highest floor of this building, the White Queen stood beside Su Chen with a satisfied smile on her face. Really made a lot of money this time. After making up for the losses, there is even a surplus. There is a lot of surplus. Tourism, It is indeed a good choice. Some places on the Asgard continent have not been developed and still retain the original ecological appearance. Hearing the suggestion of the White Queen, Su Chen stood up and looked at the more and more Earth-style buildings appearing outside and nodded gently. The Asgardians have technology and power beyond the Earth, but they also have shortcomings. Now these shortcomings are being filled bit by the new knowledge that is constantly pouring in from the Earth. But these are secondary. Let them develop. How are you preparing for the most important thing? Then Su Chen turned his head again. Hearing the expression of the White Queen suddenly became solemn. It's ready. The White Queen's index finger was gently pressed on her temple, and all the contents were sorted out again. We reintegrated the forces in our hands and divided them into 2 legions based on their characteristics. The first legion, the Sentry Legion. Through the war on the continent of Asgard, the sentry robots have proven the immense value they possess. The extremely strong adaptability and changeable combat ability enable them to exert a strong combat effectiveness no matter where they are. The second legion is the legion provided by Hela, who just chose to surrender. The Undead Legion has unexpected combat capabilities, especially the giant wolf Fenrir. Read more fictionzone.net. When it comes to Fenrir, the White Queen Emma is moved. Hela, who surrendered to Su Chen, brought more than just the surrender of the entire continent. There is also another powerful legion, the Legion of Undead. The Legion of Undead that embraced death after experiencing the resurrection of the eternal fire no longer fears death. This is similar to the Sentry robot. However, the Undead Army has higher intelligence and operational capabilities than the Sentry robot army. Every soldier in it is a soldier who has participated in the 9 Realms War. And the strongest combat effectiveness of the Undead Legion, the giant wolf Fenrir, is the essence of this legion. The Sentry Legion is strong but too average to conduct breakthrough battles. The Undead Legion made up for this very well. The Undead Army headed by Fenrir is like a sharp weapon that can penetrate the enemy's heart. These are the 2 most powerful legions in our hands, and they are also the main forces for future operations. Hearing the report from Emma, the White Queen, Su Chen nodded gently. In this way, another trump card came out in Utopia's hand. It happens to use this period of development of the Alaska-German continent to continue to develop and research the Sentry robot, which can be regarded as a temporary rest after this war. Su Chen took a deep breath. In the face of such a great achievement, almost everyone has almost forgotten that Su Chen is just a 13-year-old child. Su Chen himself has to think about the next development. I just want to know what it's like to sleep in this fairy palace in Asgard. Seeing the surrounding views gradually being transformed into a fairy palace with Earth-characteristic buildings, Su Chen smiled lightly. This is already its own territory. The White Queen next to him also responded with a smile. As the sun went down, Asgard ushered in his own night again, and Su Chen finally rested in this fairy palace for the first time. It's just that this night is destined to be less peaceful. In the center of this fairy palace, in addition to Su Chen and the White Queen who has always been around, Hela, as the manager of the Asgard continent, also rests here. It's just that even Hela didn't even know that after he fell asleep, the breath of death radiated from the center of Hela's eyebrows. Suddenly Hela opened her eyes. It's just different from the past. There is only darkness in Hela's eyes now, as if he can absorb all the light around him. Hela's breath also skyrocketed again, and at the same time it spread again. What's the matter? No, this is. Not far from the next door, the White Queen, who was also about to fall asleep, noticed something was wrong for the first time. After perceiving this suddenly strengthened wave of will, the first reaction of the White Queen was to defend and contain it. But then the White Queen was somewhat horrified to discover that in front of this sudden surge of willpower, her own mental ability was almost like a lone boat in the ocean of Wang Yang. The deity is here, and then from this sudden surge of Hela's consciousness energy, a message suddenly came out, answering Su Chen's doubts. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly, and at the same time he got up from the bed. Such a terrifying willpower made the White Queen a little dumbfounded. And Su Chen has also sat up from the bed, frowning slightly. Even if it is separated from one wall after another, Su Chen now seems to be able to see Hela directly. A peaceful but unrejectable consciousness passed to Su Chen. Hela calls herself the goddess of death, but she is not the true goddess of death. Your strength has aroused my interest. Would you like to serve me like another person? How could there be such a terrifying willpower? Why is Hela's power suddenly strengthened so much? Interesting, what is the deity doing here? In the classics of Sorcerer Supreme, Su Chen once understood that true death is one of the 5 great creation gods in the universe. This piece of information did not carry out any concealment. The White Queen next to her also received this message. The White Queen's mouth has been opened wide, becoming a big O-shaped. This piece of news is too hot. Unlike the goddess recognized in small areas like Hela, the goddess of death is one of the creator gods of the universe. At this time, the olive branch of the goddess of death had reached Su Chen's front. This is something that I dare not even think of. You are the most unique and the most powerful among the many individuals I have noticed. The goddess of death continued to radiate her will waves. Not long ago, you gave me a small surprise. The planet Devourer, who is also a cosmic god, was killed by you, which surprised me a bit. The eyes of the goddess of death, Gujing Wubo. The planet Devourer was defeated by Su Chen, and it was not just the death goddess who was surprised. As the existence of the universe god, other universe gods also felt this important event happen. Just when the other cosmic gods did not understand the situation, the goddess of death had already found Su Chen first. And when I look at you, the bloody hatred you once had, the smell of bloody death makes me feel even more happy. The expression of the goddess of death seemed to have become a little softer. If you are willing to belong to me, then I will give you the most powerful force and endless rights in this universe, and you only need to help me do a little. While talking about the goddess of death, gently stepped forward and gently stretched out her hand, showing her grace. And Hela is elegant on the surface but tyrannical on the inside. After all, the goddess of death is a god of creation, and the grace that exudes is completely natural. You only need to return half of the life in this universe to my embrace. There is no other requirement. The goddess of death looked indifferent, but the White Queen next to her was already awake from the shock just now, and she shuddered subconsciously after hearing this sentence. In layman's terms, half of his life returns to the arms of the goddess of death. Just want Su Chen to kill this half of the universe. This boy has the ability to do this. If he did it all because of his reasons and the other person could just deal with the other half of his life, it would be perfect. But in the mind of the goddess of death, that was what she thought. In the eyes of the goddess of death, the young man in front of him had no reason to refuse. To plunge the entire universe into slaughter, just this young man repeats what he did before. Seeing death goddess stretched out hand, Su Chen chuckled lightly. Why should I accept your solicitation? Su Chen looked at the goddess of death in front of him with a foolish expression. Read more fictionzone.net. I am not afraid of any battle. My physique allows me to defeat everything. It is only a matter of time to conquer this universe. Why do you need your help? Su Chen's tone was full of contempt. Give yourself something that will ultimately belong to you as a gift. Burn out your brain. Your appreciation is just your wishful thinking. The planet Devourer, who is also a cosmic god, has died in my hands. Why do I need the appreciation of people of the same level as my defeat? Su Chen waved his hand with a look of disdain. The face of the goddess of death froze suddenly. Just after a breath or two, the black breath of death around the goddess of death suddenly became thicker. After Su Chen's merciless rejection, the irritation in the goddess of death was finally ignited. The body is not here, still want to compete with me. Feeling the enhanced breath of death, Su Chen's anger was widened and his aura instantly erupted like a volcano. The spiritual energy roared out suddenly. Even the black breath of death has to be overwhelmed, but the goddess of death did not launch an attack for a long time. The scenes of Su Chen fighting all the enemies like a slideshow flashed quickly in front of the goddess of death. It's really a headache guy. If he can't kill him all at once, he will have endless evolution. My power can't be fully utilized in this body, and it may even give him the power to restrain me. I'm really unhappy. The goddess of death, who was about to take action, suddenly became a little helpless. Not only may it not be able to beat Su Chen, it may even give birth to the characteristics of self-restraint. This is still a bit of a head. Thinking of this, the black death energy gradually receded, and the will of the goddess of death began to leave Hela's mind. Neither is war nor talk, to no avail they have to leave. Before leaving, the goddess of death gave Su Chen a meaningful look. Although we can't reach a consensus, I look forward to your growth and look forward to you bringing brand new changes to this universe. After speaking, Hela was stunned. The will of the goddess of death has completely gone. Why am I here? After a while, Hela regained consciousness, looking at Su Chen and the White Queen standing in front of her with a little surprise. Don't you know that you have the habit of sleepwalking when you sleep? Feeling the sweat behind her, the White Queen smiled weakly, looking at Hela in front of her and said, "At the same time, deep in the universe. A place of darkness and nothingness. The whole army of the Kidharui Legion is annihilated, and that waste has also been killed in battle. What a bunch of useless trash." Thanos' tone was still flat, but it was a little bit colder than before. "In this way I will sacrifice half of my life to my goddess, and I will be delayed for a while. You can't let this group of trash continue to waste time, and it is really more convenient and quicker to do it yourself." Thanos raised his head and gently opened a tightly clenched fist. But then it immediately turned into a slight anger. In the palm of the hand there is a purple gem, Kidharui's object of allegiance. Thanos, after all, knew about this matter. Power gem, the goddess of death really has a good abacus. Obsessed with the goddess of death, he was loyal to the goddess of death, and swore to sacrifice half of the life of the universe because of the goddess of death. If Su Chen had just agreed to the request of the goddess of death, all the lives in this universe would be contracted by the two of them. "Earth boy, I will keep the wireless gems in your hands for a while." The goddess of death suddenly appeared in Thanos' mind, and his eyes became a little blurred. A gritting sneer suddenly flashed across Thanos' face. Sitting on the tall throne, a huge figure with purple skin gently lifted his chin with his fist. After all, the butterfly flapped its wings, and Thanos had personally taken the action and obtained this infinite gem. The arrival of the goddess of death was like a small episode, and everything was fine afterwards. Su Chen didn't care about this goddess of death who looked like an enemy but not a friend. The most important thing to do now is to deal with the development of the continent of Asgard. The continent of Asgard with the Rainbow Bridge is fully capable of reaching any place in the 9 gods' realms in an instant. This allows the Next Century Legion and the Undead Legion to reach any of the 9 borders unscrupulously. It's just that neither Su Chen nor the Sentry robot have noticed. When Su Chen and Hela were fighting, a dazzling light suddenly appeared where the Rainbow Bridge was. Just in the blink of an eye, this light disappeared without a trace. With Loki's death, the psychic scepter lost its function for a while and the psychic control was naturally relieved. It's just that the effect of mind control being released is not obvious. After all, before Loki's death, all the soldiers of the fairy palace had already been frozen by the ice box. Except for one person, Asgard's patron saint, Heimdall, who also guarded the Rainbow Bridge, woke up at that moment. When Heimdall saw what was happening outside, his eyes were cracked. The dusk of the gods has arrived. Heimdall's hands with the sword began to tremble. "It hasn't arrived yet. The great His Royal Highness Thor is still outside. You must tell him about this. Asgard will definitely be able to save it." Then Heimdall's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had grasped the last straw. "Maybe you find Thor and there is a way to save it." Heimdall did not dare to hesitate, grabbed the sword in his hand and forcefully inserted it into the control center of the Rainbow Bridge. After a dizzying light passed, Heimdall was no longer visible on the Rainbow Bridge. Sandal Star. "The wine here is really bad, just like swill." Thor was full of alcohol and shook a bottle to the ground. Just when Thor wanted to continue to pick up a bottle of wine called swill, suddenly a huge impact came, flying him and the top of the wine in his hand. "You damned Heimdall." Thor was dizzy, clutching his head and getting up from the ground, furious. But when Thor saw the person hitting him, his anger suddenly turned into consternation. "Why are you here?" Thor didn't know what happened on the continent of Asgard. He was quite surprised to see the Guardian of Asgard appear here. Asgard. It's over. Read more fictionzone.net. Heimdall, who had just gotten rid of his mind control, was obviously still a little weak, unable to withstand the power of the Rainbow Bridge teleportation. Even talking is intermittent. What? There were originally some drunken Thors who were sober in an instant. The prophetic dusk of the gods has arrived and a terrifying enemy has come to Asgard. Your father and your brother are all killed." Enduring the dual pain of body and mind, Heimdall slowly got up from the ground and then spoke word by word. "How can this be?" After a while, "In other words, the current Asgard has fallen right. Thor is no longer the same as rage before and has become much quieter, but anyone can feel the anger that's surging like magma under this calmness. Yes, I didn't find any survivors before I left." Heimdall nodded lightly as if his heart was bleeding. "Father brother." Thor's whole body seemed to be trembling, and he gritted his teeth and spoke. "The suppressed anger cannot be vented, but it can penetrate the soul and reach the mysterious place. I will avenge them and use the method my father taught me to gain strength to get the power I deserve." As if making a major decision, Thor gently stood up from the ground. "I have the power that my father left me, but it's not enough. I need another powerful power, the runic power of Rune." Asgard continent. After the death of the goddess of death, the night finally ushered in true peace. But it's just the tranquility of the resting place. When night fell, a light blue light suddenly appeared on the wall of the treasure house of the Asgard temple. The light blue light with boundless chill continued to expand, forming a rough array. Immediately after the blue light flashed, a faintly blue giant appeared in the treasure house. Then there is the second, the third. A whole group of giants quietly appeared in the treasure house. The faintly blue giants seem to have caused the temperature of the entire treasure house to drop as they breathe. If Hela were here, he would definitely be able to identify these giants. They were the frost giants of Jotunheim, the country of ice among the 9 gods. It's just that even Hela doesn't know that there is Jotunheim's secret path in Asgard in the treasure house. Watching the face slowly turn on as if a light is lit by Sentry's face transmitter. Bah. It's a pity that they only knew that Asgard was invaded, but they didn't know that Asgard had been destroyed. Good Li Zhao. The sound of splashing water on the flames suddenly rang from the treasure house, after a few seconds. "How do I feel that this light stand looks so strange? I heard that they have been in a lot of trouble recently, and the intensity of their patrols must be reduced a lot." One of the giants even walked directly to Sentry, which was already active. Just as they only knew that the ice box was in Asgard, but they didn't know that it had been crushed by Su Chen's hands. Looking at this glowing lamp with a novel look. There are so many things in this treasure house and it's really luxurious. You see, even their lampstands are made into human shapes. The leader of the Frost Giant Squad captain subconsciously touched his head and put his head up curiously. This should be Asgard's treasure house. According to the king's order, we must find our ice chest. The headed frost giant whispered. With the idea of fishing in troubled waters, the king of frost giants quietly dispatched personnel to Asgard, hoping to steal back the ice box of his own race. As if a countryman entered the city, several frost giants looked around and fumbled. The frost giant knew of the invasion of Asgard through some unknown method. They are frost giants from Jotunheim, the country of ice. They are really pitiful. I'm afraid they don't understand until they die what kind of enemy they encountered. Hela stood in front of the corpses of several frost giants with a look of disgust on her face. It took less than a few minutes for the poor frost giant squad to appear in the treasury until it was discovered and destroyed by Sentry. This small-scale commotion has not even caused an alarm. Feeling the cold air emitted by the frost giant, the Sentry robot has automatically switched to the hot flame mode. The energy rays containing extremely high temperatures have become the nightmare of the frost giants. There was not even a chance for a scream. The frost giant was directly melted under the irradiation of such extremely high temperature rays. The unmelted frost giant was directly pierced by Sentry's sharp forelimbs. If this is not the case, Su Chen and Hela can only use the video recorded by Sentry's own camera to observe the enemy's appearance. There have also been records of frost giants on the Earth, and it seems to date back thousands of years. Su Chen looked at the corpse of the frost giant that was gradually dissolving in front of him, thoughtfully. As a militant race, the frost giant patronizes not only Asgard but also the Earth. In the historical records that can be found on the Earth, including the records of Sorcerer Supreme, the frost giant invaded the Earth 1,000 years ago. Although he was expelled, the price was heavy. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face flashed with evil spirits. Before I was sealed, I remember that the next few goals included the Kingdom of Ice, but unfortunately I was exiled to the underworld before I did anything to them. Hela touched her chin, feeling slightly. As a militant with the ultimate goal of conquering the 9 gods, the frost giant is also Hela's dish. It's just a pity that Odin had kicked off the table before the dishes were on the table, making Hela a little bit sorrowful for a while. Odin has banished you before using your maximum value. Hearing Hela's sigh, Su Chen turned his head to look at Hela. The hard bones have been gnawed away by my undead legion, and the old guy thinks he can deal with this few rubbish, so naturally he doesn't need me anymore. Hela smiled, a bit more bitter besides a bit of sarcasm. Facing the frost giants, how many odds does your legion have? Su Chen thought for a while, then looked at Hela, who was still in the memory. Odds. Hela turned her head back a little unbelievably, and looked at Su Chen with a slightly surprised look. I have never failed. The war I launched has only one final outcome, and that is victory. The odds of winning. What is the odds of winning? Hela's tone is full of pride. She can defeat these frost giants. Read more fictionzone.net. Then prove it to me, prove your strength and your loyalty. Seeing Hela, who said that his legion became proud in an instant, Su Chen spoke softly. By the way, finish up the previous record. Hearing these words, Hela suddenly raised her head. Seeing Su Chen, who was still calm, Hela suddenly smiled. But my style may be cruel. Hela hesitated. This is your style, it has nothing to do with me. I just need to disappear in this world before my enemy, that's enough. Su Chen had his hands on his back and looked at Hela in front of him with a calm face. Hela's eyes suddenly lit up. It is good. Hela suddenly took a step back, moved his right foot to the back of his left foot, and bowed deeply to Su Chen. Undead Legion, it's time to start our journey again. A loud voice instantly spread to all the undead soldiers in the fairy palace. The undead soldier, who had never made any sound, suddenly had a green light in his eyes. 1 day later. The first squad continued to advance, broke their defenses, and crushed them under their feet. The second and third teams spread out, looking for the remaining frost giants, leaving no one behind. Hela sat on Fenrir, with a serious face, directing the undead army to attack. Coming, encounter, massacre. The natural cold defense that the frost giant is proud of has no effect in front of the undead warriors who don't know the temperature. Thousands of years ago, the invincible legion once again showed his terrifying lethality. In less than a day, the large and small groups of frost giants have been wiped out. Hela waved his long sword even more, aiming at the kingdom of the frost giant. It's the kingdom to sound nice, but it's just a larger village. Even the city wall is nothing more than a few bigger stones, a taller fence stacked up. Odin is crazy, how can he release you again? Behind the city wall, a giant who was 1 head taller than the other giants, tremblingly looked at Hela and the undead legion nearby. Laufey, the king of frost giants, was born in the age when Hela was the most powerful. But only when facing the legion of undead can you experience the feeling of powerlessness and despair firsthand. Odin. How could that old guy have died? Now Asgard has a new owner, his name is Su Chen. Hela stood up from Fenrir and spoke loudly. What? Laufey almost stared out. At this time, the dull king of frost giants realized that there seemed to be some earth-shaking changes in the Asgard god's domain that he had been paying attention to. Stop, you stop first, our frost giant is willing to choose to surrender. Looking at Fenrir, the giant wave about to move, the king of frost giants hurriedly raised his hands. The war started by Hela was quite cruel, but the ultimate goal was only to conquer, so as to imprint them with the brand of Asgard forever. As long as they are willing to surrender and accept the humiliation of slavery, then there is still a chance of survival. Laufey seems to think that as long as they choose to surrender, they can still save their lives. Times are different, stupid frost giants. Seeing the frost giant holding her hands high, Hela shook her head gently. Su Chen, the master of Asgard, doesn't want one of his enemies to survive. Hela stretched her arms slowly and 2 sharp swords ejected from her hands. Although I hate surrendering to others, I have to admit that this guy really has my appetite. This is Laufey's head. Hela held a huge ice blue head high and returned to Asgard with a chill. The negative effects of spiritual slavery are almost invisible in Hela's body. A victorious war is the best response to Hela's spirit. The Frost Giants family has completely disappeared in the Nine Gods, but there are other giants in Jotunheim. As long as you give an order, I can clean them all at any time. Hela looked at Su Chen sitting on the throne of Asgard, reporting very seriously. Maybe Hela will not be a qualified ruler, but he is definitely an excellent general. This is not necessary. Su Chen shook his head gently. This time it's just a warning. Exterminating all giants will reduce too much resources. Su Chen is obviously thinking more long-term. Clear them all, there will be no worries. Hela's murderousness didn't seem to recede, and he seemed to want to fight again. If I desperately kill everywhere, Asgard will not survive this. The other giants in Jotunheim are the same as I left Asgard. Su Chen was not angry but looked at Hela lightly. All enemies should be cleaned up, not all lives should be cleaned up. Some of the resources possessed by Jotunheim God's domain are not owned by Asgard. This realm of God is also regarded as something in the bag by Su Chen. Helaton is speechless. Okay. Hela nodded softly. What's more, giants are the best labor force. When Jotunheim is developed in the future, they will become the best workers. Of course, they must choose to surrender, otherwise there is no room for negotiation. With the extinction of the frost giants in Jotunheim, a new batch of resources were once again sent to the Earth. The Earth today is very different from the Earth before. Countless resource supplements have made the Earth's resources surpass any previous period. It seems that the once great maritime era is coming again, and more and stronger technologies are being pushed back and acting on the Earth's civilization. Various technologies have been further strengthened, and the rune magic that belongs to Asgard's unique. With this time Asgard's surrender began to be officially used by the Earth. Two powerful catalysts immediately let the Earth's science and technology develop like a rocket. Also, under these external stimuli, more and more people began to realize their shortcomings and finally received the invisible X-gene awakening medicine from the bottom of their hearts. The outside world is too vast and will not be strong. How can there be opportunities to continue exploring? Like the Renaissance, the once great maritime colonial craze has re-emerged. It's just that this time Su Chen is not leading a voyage on the ocean but a voyage among the stars. The Earth has officially entered the era of interstellar colonization. The Nine Gods have endless potential and will be developed bit by bit. This is a very good thing. Su Chen looked at a huge three-dimensional map placed in front of him and looked at the location of the Nine Gods thoughtfully. Read more fictionzone.net. Then next, should we look to the deeper part of the universe? At least solve some small troubles around the Earth first. The White Queen, who was in charge of information processing next to Su Chen, was surprised at first when she heard Su Chen say that. Then suddenly there was a cold look in his eyes. Supreme, those little troubles really should be completely eradicated. On the moon, the closest satellite to the Earth, there is an enemy that they hate. The enemy that makes all mutants and all people with the X gene gritted their teeth. Even if time has passed for a long time, the White Queen still can't forget. Those mutants who were tortured to death bit by bit in the fog of Terrigen. The sentry robots have proven their strength, so the Inhumans should pay the price for the mistakes they have made. The cold light in Su Chen's eyes became cold again. The Legion of Undead is also on standby at any time. And Hela, who was next to him, also stood up, unwilling to show weakness. Hela, who has some of the characteristics of the goddess of death, killing death is the greatest enjoyment for Hela. No, you will continue to be responsible for Asgard and other gods, and I will do it myself. Looking at the murderous Hela, Su Chen gently shook his head. In human race, this is an old grievance. This is an order. Looking at Hela, he still wanted to refute something, seeking flowers. Su Chen's face sank. Do you think you are invincible again after a war? With a few heavy words, Hela shrank her neck subconsciously. On the far side of the moon, Atilan, a thick light blue fog emerged on the periphery of the city. When the dense fog dissipated, all the sentry robots in active state were revealed. The power of space gems can make all sentry robots instantly transfer from Asgard to the surface of the moon. After all, the size of the Rainbow Bridge is too small. It is not easy to transfer a large number of sentry robots. Ooh, the buzzing of the alarm instantly sounded from inside the city of Atilan. The large number of sentry robots instantly aroused the alarm of the Inhumans. And Su Chen in front of all the sentry robots made the alien who observed all this desperate. He came. The Inhumans had also imagined how they should respond when this evil star came here. But they never expected that Su Chen would appear in front of them in such a way. It's just that they haven't moved yet. Su Chen has appeared in front of them. Su Chen, who was just standing outside Attilan, gently held a scepter in his hand, feeling what was happening in it. But under the control of the psychic scepter combined with the space gem, the teleportation also has to kneel, mountain. Ah. Tetanus, where do you want to move them? Suddenly a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. When Su Chen appeared again, Su Chen looked down, looked at the panicking crowds under him and slightly tilted his head. Seeing Su Chen, the face of Tetanus suddenly changed. In front of Su Chen is the Tetanus that had escaped. But in the next moment, Tetanus instantly covered his head and knelt on the ground in pain. The next moment Su Chen has disappeared, all preventive measures are almost completely ineffective. I want to activate my abilities subconsciously. If the worst outcome really happens, then his first task is to protect the current Queen Medusa and escape from Attilan. ECG transmission is indeed powerful. The final and most urgent backup plan was finally launched at this time. He is good at electrocardiographic transmission and is the most important part of the final backup plan. The ability of ECG transmission is certainly powerful. After secretly replacing the concept of space with the help of part of the soul's ability, he survives in the gap between the two realms of space and spirit. This also makes it impossible to effectively limit the creation of electrocardiograms by simply using spatial abilities or mental abilities. Pity. This time, the Cosmos Cube and the Mind Scepter are on the same battle. The restraint of space and the impact of spiritual energy make the transmission of the electrocardiogram into a bubble. The Tetanus kneeling on the ground was in pain and was directly swallowed by the gap in space. Since you like to teleport everywhere, then exile you into the endless void. Seeing the Tetanus engulfed by the cracks in the black space, Su Chen was expressionless. As for you, Queen Medusa. Looking at the Empress Medusa standing there with no color, Su Chen snorted and gently raised the scepter of mind. Om, the golden light flashed. The eyes of Queen Medusa, who had been panicked, were suddenly empty. Let you all be extinct, this is too easy for your punishment. Su Chen turned around and looked at the sentry robot which was aggressively attacking Attilan from behind. Even with various special abilities, strangers cannot be opponents of the multifaceted sentry robot. Every battle is a growth for the sentry robot. All battle information is recorded in the information database and can be shared. Their attack methods will become more weird and varied. The method that made the soldiers of the fairy palace frightened appeared again, hunting down these alien races who had nowhere to go. You wanted to enslave all humans and mutants at the beginning, so this time you should also enjoy the feeling of being enslaved. There was a glimmer of coldness in Su Chen's eyes. Clear all the Terrigen crystals and at the same time implant the alien gene fragments into the control chip as a target for tracking. Su Chen gave the next order. The Terrigen crystal is a threat to new mutants that cannot be underestimated, and it is also the origin of the alien race. Destroy the crystal, you can control the population of the alien race. The alien gene fragment implanted in the Sentry program enables the subsequent photos to target every individual who possesses the gene fragment. Not only will the Inhumans not grow, but the remaining ones will also be completely controlled. Whether it is on the Earth or the Moon, as long as there is a surviving Inhuman race, it will never escape the hunt. This is the end of the invasion of my utopia. 1 month later, Caesar Building. As Yorkton is the tallest building in Manhattan, it almost reaches the sky and overlooks the entire city. This is Su Chen's home, elder brother. Su Chen, read more fictionzone.net. Susan and Superkiller surround Su Chen from left to right. It looks like 3 teenage children get together to play, but no one knows how much energy these innocuous children can generate, let alone the recognized Supreme Su Chen. The speed at which Susan and Superkiller grew up made others stunned. When Su Chen launched an attack on Asgard, they were also learning Taj's magic. The inheritance from Sorcerer Supreme is almost completely open to these 2 girls. The 2 girls have the previous experience of rubbing and fighting, which makes them have more combat experience than the mage apprentice. It is also easier to combine with actual combat. Both of the two little apprentices of the mage can achieve autonomous teleportation with the suspension ring, and obvious magic accumulations have appeared in the bodies of the two girls. Even now, the magical powers begin to develop specifically according to their respective characteristics. Among them, the performance of super-killing women is the most obvious. Not long ago, Superkiller also received the modification of the Awakening Stealth X gene. Unexpectedly, it made sense. Superkiller gained the Stealth X ability. The Superkiller woman who has entered the invisible state can't even sense her existence by infrared heat. After cooperating with magic, the mainstream detection equipment on the market could no longer detect this weird girl. Simply a born assassin. This has caused other mages in Kamatage to exclaim in exclamation. At that time, Super Killing Girl was just showing off his little tricks. After that, it was obvious that the eyes of other mages looked at Super Killer with a trace of respect. The melee mage is the highest ideal of all Kamatage mage. After successively conquering Asgard and Attilan, Su Chen returned to his home in Manhattan. There will be relaxation as well as Zhang, it's just that others don't think so. The technology on the Earth has advanced to a point where we can't just ignore it. If this continues, the black technology we are proud of will be completely surpassed by them. We don't have anything we can get. The rapid progress of the Earth caused some uneasiness in the darkness. It also includes the most notorious organization, Hydra. In the Hydra led by Baron Strack, people are panicked. Utopias that are gradually becoming stronger have begun to annex their power in the dark bit by bit. But as the leader, Baron Straker has been missing. There are rumors that the Baron is looking for a super weapon that can easily destroy the world, but only Baron Straker knew in his heart what he was looking for now. In an underground test site in Hydra, prepare for the sixth space jump. Baron Struck looked at the blank, empty Hydra agent and sighed. Now his eyes are bloodshot. From the moment he disappeared to the outside world, Baron Straker had been secretly teleporting one agent after another and then grabbed them back. Hydra also has some space technology. It's just that the success rate is not very high. According to the record, he should be in these places. Seeing his whole body twisted and his face turned into a monster agent like octopus tentacles, Straker suddenly became respectful. This puzzled everyone, but after all, Straker was the current leader, and the scientific researchers next to him just reluctantly followed his instructions. "We finally found you," but when everyone saw the appearance of the current agent, they involuntarily took a breath. No one knew what he was doing right now, but thought he was crazy. It's the sixth time to start jumping in space 4.1. Start crawling. Hiss, only Baron Strack's eyes lit up and he struggled hard to get up from his seat. The agent reappeared in everyone's eyes. From the moment the agent disappeared, the people around began to count down. After the countdown, a light flashed on the teleportation platform. The anxious agent standing on the teleportation platform disappeared instantly. In the dead of night, someone could hear Straker muttering like this. "Great Hive!" So far, Straker has lost more than 40 agents. Everyone around was in an uproar. Honeycomb, this name is extremely sacred inside Hydra. The origin of Hydra, also the former leader of Hydra, Baron Straker has finally done something. We are finally saved. This is the first thought in the minds of all Hydras. It's just that the Hive just looked at all the agents coldly and then looked towards the sky. Attilan. A slightly hoarse voice came from the Hive's mouth. Then the Hive disappeared in front of the Hydra agents like a phantom. Forehead. Baron Straker was suddenly dumbfounded. He suddenly remembered. The Hive is not only the former Hydra leader but also the oldest alien race. So perhaps what he remembers most is not Hydra but the alien city Attilan. It's okay, at least we can survive. Maybe this will be another brand new base for Hydra. Baron Strack comforted himself in his heart, although they have just found the Hive. But in the long thousands of years before, the lives they enshrine to the Hive are by no means a minority. If it were not for this reason, Baron Straker would not have been able to find the Hive so easily. At the time of the Hydra Collective, the Hive had appeared above Attilan. A huge bubble formed around enveloping the honeycomb, isolating the honeycomb from the vacuum. "I am back." The sound of chewing came from the mouth of the Hive. And many more. I was planning to enter the hive of Attilan city, but suddenly I saw the sentry robot in the city. That goddamn Su Chen even occupied Attilan. The hive's brows suddenly frowned, as a collection of super parasites. After the hive swallowed the agent just now, it not only possessed the agent's body but also the agent's memory. Look at the familiar shape of the sentry robot. The hive already understands what's going on here. Su Chen, who is the most impressive in the memory of an agent, has risen in just a few months, and at the same time quickly integrated all the resources on the Earth with lightning speed. It also includes Attilan near the Earth. It's just a pity that the agents didn't know what Su Chen did in Asgard. Otherwise, the mind of the hive might change a little maybe, but it doesn't matter, here we'll soon be back in my arms. Looking at the sentry robot like a warlord, the hive shook his head slightly. Read more fictionzone.net. Some insignificant spores suddenly separated from the hive and drifted slowly into the city of Attilan. When these spores came into contact with foreigners, they quietly entered their bodies. Suddenly, these strangers' bodies stiffened and their eyes suddenly fell into chaos. Not enough is not enough, too weak. All the people who were invaded, as if being half-controlled, made the same sound in their mouths. The memory of the invaded person has been continuously acquired by the hive. Invasion of sentry robots. The Queen of Medusa is controlled. All the things that happened recently in the city of Attilan have all converged into a trickle of memories and flooded into the mind of the hive. Damn mutants want to enslave my people. The body of the hive trembled slightly. The invisible anger turned into tangible. Even the dust on the nearby land is fluttering. As the leader of foreigners, how could Hive endure such humiliation? What makes people feel interesting is that as the leader of a race, the former Hive was exiled on other planets. He was almost exiled from the Earth by superheroes like Su Chen, the #1 mutant at the time. It has the same effect. A similar fate started, but it also ended with a different fate. This raging war is full of fatalism. The queen in their memory is the best choice, must return to my rule. More spores spread out from the agent at the beginning, fly all the way to the palace of Attilan. Queen Medusa was sitting on her throne with a dull face. Suddenly, a small spore floated in front of his eyes and was sucked into his body by her. Queen Medusa suddenly began to tremble fiercely. After a while, peace was finally restored. At this time, Queen Medusa was no longer the indifferent look before, and a sneer suddenly appeared on the power supply. The mind is controlled and there is no response even to the invasion of the body, which is really sad. Looking at his brand new body, the hive nodded gently. But to me it's good and harmless. The former queen of Medusa, now the hive, rose from the throne. Outsiders who had also been infected by the parasite also stopped. Now the counterattack begins. The sound of chewing sounded from countless strangers. It's time to regain control of Attilan. Countless people suddenly turned their heads and looked at the remaining sentry nearby with exactly the same eyes and the same movements. The sentry robot became sluggish in an instant, and signs of corrosion and petrification suddenly appeared on the outside. Then an incomparable force swept in and knocked the semi-petrified robot into flight. Click, boom. Sentry robots didn't even have time to react, they were directly broken into pieces by the angry hive. Countless clones of the hive have been acting together. Haha, vulnerable. While providing strong vitality for treatment, the power has also become stronger. After the smoke dissipated, Su Chen's figure was revealed. However, the hive did not notice that among the broken sentry robot fragments, a red light flashed away. The hive raised his head and laughed. When will my people be scared like this by a foreigner? Seeing the arrival of the male lead in the memory, the hive could feel its parasite trembling slightly. This makes the hive feel unhappy. After receiving Sentry's damage warning, Su Chen came personally. You finally came. Especially such an enemy only. In these thousands of years, the accumulation of honeycombs has become extremely terrifying. What's more, for thousands of years, Hydra has never ceased to worship. The next moment, a light blue smoke filled the city of Attilan. The hive has enough confidence, not only has an immortal body, every foreign person that it swallows will harvest power for him and dedicate his strength to himself. That is, the fear of the memory has become an instinctive reaction. A different signal has been sent to the earth. Coming to Attilan for the second time, the Queen Medusa has lost control. Su Chen had just arrived at Attilan. He had already discovered that something was wrong. The Queen Medusa, who had been tightly controlled before, had no response. A completely different kind of spiritual power is entrenched in Queen Medusa. Ah. Su Chen looked around for 4 weeks. I immediately found a hive like an octopus head. Someone who is not afraid of death is delivered to the door. Su Chen. The hive, based on the work of 9 snakes, also noticed Su Chen. The hatred in his eyes suddenly erupted like flames. The hatred of destroying Attilan, coupled with the hatred and fear of Su Chen among the countless parasites, has stimulated the hive's anger to its maximum. What? A high-frequency sound wave that almost pierced the eardrum instantly shot out of the hive's mouth and directed towards Su Chen. The surface of the moon was instantly torn apart by sound waves, and the dust was everywhere. Noisy. Su Chen was unharmed in the sound waves that could almost tear the human body apart, but frowned slightly. At the next moment, Su Chen's body suddenly sank. The whole figure seems to be carrying a heavy weight, and the huge gravity is tearing Su Chen. Around Su Chen, the dusty surface of the moon suddenly compacted, forming hard rocks. Wrap Su Chen's feet firmly in it. An extremely sharp psychic power pierced Su Chen's eyebrows like a spear. All kinds of the abilities of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning are all released by the hive. Suddenly there was a mess on the earth, plowed over and over again by various energies. Attilan behind the hive was even more affected by the aftermath of the attack, appearing to be shaky. Anyone who is parasitized by the hive will be absorbed by the hive's unique abilities. The hive himself can't even count how many abilities he has. The long years, endless worship, and all the abilities are superimposed one by one, creating this terrible monster. At the moment the enemy is present, the hive of anger has launched the strongest attack it can have. But obviously he doesn't seem to be very good at attacking. Take things left over from other people's play against me. Su Chen twitched his mouth. A sudden increase in gravity, pervasive petrochemical capabilities, and the first high-frequency noise and the last soul shock. Everything is like a trump card, one after another, which is used up by the hive. 2 kings 4-2. The superposition of these abilities takes into account almost all possible shortcomings, and no matter what, one person will cause great distress. Except for Su Chen, hive still really underestimates Su Chen. Compared to playing cards, Su Chen prefers to lift the table. Looking at the hive that is still unscrupulously releasing various abilities, Su Chen squatted slightly. Read more fictionzone.net. Power is poured into Su Chen's legs like flowing water. Boom! The whole ground trembled suddenly as if a meteor fell and a huge pit was blasted into the ground. The huge reaction force made Su Chen appear in front of the hive instantly. The power circulates in Su Chen's body like flowing water again, flowing from the legs to the waist and finally to the arms. Then slam it. With the swing of the fist, a few black cracks can be vaguely seen in the corners of the fist. It seems that the structure of the space has been destroyed and the compressed energy is gathered in Su Chen's fist, and it will explode at any time. Snapped. As if the sound of a mass of mud exploding, the honeycomb that was standing there was instantly beaten to powder by Su Chen. Boom! Even the land where the hive is located has been affected. The circulating energy vented from Su Chen's fist not only passed to the hive but also unscrupulously destroyed all the land below. Break through all laws. For the joker who only knows to wave the playing cards in his hand, using the most straightforward violent means is the best solution. Any mess can be presumptuous in front of me. Su Chen snorted and moved his right fist. But then, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The body of the hive has been blasted into powder, but it has not fallen to the ground one after another but scattered in the air. From the powder flying in the air, Su Chen felt a kind of life fluctuation similar to the one before. Obviously there is no wind, but this cloud of powder that looks like smoke slowly moves closer to Su Chen. Su Chen's momentum is too terrifying. At the moment of contact with Su Chen's attack, the hive realized that it was impossible to beat Su Chen in strength. After all, it was a combination of super parasites. At that moment, the hive was reduced to 0 and his body was redistributed into countless parts, avoiding this attack. At the same time, the delusion is parasitic on Su Chen like other people. Wanna parasite me? Seeing the parasites floating towards him, Su Chen gave a playful smile. Su Chen stood up abruptly and the endless cosmic energy contained in the cells rushed out instantly. Suddenly, the whole body exudes a soft white light. If the body of energy particles can be parasitized by humans, then it is really a first-in-class joke in the universe. The light is soft, but the power is not soft. Stabbed. Before the parasitic spores approached, the released energy was completely burned into fly ash. What? In an instant, there was a scream that didn't sound like a human voice in the air, and the other parasites quickly retreated. Why is this guy like a hedgehog? The hive's heart was helpless. The mood is not as calm as before. What can I do if I can't speak anywhere? The hive suddenly realized that this guy in front of him almost wiped out the entire inhuman race. I am afraid that some of his methods are not affordable by foreigners. I subconsciously ignored this because I was angry. But when the hive saw the strange people slowly gathering around, it suddenly made a living. The Attilans were a little happy when they saw the battle between Su Chen and Hive, but they were more afraid. Watching some parasites hide themselves and dodge, they seemed to be fleeing. Do you think I will give you this opportunity? Space Gems has started again. The energy in Su Chen's body has not dissipated yet. Looking at the Attilan who rushed up, Su Chen swung his hand. And their behavior made the hive seize the opportunity instantly. The parasites swept away immediately. How many wastes come and die? Su Chen sneered, "Wrap these Attilans, I hope they all die together." Before the Attilans had a reaction, their eyes had become hollow, and at the same time they had been killing Su Chen uncontrollably. The venue was immediately clear. Driven by this kind of curiosity, they gradually moved closer to the battlefield, hoping to see the end. The mercury-like energy immediately blasted the entire battlefield. Su Chen's enslavement can stop the children from crying, but the first person of the alien race also left a bloody stroke in their history. I want to parasite more people, even if they can't beat me, but at least there is a chance to escape, right? They don't want anyone good kings to survive. With the reactivation of space gems, the unique blue smoke of space gems enveloped the entire battlefield. Then the White Queen Emma, Scarlet Witch Wanda, and all the psychic abilities of the utopian forces appeared on the battlefield blankly. There is a bug here who wants to run, let's locate it together. Seeing that all the psychic abilities of the utopian forces have been in place one after another, Su Chen smiled lightly. At that moment, I saw the parasites evasive and trying to escape. Su Chen suddenly had a wonderful idea. Using the power of the psychic scepter, it is not difficult to find all the parasites in the hive. But Su Chen chose another approach. Let all spiritual abilities participate in this matter in order to improve their level. What's more, let this guy feel the coming of death little by little. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable? As Su Chen expected, the hive mentality has exploded. This guy has the same mental fluctuations. That guy over there too. Feeling the mental fluctuations that are different from those of others, people with mental abilities can distinguish the parasites of the hive with a little recognition. Once the successor is confirmed, he will immediately be swept over his body by a huge energy, strangled into dregs in an instant. It's not just for the hive, it is also for all the strangers around. This is the fate of being unruly. And some of the slightly valuable people kept themselves from being destroyed, but the parasites in their bodies were instantly hit by a burst of psychic energy. While the parasites were wiped out, the whole person's spirit also suffered a certain amount of damage, and he fainted on the ground as soon as he rolled his eyes. He watched his companions being strangled to death one after another around him. The face of the surviving stranger suddenly became earthy. They want to escape, because they are worried that the guy who looks like an octopus parasitizes himself, but they dare not escape. Once they are mistakenly regarded as parasites by others, then they will immediately usher in their own death. Sovereign, did you bring us back for fun to make a difference? After Bai Hong shook his head gently, then he covered his mouth and laughed. Su Chen was suddenly summoned by Su Chen, and all the psychic abilities had just arrived in the current state of the enemy. When Su Chen ordered the search for the parasite, he also subconsciously used his full strength. But soon they discovered that they don't need to be so nervous. The mental fluctuations belonging to the hive itself are as obvious as the light bulbs in the dark. If it is placed in a normal hive, you can choose to actively hide your mental fluctuations, but now that you have completely panicked, God's hive can't do this at all. So for those with mental abilities, it is as easy as playing a game to distinguish those parasitic people with ease. Read more fictionzone.net. The enemy is really rubbish this time. Such people are also worthy to challenge the supreme. Are they sick? The brain is what? Although the work continues, it does not prevent these spiritual abilities from mocking the hive mercilessly. Following Su Chen, a group of psychic abilities experienced strong winds and waves and witnessed all kinds of enemies. However, it was the first time I saw the enemy who was beaten like this bear. And the last bit of dignity maintained by the hive, like a fig leaf, was ruthlessly ripped off in the merciless ridicule of the spiritual abilities. All dignity is gone. Finally, when Wanda was about to identify a wounded body, the trembling body of the parasite walked out. "If I surrender, can you spare my life?" The parasited man gritted his teeth and stared at Su Chen, bloodshot in his eyes. "I used to be the leader of the inhuman race, and now I can still lead them, and I can make them meet any of your requirements." The hive proved its worth slightly. The hive delusion fights back by controlling some aliens with mental abilities. Even if it can't fight back, at least it can be hidden. But others had expected this for a long time, and they didn't give the hive a chance. The strangers with psychic powers have already escaped far, and they have foreseen the arrival of danger in advance. Lead them, no need. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "Why don't you kneel down and beg me to give it a try? Maybe it's still possible to let you go." Seeing the hive with his head down and silent, Su Chen's face suddenly showed a playful smile. The strangers next to him were instantly ashamed. Even if it is afraid of the rule of the hive, at least it was once the king. But the mutants next to him, their eyes lit up all of a sudden, hearing this request that he could not agree to. The hive's face suddenly became distorted. Without controlling his body, he knelt down slowly. He lives longer than anyone else. It also fears the coming of death more than anyone. It was just that he hadn't waited until he fell to his knees, and suddenly he felt his eyes light up. A huge energy has enveloped the hive. Puff! As if a balloon was punctured, the body of the hive was instantly broken down into the most basic atoms without even a bit of fly ash. I have no objection to prisoners, but I hate prisoners who have no ambition. Su Chen's face was already cold. He turned his head and looked at Attilan, which had been partially damaged. After this incident, the inhuman race suffered heavy casualties. Attilan also suffered partial damage to the city where the stranger was. The Attilan base is useless to stay here. Let them drive to Earth at full speed for repairs. After thinking about it, Su Chen gave an order. The Attilan base has the ability to move, and it can also return to Earth. The Queen Medusa, who has lost control of the hive, has returned to the control of the psychic scepter, and they can continue to receive the captured alien races on the Earth. These alien races will form the third legion in Su Chen's hands, Legion of Slaves. Different from the other two legions, this legion will become a death squad that will fight the universe in the future. In this way, Su Chen thinks it is the most suitable way to consume the alien race. Make the best use of it. The things that Hydra did not want to be lonely finally calmed down again. But unlike S.H.I.E.L.D., which fell in love and killed each other, there seems to be something that hasn't been done yet. What is this? A young man sat in the conference room looking at a bottle of potion handed to him by an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., looking curiously. A substance that can make you stronger can become very, very, very strong. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in front of him closed the box containing the potion blankly, and there was a huge string of letters on the box. Sentry. Sentry, it sounds familiar. The slightly sick young man suddenly smiled after hearing this familiar word. Are you laughing at the sentry robot created by the Supreme, deliberately giving the same name? The youth looked a little thin, but there was a sick look on his face. And the most common place for this look is in the attic Junzi. The abilities that this potion will bring to you will far exceed those of so-called tattered robots. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent shook his head lightly and cursed secretly in his heart at the same time. If it weren't for this guy who showed an amazing ability to absorb potions, who would be willing to send such precious potions into the hands of an addict? This golden potion in the hands of the youth, but the existing scientists of S.H.I.E.L.D. had gathered almost all the power. and it was hard to toss it out. The predecessor of this medicine is Super Soldier Serum. But this is a kind of medicine in itself. If it is fully effective, the effect will exceed the Super Soldier Serum 10,000 times. If it wasn't for this addict who showed tolerance to drugs, they would definitely choose a more suitable person. At present, only this person named Bob Reynolds has such characteristics. You are just jealous, simply jealous. Reynolds shook his head slightly but held up the tube of medicine in his hand. But what does this have to do with me? Now I just hope this good thing can be more exciting. Reynolds' eyes became more sickly, and at the same time he raised his head and drank the potion. Belch. A burp seemed to open a new world. A world full of powerful energy has opened the door for this young man. My body is full of energy. Reynolds stretched out his hands tremblingly. The body, which had gradually shrunk due to inhalation of psychotropic drugs, swelled like a gas. Golden energy began to appear in his body, and it grows wildly at a speed of geometric multiples. In this small meeting room there seems to be a new sun. Great finally succeeded. The SHIELD agent team was relieved, but then his face suddenly changed. Such an unlimited growth of energy will be noticed by the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Thinking of this, the cold sweat on the agent's head came out instantly. It's just that Reynolds, who was immersed in his sudden increase in power, didn't care about it. I am strong, better than anyone. Reynolds' eyes were also stained with golden light. He can feel that with every breath he takes, his body is undergoing earth-shaking changes. In his body, a door seemed to be opened, connecting a world with endless energy. Read more fictionzone.net. And this endless energy is continuously instilling into one's body. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau in low Earth orbit, an alarm was also issued. A huge energy fluctuation was detected, exceeding the prescribed threshold. And it is still increasing. The current peak energy is close to the peak fluctuation of the sun. The two warnings appeared almost coincidentally. Notify the Supreme and notify Miss Marvel at the same time. An order was issued quickly. Captain Marvel, who was resting in the General Administration, received this notice ahead of Su Chen. Powerful energy, interesting. Seeing the increasing energy that has reached a startling red warning line, Captain Marvel raised his eyebrows. This ability has left the observation area and has begun to approach the atmosphere. This group of huge energy suddenly changed its position. Reynolds, who was originally in the meeting room, rushed out of the meeting room and headed towards the sky. Now he can't listen to anyone's persuasion. The addict just wants to enjoy it after ingesting what makes him happy. Now he just wants to enjoy his power and let it out. The current Reynolds can no longer be called Reynolds. He has another new name after taking the medicine. Sentry, the whole person instantly turned into a golden light rising into the sky, pulling out a long straight line behind him. At the same time, another ray of light quickly approached. As Captain Marvel gradually approached Sentry, Captain Marvel's face changed accordingly. Curious, surprise, shock, dignified. Seeking flowers. I was just curious about how powerful this energy is, but now it seems that it has exceeded my expectations. Seeing Sentry unscrupulously releasing his energy in front of him, Captain Marvel subconsciously turned on the dual star mode. The current Sentry energy has exceeded several hundred times the intensity of the previous observation. No wonder the economic captain is so surprised. Even subconsciously used his strongest double star mode. This kind of power that is close to the sun and even surpasses the sun makes Captain Marvel fearful. Someone is here, good. Sentry also noticed the existence of Captain Marvel and suddenly opened a grinning smile. Although a little fanatical, Sentry has never forgotten that he is going to deal with the Heavenly Sword game. Sentry suddenly changed his flight direction, gathered his strength and rushed towards Captain Marvel. Seeing that the direction of this force changed to himself, Captain Marvel slightly discolored. You underestimate me in the double star state. After a while, a grinning Sentry reappeared in front of Captain Marvel. It hurts, Shan. The energy pair is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, it's still too young. In terms of accuracy in the androgynous state, it can absorb energy while releasing energy at the same time, and the whole body seems to become a converter. But immediately after the menstrual period, a look of disdain flashed in the eyes of humans. Take the other way, return the other body, use Sentry's power to fight Sentry. And Sentry's body instantly became torn apart under the collision of two energies that belonged to her. Hiss! The fragments that had exploded seemed to be attracted by an invisible and began to slowly regroup. It's just that this pride solidified in an instant. This is the energy absorbed and emitted during the process of constantly approaching Sentry. A muffled sound, accompanied by spatial fluctuations visible to the naked eye, suddenly dispersed in the atmosphere. Sentry obviously didn't control his abilities yet, so he slammed into it stupidly. Another powerful force also broke out on Captain Marvel. Boom! Captain Marvel looked at the torn-apart corpse. A trace of triumph flashed in his eyes. Under the impact of two equal forces, Sentry was instantly destroyed, only to recover after a while. This scene saw Captain Marvel in an instant. Sentry grinned a little because of the pain that occurred when the body was being repaired. But after Sentry's body was repaired, Sentry looked at his undamaged body and suddenly smiled on his face. It doesn't look like you are doing well. Sentry picked up his shoulders and floated in the air. Seeing Captain Marvel, whose face had changed on the other side, Sentry smiled. He knew he was on the point. Hearing the ridicule, Captain Marvel darkened his face. The captain who remained in the double star mode launched another attack. The result can only be in vain. No matter how strong the energy absorbed by the captain at this time was, it was only the energy emitted by Sentry's main body. No matter how much energy is absorbed, how can it be compared with the energy subject? Come again. Unprepared, Sentry was blown up for the first time, but then Sentry learned a lesson. Although the next few collisions were equally embarrassing, Sentry's injuries became lighter than ever. After the last confrontation, Sentry was safe, but Captain Marvel flew out of the air. With the powerful transmission of power, the captain couldn't help but a surge of blood in his chest. Even the double star status was abruptly contained. Am I invincible? Seeing Captain Marvel's Sentry, who had been beaten back to his original shape, his eyes lit up, and he looked at his hands and said with a little surprise, "It turns out that he himself has become so powerful. Maybe you are very strong, but you may be close to being invincible." Behind Sentry, another voice suddenly came. As if ringing in his ears, Sentry turned his head sharply. A small black spot appeared from outside the atmosphere, and in an instant the black spot kept zooming in. Su Chen, who was also instructing Attilan to deform and set off, his colleagues also received a warning signal from the Heavenly Sword Bureau. When Su Chen arrived in the fighting area, he happened to see Captain Marvel embarrassed. "You are just scared." Facing Su Chen's mocking words, Sentry laughed instead of anger. Defeating the opponent just now has given Sentry enough confidence. It turns out that those heroes who claim to be invincible are nothing more than that. Su Chen, who has always been called the Supreme by all mutants, should probably also be a flowery. How can he withstand such a huge energy? Take me a punch. Huge energy slammed into Sentry's body. Before Su Chen came to the front, Sentry had already punched Su Chen. The mighty power came out immediately, rushing forward as if roaring, shredding everything in front of you. Then there is no more. Read more fictionzone.net. What? Sentry was stunned. Such a terrifying force came in front of Su Chen, but it seemed to hit the empty space. Su Chen just waved his finger lightly and the spatial structure changed. The violent power seemed to be facing Su Chen only, but it passed by Su Chen. This interrupted force made Sentry suddenly feel very uncomfortable. A reckless man dare to be called invincible. Looking at Sentry with an ignorant face, Su Chen shook his head gently. The same is also a punch. The exact same way of exerting force, almost the same amount of violence burst out on Su Chen's fist. Sentry just wanted to dodge, but he didn't have the slightest room for resistance and instantly took a solid punch. Boom! The power of horror instantly tore his body and completely shattered half of his body. Blood spurted out again. Because of Su Chen's arrival, Captain Marvel, who had just been able to breathe, was stunned again when he saw this scene. A hint of shock flashed subconsciously in his eyes. As a bystander, he saw clearly and plainly about the slightly weird scene just now. Can Su Chen's power be raised to the point of being so controllable? The strength is the same, but the speed is different. How can Su Chen's near-perfect effect on strength be comparable to that of a fledgling ignorant? Every bit of power has been fully utilized to achieve the least consumption, the greatest power, and the fastest speed. Immediately afterwards, as if going back in time, the spray of blood suddenly stopped in the air. Then back again and reformed Sentry's body. Ah 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 ah. Su Chen's almost humiliating attack made Sentry crazy in an instant. Sentry can naturally feel that the force of the punch just now is almost equal to the force he issued. But the other party was okay, but he was blown up again. This feeling of just coming to the cloud but still being stepped on by someone caused Sentry to burst into an instant. Even Sentry himself didn't notice in the depths of his eyes a kind of darkness contained in his heart had burst out. Another personality from Sentry, the darkness in the darkness, the emptiness has quietly awakened. As a drug addict, one can imagine the madness and negative emotions in his heart. And all this was well hidden by Sentry before, and he also wanted to taste the taste of being a hero after defeating these heroes. But now he can't help but think about it. Su Chen's feet are already firmly on his face. The dark side of Sentry, nothingness, has officially arrived. Be careful, Sentry's energy is growing randomly. Captain Marvel, who is most sensitive to energy, discovered this first, and she hurriedly warned Su Chen. Felt it. Su Chen just nodded quietly. There was no emotional fluctuation on his incomparably indifferent face. Next second, I go. Captain Marvel closed his eyes subconsciously, but even so, his eyes were still a bit stinging from the strong light. Su Chen's body from the inside out suddenly released a blazing white light. The energy contained in the cells also burst out from the inside out. Suddenly there was a second sun in the sky. He wants to destroy all of this. He wants to become a new hero. The blazing white energy is pouring down like a shooting star. The released energy makes the void look like a flaming torch, and Sentry was concentrated in the middle by this energy, and the whole body was exploded again. I want to completely destroy you and your utopian forces. The reality has changed quietly. The consciousness of nothingness has officially taken over this body. Everything in the entire atmosphere was swept away in an instant, abruptly wiped out by energy. But Sentry, whose energy is growing again, is ushered in Su Chen's combined ultimate move. I'm going to kill you. The invisible and intangible mysterious wave spread on the battlefield, interfering with the reorganization of Sentry, as if to redefine the existence of Sentry. Sentry's eyes had fallen completely into a dark tone, but this time it's not regrouping like before. What can he do if he can hurt himself? He has the super ability to reorganize flesh and blood. Is it difficult to achieve irregular growth of energy? The intangible and terrifying fluctuations in reality have locked Sentry as if it were real. Do not. As if feeling something bad was happening, Sentry's expression suddenly became panic. Sentry's energy is still strong, but most of the traces of his life have been wiped out. Whether it is from the speed of reorganization or from everything else, the real power of horror even spreading for a long time upstream. The potion handed to Sentry from the SHIELD agent received excitement drugs for the first time from Sentry, even until the moment Sentry's mother became pregnant. All traces of him in this world are slowly disappearing. The soul is pale. Although I don't know that all this has happened, Sentry's sixth sense has already told me that he is disappearing quickly. Even the reorganized body is slowly fading. The traces that existed in reality, including the main body, have been erased by Su Chen casually. 12. Sentry's horror and panic engulfed his soul instantly. I'm not reconciled. Sentry waved his arms in vain as if trying to grab something. It's actually related to S.H.I.E.L.D. Feeling a trace of reality fluctuations extending from Sentry to a certain place on the earth. Su Chen closed his eyes, felt it for a moment, and then guessed where it was. The thief is not dead but also cultivated such a waste. A trace of murder flashed across Su Chen's face. Su Chen chose to ignore this doomed SHIELD bureau. Would you care about a decomposing corpse? But according to the current situation, it seems that you really need to pay attention. Maybe they can't cause any harm to themselves, but their stench is really disgusting enough. Just do you want to destroy me and destroy Utopia? Seeing Sentry, who had vanished and disappeared in midair, Su Chen shrugged his shoulders. When other enemies say such things, it will only arouse Su Chen's anger. Only this guy saying this sentence is more like a joke, a guy who has nothing in his head, nothing. A powerful force has not been used properly, and the power exerted is less than 1%. Where did SHIELD find such a strange thing? Read more fictionzone.net. Su Chen didn't know that Sentry hadn't been more than an hour since its transformation. Let's wash and sleep and try not to be your own person in the next life. Su Chen sneered, then left here, leaving only Captain Marvel standing still. The city of Attilan is still in the process of relocation, and Su Chen will continue to supervise everything there. It's time for some things to be settled with SHIELD. But in the direction that Su Chen left, a word followed the wind into the ears of the surprised opponent. This matter has something to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing this news, Captain Marvel, who was still a little stunned, instantly came back to his senses. Then we should indeed do something. A cool color flashed across Captain Marvel's eyes, and the communication device was connected at the same time. Discover the remnants of SHIELD and immediately send people over. I don't want to see them staying in this world. SHIELD no longer owns sentry potions, and even sentry potions never existed anywhere in the timeline. The SHIELD Bureau, which had been completely abandoned, could not stop the chase of the Sky Sword Bureau. As for Su Chen, I just don't want to be disgusted anymore. The toad jumped on the back of its feet. It doesn't hurt to bite, but the diaphragm should be. As the city of Attilan officially entered the Earth, a new concept began to spread. Possess more sophisticated technology as well as Asgard's corresponding rune technology and materials. The concept of interstellar spacecraft was proposed and implemented soon. Since Attilan can migrate between the Earth and satellites, does it mean that it is possible to achieve a wider range of motion? The interstellar spacecraft was born, perhaps lighter than the city of Attilan, but it pays more attention to the speed of flight. It also has the ability to reach deeper in the universe. Interstellar spacecraft began to really appear on the Earth and gradually began to spread. But at this time when Su Chen returned to Earth, Asgard was gradually undergoing transformation. According to the supreme meaning, I have to take good care of these 9 gods. Hela looked at the huge world tree map in front of her thoughtfully. The war can only be started after the Supreme Order, but there are some places that originally belonged to Asgard to receive it. Are they justified? Su Chen had already made some behaviors to restrict Hela before leaving. Hela may have ambitions to rule, but he is more of a total martial lunatic. However, the state has national laws and the army has military discipline. Since Su Chen ordered the war to start within a short period of time, Hela must also abide by it. And it is an extremely loyal but extremely painful and happy perseverance. But soon the poster found some other places that he could fight for. Hela's eyes gradually stayed in one place, that is one of the 9 gods' realms. Nidavellir, the dwarf country, if I remember correctly, it should be loyal to Odin. Hela thoughtfully, then now, it is time for him to return to the arms of the current ruler of Alaska. Hela's eyes lit up. Send someone to Nidavellir, the dwarf country, and let them once again show their allegiance. If they don't want to, then. Hela suddenly got up from her seat, her eyes instantly turning cold. Then Hela's face suddenly became ugly. Although this is only Hela's fantasy, an angry voice instantly came from the shrine of Asgard, but suddenly Hela was stunned. A meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Hela's beautiful face. I want to see who gave them the courage to hurt my soldiers in Asgard. The spaceship was destroyed by someone. Aside from the intermindedness, at least Hela can perceive the life and death of everyone in the Legion. To be honest, I sincerely hope that the dwarves can refuse this request. Only in this way can I have a reason to have a hand addiction for a while. Through the eternal fire, the hearts of Hela and the entire Legion can be linked to each other. The soldiers of the Undead Legion suddenly jumped into the air with a small spaceship inside and hurried to the Sea Rainbow Bridge. This means the demise of those soldiers. Hela muttered to herself as he watched the spaceship disappear gradually over the Rainbow Bridge. Assemble, ready to fight. At that moment, Hela instantly felt that the contact with the undead soldiers who had gone to Nidavellir, the dwarf country, was cut off instantly. The undead soldiers began to gather quickly, just as when attacking the Ice Kingdom before, the undead army began to act again. Hela, with a gloomy face, put on her own armor and stood in front of the Rainbow Bridge. It's weird. But Hela, who was about to set off, was no longer as angry as he was just now. It was replaced by a face of thinking. In my memory, the dwarves don't have such a hot temper. Hela lowered her head, thinking silently. The relationship between Asgard and Nidavellir is extremely close. It's not just because the dwarves have expressed their surrender and loyalty. The most important thing is that the weapons produced by the dwarves are the strongest and most reliable. Regardless of the former fairy palace soldiers or the current undead army, they have the best weapons in their hands, and the elite parts are also from the handwriting of the dwarves. Normally speaking, they would not be murderous against soldiers who also belong to Asgard, and according to their personalities, they would not be so impulsive. It's really weird. According to their powerful combat effectiveness, no one should hit their minds. Hela's thoughts flowed, but he gradually became vigilant. As the best weapon masters, they love peace unusually, but this does not mean that they have no fighting power at all. It is not easy to take advantage of their hands, but in the same way, if they can suppress them, I am afraid they are not good people. Send a message to the Supreme. Hela thought for a while and ordered an undead soldier next to him. Nidavellir, where did this soldier come from? Seeing the undead soldier who fell on the ground again without any signs of life, Dead Blade frowned. The thing Hela worries the most has happened after all. Kill the head of the 5 generals under your hand, General Dead Blade. His presence here is very intriguing. Forget it, even if there are some accidents, it shouldn't affect the adults' plans. Looking at the slightly strange corpse of the undead soldier, Dead Blade shook his head gently, then turned his head again. The strongest weapon craftsman is also the king of the dwarf kingdom, and he is being tied back by the big 5 flowers. Around here is the pungent smell of blood, and flying above the sky is a huge spaceship and a dense and endless number of warriors. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to make infinite gloves for us? General Deadblade raised the long knife in his hand and gently approached the bearded face of the dwarf king. Read more fictionzone.net. Infinite gems want to play perfectly, and ultimately they need to rely on infinite gloves. And the dwarf kingdom, which has the craftsmanship and ability to make infinite gloves, naturally attracted the attention of Thanos. Have you seen this hourglass? Whenever this hourglass walks in the middle, I will kill a group of your people until all of you are killed or until you agree. Seeing the dwarf king staring at himself without saying a word, Deathblade didn't care. He took out a funnel the size of a little thumb from his arms and then gently placed it in front of the dwarf king. Such a funnel can almost complete a round trip in the blink of an eye. Then you came here with our consent. Another cold voice sounded. Not far away, a dazzling beam of light connects to the sky. Hela walked out of it gloomily. Behind Hela is the huge Fenrir and a whole army of undead slowly released. Nidavellir, as one of the 9 divine realms belonging to Asgard, also means belonging to the Supreme, belonging to the Utopian Alliance. At the end, Hela paused. It took her a lot of effort to remember the Utopian Alliance that Su Chen once mentioned in her mind. You are really brave enough to hurt people who belong to us. Hela's face was frosty and her hair slowly deformed into countless sharp spikes. This means that Hela has entered a state of combat. The one who hurt you? What are you guys? Seeing the 2 black long swords popping up in Hela's hands in front of him, Deathblade smiled disapprovingly and also raised the long swords in his hands. As the most fierce among the 5 generals of Thanos, Deathblade thinks that he does not belong to anyone. It's just right. Sooner or later I will kill you and get your gems. Let me teach you a little lesson. Looking at the desperate legion ready to go behind the Hela mountain, Deadblade narrowed his eyes. Although he is a little unfamiliar with the term Asgard, he faces the Utopia Alliance and Su Chen. Deathblade is so familiar. This is a name that my own grown-up will pronounce every day. Give the head of Su Chen this one to an adult and the adult will be very happy. A cruel smile appeared on Deathblade's face. Behind him, another legion also gathered silently. However, the 2 armies did not launch an offensive. Soldiers against soldiers, kings against kings. As if following a natural agreement, Hela and General Deadblade slowly stepped forward, staring at each other. Before the real war begins, there will be a battle between generals and generals. Boom, nothing fancy. The 2 black long swords that Hela wielded directly confronted General Deadblade's long sword. A huge roar sounded in the middle of the 2 people. The shock wave immediately overturned the surrounding furnaces and tools, tearing open red holes in the ground. In order to build stronger weapons, the dwarves are pursuing higher temperatures and more reliable heat sources. The sun in the sky, the magma in the ground, and even the hot energy in the universe. They are all in use. Once the heat is destroyed, it will have great lethality. It was already flooded with high-temperature air, and it suddenly produced a burnt smell. In an instant, Hela and Dead Blade, Good King, fought together. Death Blade is slightly similar to Hela. Its soul is not in its own body but in the long knife in its own hands. The long sword does not die, the dead does not die. As long as this long sword is still there, even if his body is destroyed, he can still be resurrected in an instant. This is the same as that of Asgard and Hela. It's just the Dead Blade whose soul inhabits the weapon. It is obvious that it has a stronger individual offensive than Hela. It was a sharp attack that broke the face with a point. Dozens of people came back and forth, and Hela's body had been torn out several obvious wounds. The torn clothes made Hela look a little embarrassed. On the contrary, General Dead Blade was more calm and relaxed. The daughter of Odin is nothing more than that. Deathblade still maintained the cruel smile before. Even if it was thousands of years ago, they still knew about Hela's rumors. With a clear sound, the long sword in Hela's hand broke again, and the surrounding area of Hela is densely covered with fragments of countless long swords. After all, it's not in Asgard. The ability to recover is too slow. Hela looked at the healing wound on her body and gritted her teeth gently. After all, this is the country of dwarves, not Asgard. Although with the help of Rainbow Bridge, the energy transferred from Asgard is far lower than the efficiency in Asgard. Not only the ability of self-healing is greatly reduced, but also his own attacks are too bad. On the contrary, General Deadblade was more calm and relaxed, and the long sword in his hand was even more glorious. Behind him, the legion slowly approached as if waiting for Hela's defeat at any time they attacked. At this moment, among the undead army, a dazzling light suddenly appeared again. When the light dissipated, the undead army suddenly had a commotion. Then all the undead in the legion disperse automatically, revealing Su Chen among them. Why was Beaten so embarrassed again? Su Chen walked slowly in front of Hela and looked at Hela, who was in tattered clothes. A funny look flashed in his eyes. So far, Hela has experienced 3 battles. Except for the fateful victory against the frost giant, the remaining 2 battles were all defeated in a mess. Is this really the goddess of invincibility? This time is an accident. Hela glanced viciously at the death blade opposite. This guy is a little weird, and he feels a bit like me, but I don't know where the power he relies on comes from, and the long knife in his hand is really too sharp. Having said that, Hela was a little discouraged. That indestructible long knife can easily split the black long sword that you have incarnate. It breaks when touched and collapses when touched. In the long run, it is also a thing that is very damaging to self-esteem. I see. Su Chen nodded softly. Su Chen. When Su Chen appeared, General Deadblade also narrowed his eyes. The enemy of their master. It happens to be this time for the master to check the details of this guy. Maybe if you can kill this guy directly, it will be a great achievement. Thinking of this, Deadblade gripped the long knife in his hand tightly. The killing intent came out. Even if you don't fight this time, it will still be a life-and-death situation next time. What's more, this little guy doesn't look good. Read more fictionzone.net. Looking at the plain Su Chen, not even Hela's momentum, Deathblade thought of it in his heart. In addition to Deathblade, the dwarf king next to him also looked at Su Chen with a complicated expression. Hela comes, so it means that Odin no longer exists, and I'm afraid Thor and Loki are also bad luck, but it should be Hela as the master of Asgard. Does it seem to be this child now? The heart of the dwarf king has become a tweet. Even if Hela is the master of Asgard, although the dwarf king is unhappy, he still has the blood of Asgard's realm. But now it seems that this man with obvious Atrium blood has become the king of Asgard. It's weird. Take your life. With the same attacking technique as before, the man in black suddenly stepped forward, and the long knife in his hand pointed directly at Su Chen's eyebrows. The sharp blade light came out even more, shining with a faint black light. Not only the purest physical attack, the long knife that breathes to one's soul also possesses the ability to deter the soul. Use the long sword. Seeing the death blade that came to kill him, Su Chen spoke softly. Helaton felt a lightness in his hands. Looking down, I don't know when the broken sword has reached Su Chen's hands. The same black light flashed. Stabbed, an arm flew high in an instant and then blood spewed out even more. On that arm he also held a long black light knife. Facing the surging death blade, Su Chen just tossed it casually. The half of the sword body spun frantically in an instant and flew towards death blade with a terrifying buzzing sound. It was like a harvester harvesting life, and it had already brushed past Deathblade before it could react. Cut off Deathblade's arm easily, so fast. The look of disdain in Deathblade's eyes instantly became solemn. Although the arm regenerates quickly, the Deathblade has quickly retreated, looking at Su Chen from a distance. Sure enough, people who can become the enemy of the master are not so easy to deal with. Deadblade swallowed subconsciously. He didn't react to the attack just now. But at least I figured out a part of this guy's power standards. At least this time it is excusable not to bring the Dwarf King back, and I must not be punished by the Lord. Thoughts flashed quickly in Deathblade's mind. The unrivaled rotating flying sword has already made Deadblade's heart retreat. But when the Deadblade, thinking about how to retreat, saw Su Chen's next move, it instantly solidified. Do not. Deathblade suddenly exclaimed. Just as Deathblade retreated quickly, Su Chen had picked up the long knife that was shining with black light from the ground and looked at it carefully. Deathblade suddenly broke his nerves. He understands what Su Chen wants to do. It's a good knife, isn't it? Su Chen looked at the trembling long knife and made a sound. But at the next moment, Su Chen stretched out his hand and gently held the long knife. Click. Click. When Su Chen discovered that the long knife that had been hacked had its own soul deterrent, he had already understood in his heart a 778. The breaking power from the atomic level was transmitted to every part of this long knife in an instant. In the end, his entire body was like this long knife, turning into pieces after another. In the distance, he almost fell into a crazy death blade and rushed towards Su Chen desperately. What a legend! It's just a pity that such a good weapon has been tainted by a dirty soul. It is not clean anymore. Then Su Chen's fingers holding the long knife shook slightly, and the long knife instantly shattered into pieces. The death blade instantly stiffened in place. As for Su Chen, with his hands on his back, he looked calmly at the legion that came with General Deadblade. The original long knife was suddenly cracked. And the purpose of the flying sword that was thrown out was even more directly at this long sword. Then Su Chen sighed softly. Huh. General Deadblade opened his mouth wide, but he could only make a meaningless noise upon hearing Su Chen's words. The undead legion became agitated. A raging soldier and a raging nest. Although the object of their allegiance will always be Hela, what Hela almost retreated just now was still quite a morale blow. But now the master served by his own master is so domineering. The morale of the undead legion burst instantly. I will give them exactly the same fate as this general. The wounds on Hela next to him have all healed, and even the damaged clothes have all been repaired. Two black long swords full of spikes appeared in his hands again. In addition to the morale boosted by the legion of undead, Hela also needs to use blood to wash off what was just now unhappy. Go and do what you do best. Su Chen nodded gently. Kill. Although it cannot be spoken, an invisible wave of consciousness has spread rapidly in the undead legion coming. As for Su Chen, he came to the front of the Dwarf King. The Dwarf King desperately raised his head and looked at the current king of Asgard. Bass, a silver light flashed and the rope on the Dwarf King was cut instantly. I think you should understand the purpose of the shattered guy who came here just now. Su Chen's eyes were clear, looking at the Dwarf King who was a bit shorter than himself. Yes, I understand very well. Looking at the corpse of the dwarf next to him, the Dwarf King nodded bitterly. Although Hela and the others came very fast, but before Hela and the others arrived, some of the dwarves had been slaughtered by Deathblade. This is a demonstration and a catharsis. Everybody is innocent and Bai is guilty. You have this kind of technology, but you don't have the power to protect it. Su Chen nodded softly. Asgard is the same. They have advanced technology and rune magic power, but they can't protect it. Su Chen's tone suddenly became tough, so Altitude chose to surrender to you. The Dwarf King nodded, suddenly knowing in his heart. This is fundamentally different from the Hela he imagined to regain his throne. This is no longer a bloodline battle, but it is the destruction of Asgard by another powerful force, and Hela has become their slave. The Dwarf King was immediately horrified. Is it stronger than Asgard? I don't think I need to say anything more. Make your choice, at least I will not harm the innocent, and if you belong to the Utopia Alliance in the future, no one dares to hurt you. Read more fictionzone.net. A cold color appeared on Su Chen's face. Although the Dwarven Kingdom had not sworn allegiance before, but Su Chen had already regarded the 9 gods as his own thing, this time the arrival of Thanos' army has made Su Chen unhappy. There will be a battle with this guy sooner or later, and now I decide to make the methods more cruel. After the Dwarf King heard what Su Chen said, the hesitation on his face only lasted for a while. Back then, I took an oath to surrender to Odin, and now I think about it, it seems that the reason for surrender in the first place is not so glorious. The Dwarf King suddenly smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly, and then looked at Su Chen in front of him and knelt to the ground gently. I, the King of Nidavel, the King of Casting, swear that I will lead all my people to Su Chen. The Dwarf King's beard loosened, and then said in an unusually firm tone, I hope you won't let us down. After doing all this, he stood up again and looked at Su Chen in front of him. I have never disappointed anyone in Utopia. Su Chen suddenly smiled. The tone is extremely confident. I think that person needs infinite gloves, so adults, you may also need them, but besides this, I have another thing to cast for you to show our loyalty. As for the bearded Dwarf King, scratching his head desperately, he said to Su Chen, this is just a routine. Every king and dwarf who deserves allegiance must send one of the most powerful artifacts. Although the eternal spear in Odin's hands was not very strong in Su Chen's eyes, it is true. The spear of eternity you cast back then has been destroyed by me. I hope that the artifact you made for me will be stronger. Su Chen's words made the Dwarf King open his mouth in an instant. Destroyed. That's... The Dwarf King squirmed his mouth and suddenly felt that his mouth was a little dry. That is the eternal spear made of ulu metal. This time, apart from ulu metal, other materials must be used to make a stronger one. It is absolutely impossible to say that it is destroyed like the spear of eternity. Suddenly the Dwarf King made up his mind in his heart. It is certainly a heartache that one's own work is damaged. But this also shows that it is unqualified on the other hand. If you fail to pass, you have to improve and you have to become stronger. The dwarf Wang Su utterly ignored Su Chen, who was still standing in front of him. He had already reached out his hand and took out the drawing, ready to redesign. Ulu metal must be used again, but besides that, I think you will use that part of the treasured world tree materials. The artifact must be the best and strongest. Su Chen looked at the Dwarf King, who had fallen into a working state, and did not interrupt but left quietly. If nothing else, in the future, all high-end weapons on the earth should be contracted by dwarves. I can't find a better weapon maker than them. Seeing Hela, who had already started cleaning the battlefield, Su Chen sighed. That's natural. As far as I know, most of the most powerful weapons are made by dwarves. They can even use stars as a melting pot to make weapons. The other 4 generals all arrived, but there was a trace of sadness on their faces. The dwarf nation's affairs will be put aside temporarily and the space battleship Temple 2 will be activated. Shan. Hearing here, Thanos took a deep breath. Thanos, sitting on the stone throne, quietly opened his mouth and the air solidified like milk. Finally spit it out heavily. Master, we have found the news of the soul gem. A few happy and sad, the undead army cleaned the battlefield here, and the cleaning was full of joy, while the atmosphere on the other side was depressing. The armrest of the throne was suddenly crushed by Thanos. Click. At this moment a trembling voice suddenly came. Call. Then there is no need for that dwarf kingdom to exist. As if feeling the depressive atmosphere around, the soldiers who came to report trembled. Did Deathblade fail? You can't even come back alive. And slowly anger, the group of dwarf experts put forward some objections to our production line and then improved the production line. In the production base of the Earth Utopia, the production supervisor is reporting to the White Queen Emma. Despite what he said, there was no unpleasant expression on the face of this production supervisor. On the contrary, there is just endless exclamation. In the sesame seed production line that we just added, they improved the new production process. They merged ulu metal and vibrating gold into it to form a new alloy and started casting runes on it. Now we almost unable to detect the peak attack of the new generation of Sentry. The production director was almost incoherent with excitement. With the removal of SHIELD and the start of the emerging interstellar project, Sentry robots not only continued to produce but also expanded the scale of production. But it's not just about expanding the scale of production. As expected by Su Chen, the Dwarf King also sent other dwarves to the Earth for guidance during the process of making the artifact. This guidance has led to big things. The Sentry robot, which used vibrating as its core raw material, has been upgraded again. In addition to vibrating gold, the addition of ulu metal coupled with the best mix ratio forms a super alloy. Not only strengthens the hardness but also strengthens the resonance of magic. This also led to rune magic can be directly played out in Sentry's hands. The robots that were truly born for war evolve again, and the peaks produced by the upgraded Sentry robots are almost unpredictable. It is not just an attack on Sentry, but the survivability and adaptability of robots can no longer be thoroughly tested in an environment like the Earth. According to the recommendations of the expert group, if you want to measure the limit value of the Sentry robot, it may be placed on the real cosmic battlefield. The production chief reported truthfully. When this result came out, everyone took a breath. The upgraded Sentry robot already has the ability to fight in the universe. Again, this is exactly why he came here. He was kicked over by experts, including those dwarves. Now they can't come up with a better venue to test Sentry's limit value, so they thought of the idea of using war to test. Well, this is indeed a problem, but I think as long as the Supreme looks deeper in the future, then there will be no less chances for this. When the White Queen heard this, a smile appeared on her face, and at the same time she nodded and agreed. On the near-Earth side of the Earth, the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, read more fictionzone.net. Eric Schawig breathed heavily and quickly spliced one astronomical telescope one after another. According to my calculations and some of the metaphysical data provided, the landscape of the 9 celestial bodies, which are rare in thousands of years, will soon come together. As an astronomer, I am always obsessed with the rare spectacles that occur in the universe. Recently, Eric was even more calculated through calculations, and soon there will be a very rare spectacle. The 9 celestial bodies will be juxtaposed in a line, according to ancient asterisk. They are called 9 stars with the same pearl. Be sure to record this rare scene in the world. Eric's face couldn't help showing a look of intoxication. For an astronomer, there is nothing happier than recording this kind of special scene. After all, the life of an astronomer is always limited, and the time span of these spectacles may be hundreds or even thousands of years. Thanks to Supreme for allowing the headquarters to be built outside the atmosphere so that we can better observe this strange sight. While walking into the astronomical telescope, Eric also did not praise Su Chen from the bottom of his heart. For others, the headquarters is established here just to better take care of all things on the Earth and reach it as quickly as possible. But for astronomer Eric, it is completely different. Since it can be built outside the atmosphere, it means that the scene of the universe can be seen more intuitively. This is also the reason why he has to stay at the headquarters desperately. Soon at this speed, in a few hours, this strange and magnificent landscape will happen. Eric took a deep breath, then looked at his precise watch and roughly calculated the time. It's just that Eric didn't notice that some small black spots suddenly appeared in the astronomical telescopes that have been assembled now. The direction of the astronomical telescope is now set to be next to Jiuxing Lianju. It is also a shadow area that cannot be reached by light, and at this time in these shadow areas something strange and unknown is happening. In the universe, this shadow area that light cannot reach is an absolute darkness. At this time, this piece of darkness seemed to have life, and one spacecraft after another sailed quietly out of this piece of darkness. It is also pitch black all over with a faint red light gleaming on it, ship after ship. There was no sound, as if they were born into the darkness. Densely packed spaceships appeared one after another from the darkness, quietly lining up to the side. These small spaceships, thick and thin at the bottom, are extremely sharp at the bottom, like a long knife hanging upside down. Obviously, they are just some spaceships for flying, but I don't know why I can feel a bloody breath when I see their appearance. After flying out a large enough number of small spaceships, the whole area of darkness suddenly moved. A huge spaceship that could almost encompass the entire shadow area slowly escaped the darkness and appeared in the universe. How many years have we finally come back? Locate the fluctuations of ether particles, look for ether particles. Discover the wave of etheric particles. In the atrium, one after another, as if a whispering voice sounded in this huge interstellar main ship. Very well, then go there, the glory of our dark elves is coming soon. It was finally no longer the same whisper-like voice before, and an extremely rough voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, all the small spaceships seemed to have received orders, and they began to flood into the spaceships. The purpose of their priority is to detect the outside situation and prevent unknown dangers in advance. Now their task has been completed, and the entire huge spaceship, after receiving all the small spaceships, slowly turned to face the endlessly far-away Earth. The 9 celestial bodies are about to be connected together. We are running out of time. This is the interior of a huge spaceship, and a pair of red eyes slowly opened. I have felt the power of ether particles. Maelski slowly stood up from his seat, opened his hands as if feeling sensitive. One of the 9 realms, Wanaheim, used to be where they lived. As a family of dark elves, there is their dark world. So long, long ago, they had already had a great idea. They wanted to use a dark substance called ether particles to plunge the entire universe into darkness. Obviously, it did not succeed. Odin discovered all this and reached out to stop it. They expelled the dark elves and almost extinct them, and the etheric particles believed to be the supreme existence by the dark elves were also taken away. In order to save one's own power and also in order to make one's own race resuscitate in the dark. After the etheric particles were taken away, Maelski led his people into a deep sleep. In this long sleep of 12, they can gradually regain their strength while recharging their energy and preparing for the next better opportunity. Between half asleep and half awake without knowing it, 5,000 years have passed. And the 9 celestial bodies will be on the same line, and the dark elves' power has reached its peak. Similarly, Maelski has faintly felt the call of the ether particles that had been taken away, right in the atrium. Although I don't know the reason, I can hardly feel Odin's existence now, which is a good thing. Sitting inside the spaceship with almost no light, Maelski showed a satisfied smile on his face. Not only did he feel the breath of the etheric particles, but Odin's breath was already insignificant and even ceased to exist. No matter what happened to Odin, it was a great thing for the dark elves. Moreover, they are too arrogant and put the etheric particles in the atrium. Maelski continued to smile like that on his face. When they were asleep, the earth was still the most backward place in the 9 gods at that time. Although a full 5,000 years have passed, in Maelski's view, the Earth is unlikely to undergo much change. Wanting to get back the ether particles is simply a breeze. As long as Odin is not the biggest obstacle, I would like to see who else can stop me. A bright red light flashed in Maelski's eyes. The entire spacecraft accelerated instantly. Go straight in the direction of the Earth. Read more fictionzone.net. Earth, I am coming. There was already a cruel smile on the backshot's face. For Maelski, the Earth is nothing but an unarmed weak. Now the Dark Elf spacecraft is still quite far away from the Earth. But with the full power output of the spacecraft, the distance between the Dark Elf and the Earth is rapidly getting closer. Maybe when we descend on the Earth, that group of ignorant people on Earth will think that they have seen the true gods. I am afraid that they will never see them in their lives as powerful existences as we are. Seeing that it has gradually appeared in the field of vision, and is full of joy in the continuously magnified Earth Maelski's heart. The former Asgardians were called gods in the legends of the Earth. So if the current self allows the entire 9 kingdoms to enter the darkness after a few years, will they call the survivors on Earth a creation god? Maelski's mind was also full of imagination. Only when Maelski was still climaxing in his brain, the Heavenly Sword Bureau also discovered this strangely shaped space master ship. A spaceship was discovered. There is no record in the database. It is approaching the Earth at high speed. According to time calculations, the spacecraft will reach Earth in 26 minutes. A command signal has been sent to the other party. asking the other party to stop the action and accept the inspection. But the other party has not responded. Detecting a thermal response on the opponent's spacecraft can be suspected of turning on an attack switch. The headquarters of the Tianjian Bureau had already been surrounded by police lights. Eric, who had a pale face, watched countless people running around looking in a hurry. Originally intending to appreciate the 1,000-year-old spectacle that could only be encountered in 5,000 years, when he saw the astronomical telescope, he unexpectedly discovered the spaceship coming towards the front. Eric quickly reported this situation and it attracted the attention of the headquarters within a short period of time. It is not surprising to be able to detect the spacecraft, but if the direction of the spacecraft is always towards the Earth, it will be very intriguing. As soon as the trace of the Earth appeared in Maelsky's eyes, the Sky Sword Bureau also completed the observation of the spaceship. As the Commander-in-Chief Captain Marvel, standing in front of one huge screen after another, his brows furrowed. I have never seen a spaceship in this shape. Captain Marvel looked at the uniquely shaped spaceship and shook his head gently. But looking at this menacing look, I'm afraid it's not a good kind. But looking at the spaceship that was silent but rushed from a distance with boundless evil spirit, Captain Marvel also vaguely realized that something was wrong. But it's okay, the space battleships produced in the interstellar dock have not been used once and it's time for them to work. Looking at the huge space warship in front of him and the various warships of different shapes but the same color behind it, a smile suddenly appeared on Captain Marvel's face. Notify the fleets and prepare to start combat. As Captain Marvel gave orders, he had already arrived at the exit of the headquarters. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an unreasonable spaceship, this time I have to shoot it myself. Seeing Su Chen drifting towards him slowly, Captain Marvel hurriedly straightened his body. I am afraid that the opposing force is not good and I have never encountered their looks, so it is better to be careful. Captain Marvel shrugged his shoulders. The people in the atrium also have their own spaceship. It's incredible. As soon as Captain Marvel flew out of the headquarters, he heard a sound from his side. Although Su Chen was not notified of the incident in time, Su Chen, who had been at home on the Earth, also sensed the activation of the battleship in the interstellar dock. They only discovered now, in the face of such an enemy, the dual star mode was activated. Isn't it a little overkill? There was the Sentry incident before. Let Captain Marvel act a little more cautiously on weekdays. Maelsky was slightly surprised. The flickering energy began to pour into Captain Marvel's body, and Captain Marvel once again turned on his double star mode. But it doesn't matter, even if they have a spaceship, what they can do, I am afraid they are just mastering some fur and crushing the past. Let them understand the power of the Dark Elves. I was idle on the Earth and suddenly I saw all the fleets started and I was curious. I want to see who is coming and I need to use such great etiquette to greet me. Supreme. Su Chen smiled. When it was about to approach the Earth, the Dark Elf also discovered the existence of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Above the Earth, the interstellar dock, which was originally underground or on the ground, gradually opened its own channel. One spacecraft after another ejected from it. The number is no less than that of the spaceships among Maersk's starships. Immediately afterwards, all the spaceships turned their directions and headed straight toward the direction where the Dark Elf was. Captain Marvel also turned into a streamer, rushing towards the Dark Elf. This kind of battle Captain Marvel is no stranger. On the contrary, Captain Marvel is very good at it. Faster than other spaceships, Captain Marvel rushed into the Dark Elf fleet first. Captain Marvel in the double star state only needs to charge forward. There is no protective layer of any warship that can withstand Captain Marvel's attack. Seeing this, Su Chen also smiled slightly, gradually emitting a hot white light on his body. The body of energy particles is released again. However, Su Chen did not fly towards each other like Captain Marvel, but in Su Chen's eyes the white light became stronger. Laugh, a white light flashed by as if a laser had been shot, passing by a spaceship easily. And the spaceship hadn't reacted yet, it had already been cut into the air. Boom! The fragments of the explosion even affected the surrounding spacecraft. Then Su Chen just changed his sight slightly. The laser with terrifying temperature shot out from Su Chen's eyes again, and behind Su Chen the spaceships of the Earth, large and small, have finally arrived. Looking at the dark elf spaceships flashing from left to right, the spaceships of the Earth fleet began to slowly surround them. And it is the improved version of the Sentry robot that stood up swayingly on these ships. No, when did this group of Atrium people possess such a terrifying weapon? Among the spaceships, Maelski has stood up and roared, "Incredible! Are you kidding me?" Two people took 1/3 of the battle group. Immediately afterwards, there was an approaching battle group no less than his own. When has the Atrium already possessed such terrifying military strength? The two people are also weird. The power in them is no less than the Asgardians back then. Seeing Captain Marvel, who was launching a shock frantically around him, a trace of panic flashed in Maelski's eyes. Looking at Su Chen and Captain Marvel now, Maelski vaguely thought of Odin, the culprit of his failure. In both of them, Maelski vaguely saw the shadow of Odin once. That is a shadow of failure. This caused a trace of panic in Maelski's eyes. Read more fictionzone.net. Spray a small spaceship, target the seal of ether particles. Maelski gritted his teeth and made such a decision. If this kind of battle continues to stand in a stalemate, it will only become more unfavorable to oneself. Then there is only wealth and wealth insurance to ask for. As long as I can get the ether particles, even if they have too many numbers, they can't be my opponent. Maelski also got into one of the small ships. In an instant, it seemed as if the peaks came out of the cage. A large number of small spaceships spurted out under this huge main ship. Some of these spacecraft have just appeared. They have been directly blown up by the Earth spacecraft that are ready to go. But they did not stop at all and went straight to the Earth. Their mission is exactly that. Because of the influence of the 9 celestial bodies connected in a line, some of the energy changes on the Earth are already quite weird. I have every reason to suspect that the other party's purpose is there. At the headquarters, Eric had already arrived in the control room and spoke loudly to the other commanders. There are some weird energy fluctuations on the Earth which surprised Eric, but he did not associate this with the arrival of the alien fleet. Eric reacted when he knew that this group of aliens were desperately moving in that direction. Just waited for this news to tell Captain Marvel it was already a bit late. A large number of small spaceships sprayed out, most of which have been wiped out in the process of advancing. However, there are still a few fish that have slipped through the net, which seems to be desperately protecting one of the small spacecraft from breaking through the defensive circle of the Earth fleet. Now they are desperately moving towards the British Isles. They seem to be looking for something. At this time, Captain Marvel just received the message, but the remaining small spacecraft has come to the sky above the British island and plunged into it at the same time. Obviously, there was nothing in the sky, but when these small spaceships descended rapidly, a strange air wave suddenly appeared in the sky. Then these small spaceships disappeared in these fluctuations. This allowed the follow-up to get news, and the Earth fleet that came quickly looked at each other. Captain Marvel, who came a step late, was also stunned, but looking at the disappearing small spacecraft, Captain Marvel vaguely had a bad premonition. This madness of trying hard to find something is not a good sign. Supreme, you are good at analyzing space. Can you find where they are now? Thinking of this, Captain Marvel hurriedly contacted Su Chen, who was still far away. It's just that at the next moment, even Captain Marvel, who doesn't know much about space, also feels the arrival of an almost explosive space energy. Darkness slowly emerged from the midair. Maelski stayed in the air and appeared in front of everyone slowly. It's just that the current Maelski is different from the past. Wandering around him were ether particles that looked hard, soft, illusory, and real. Finally, I finally got you. Feeling the infinitely increasing power in his body, Maelski gently closed his eyes as if enjoying it. The energy is strengthened, and the etheric particles are resonating slightly with their own blood. This is indeed a sacred object of the Dark Elves. Immediately after facing the surrounding Earth fleet, Maelski suddenly raised his hands. She covered her chest subconsciously. At the moment when Su Chen just appeared, Maelski's face suddenly became a little sordid. The etheric particles on the body seemed to circulate more quickly. Feeling his own different power from the past, Maelski laughed loudly. Su Chen, who was dealing with the remaining dark elves in the universe, suddenly frowned. The next moment, Su Chen appeared over the British island and looked at each other with Maelski. Any defense under this dark red torrent without any good Wang Zhao resistance was instantly disintegrated and destroyed. But for the spaceships of the Earth fleet and sentry robots, it was a near-destructive blow. I feel a trace of the power of reality being rewritten. Maelski is refreshed now, sweeping away the decadence of the space war just now. Without any business, the dark red torrent suddenly spewed out silently. Now I am omnipotent, even if you are stronger, what can you do? Including a new generation of sentry robots loaded with rune magic. The 9 kingdoms all belong to the Dark Elves. There was a fanatic light in Maelski's eyes. Ha 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 ha. Etherium. Seeing the dark red trickle flowing in the opponent's hands, Su Chen suddenly came up with this term in his mind. Both in Asgard or in Sorcerer Supreme's records there are very clear descriptions. It's just that the two are not the same. The holy thing of the Dark Elves trying to use it to plunge the entire 9 kingdoms into eternal darkness. The gem of reality in a special form can rewrite reality. The different descriptions of this substance by the two organizations made Su Chen chuckle. It seems that this group of Dark Elves regard it as a treasure, but they don't know how to use this treasure. Looking at the damaged spacecraft and sentry robots around, Su Chen could vaguely see traces of energy jet destruction on them. It's ridiculous. Obviously it is an anti-aircraft gun. They only hit people with their gun barrels. Now Maelski was shaking all over. When Su Chen appeared, Maelski suddenly felt a palpitating heart. Is it an illusion? How could I be afraid of immortal? Maelski was a little strange. No, how is this possible? This is not an illusion. But then Maelski's face changed drastically. He found the source of the palpitations. At the moment Su Chen arrived, the movement of the ether particles suddenly accelerated, not out of attack or defense but desire. The etheric particles are eager to plunge into the arms of the person in front of you. This feeling instantly changed Maelski's face. How could the ignorant Maelski know that the mortal he despised could already achieve similar abilities to etheric particles? This rare and same ability attracts ether particles more than the blood of the Dark Elf. No, no, you belong to me, you belong to the Dark Elf. Maelski's eyes were red, and he forcibly suppressed this wave of etheric particles. I'm going to kill you. When Maelski raised his head again, the look in Su Chen's eyes had changed. This guy can actually attract etheric particles, this person cannot stay. Su Chen, who was looking at Maelski in the distance, suddenly felt that his surroundings had changed. The originally bright sky suddenly turned blood red and the British islands below were no longer in ruins. Countless sentry robots and spaceships are in the ruins, occasionally exploding 1 or 2 sparks. Among the ruins, corpses were everywhere. Su Chen's eyes suddenly widened when he saw 2 of them. Boom. At that moment a huge torrent rushed towards Su Chen and swallowed Su Chen. Ha ha, ha, damn it now, right? Maelski took a deep breath and forcibly resisted the discomfort of the restlessness of the etheric particles. It was the moment when Maelski acted on Su Chen. Maelski instantly pulled Su Chen into the illusion made by etheric particles. Immediately afterwards, Maelski exploded with the strongest force he could erupt. Go straight to Su Chen. The energy flowing arbitrarily before can destroy the surrounding spacecraft, and there is only one person in front of you. Read more fictionzone.net. Should have died long ago. Maelski smiled triumphantly. Once this person who can cause the etheric particles to produce abnormal movements dies, there will be nothing to threaten the Dark Elves. And now is the time when the 9 celestial bodies are on the same line. Maelski raised his head and watched as he gradually entered the dim earth. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. My body seemed to flutter suddenly. It was almost a feeling of excitement and weakness. Maelski looked down at his arm subconsciously. How is this going? Maelski looked at the dimming etheric particles in his body. Icanthus cracked. The huge torrent that hit Su Chen before has also become looming. And Su Chen still stood there, intact, and there is faint red light circulating on Su Chen's body. How can this be? Maelski suddenly took a breath. The power of reality is not so used. Su Chen looked frosty. At the same time, step forward slowly. Su Chen raised his hand gently and the red light in the body immediately gathered in Su Chen's hand obediently, winding around in Su Chen's hands. Maelski's eyes almost stared out. The flashing red light is just a little bit or even less than 10% of the ether particles. But no matter how much it is incredible to appear in Su Chen's hands, the jet of energy, the control of the illusion. Hey. Su Chen's face covered with frost suddenly showed a disdainful expression. That's it. Su Chen shook his head gently. No matter how long the dark elves have possessed ether particles, they will not be better than Su Chen, a master who manipulates reality. Owning treasures and not knowing how to use them, a little bit of initial power has already made you so excited, it's really sad. Looking at Maelski, who was gradually showing a look of fear, Su Chen snorted coldly. For others, such an illusion may be shocking enough, but in Su Chen's view, such an illusion is simply full of loopholes. But in such an illusion full of loopholes, the content inside still makes Su Chen particularly angry. The remains of the corpse on the ground are faintly the people of the utopian alliance that Su Chen is familiar with. This undoubtedly hit Su Chen's deepest taboo, court death. The boundless anger suddenly broke out on Su Chen's body. And this is exactly when Su Chen was hit by the etheric particle head-on. Anger, it is a strong emotion. It is also the best adhesive. Feeling the intrusion of real forces, Su Chen subconsciously wanted to resist, but some accidentally discovered that the etheric particles did not cause any harm to him. As if one drop of water enters another drop of water. The power that can rewrite reality is a terrifying weapon, but Maelski did not use a weapon to kill Su Chen but directly threw this weapon over. Very nice. When Maelski reacted incorrectly, Su Chen also had a part of ether particles in his body. This discovery immediately broke Maelski's heart. Die to me, die to me. Maelski still wants to resist. The ether particles in Su Chen's left hand were slammed on Maelski's face by Su Chen. Maelski, who was still far away, was pinched by Su Chen directly, pulled out of every cell, every thought abruptly. It's like pulling a bone out of cramps. The power of reality is not so used. Su Chen's face sank like water, and the etheric particles in his hand were like Su Chen's killing intent, and the light was brilliant. Su Chen stretched out his right hand and inserted it into the endless void instantly. Ah! Even the suppressed ether particles were released again, showing a greater desire for Su Chen. Maelski's neck suddenly tightened. I was a little surprised to find that the etheric particles did not respond. It's just that before he gets close to Su Chen, he has already disappeared, immediately after Su Chen pulled hard. Almost crazy, Maelski suddenly turned various weapons in his hands and threw it at Su Chen desperately. The ether particles that have just been stripped out are the reality gems. I couldn't wait to get into Su Chen's body in an instant. The call from the same origin far exceeds the call of the dark elf blood. It was the moment when the soul gem entered Su Chen's body. Su Chen felt light all over. Lingtai Kingaming instantly. The refreshing feeling as if Dago's empowerment diffused from Su Chen's head. Su Chen's power to change reality has been infinitely close to reality gems. It is not too much to describe Su Chen as a gem of conscious reality. As a complete gem, I have a weak sense of every part of myself. This is why the dark elves can always sense the existence of ether particles, because there is still a fragment of ether particles in their tribe. It is precisely because of the existence of this fragment that no one has ever noticed that they can always firmly pursue the direction of the etheric particles, because the body and this fragment are attracted to each other. After encountering Su Chen, this kind of attraction immediately acts between the gem and Su Chen. Su Chen's fusion has been smoother than ever before, and the fit even exceeds the previous two gems. No matter when Su Chen masters space gems or spiritual gems, he has never felt like this before. As if the soul gem no longer exists, it has become a part of one's own body. It was a wonderful feeling of incomparably joyful fusion. Control the reality plus 1000. Control the reality plus 1000. What Su Chen didn't notice was that in the depths of Su Chen's consciousness, such prompts started to pop up continuously. The prompts are always appearing endlessly, as if there is never an end. Until the end, master the reality max. With a sound like an egg cracking, Su Chen finally recovered from his ethereal state. Su Chen, who had just returned to his senses, noticed that a piece of fly ash in front of him was passing away. The poor and pathetic Maelski followed the gems of reality and tried to change the environment of the Nine Kingdoms with gems of reality. But what I did in the end was just to send the real gems to Su Chen. This distance can't even be counted as express delivery, at best it can only be regarded as a takeaway. The saddest thing is that when the real gems were stripped abruptly by Su Chen, it was not just the real gems that were taken away. Thanks to the blood of the Dark Elves, the fusion of reality gems and Malski is a fusion that starts from the very origin of life. Read more fictionzone.net. It was a double fusion from the depths of the genes and the depths of the soul. Since then, the whole person and the gems of reality are completely integrated. This is great news for a race that can possess realistic gems, but it has turned into a huge disaster here. The soul and genes attached to the separated reality gems were abruptly cut off by Su Chen. With the departure of the gems of reality, only one piece is left in fragments. Maelski's last words to this world were only the howl like a pig. Other than that, there was no more sound. The whole person disappeared into this world bit by bit. I wanted to completely erase his existence from this world to ease my anger, but now it seems to have met my requirements. Su Chen snorted coldly and looked out of the atmosphere again. If you dare to create an illusion of utopian tragedy, even if Maelski has 10 lives, it is not enough. In the next second, Su Chen has reappeared in the outer space battlefield. The remaining Dark Elves didn't know that their hands had been wiped out. On the contrary, they are now very eagerly awaiting the return of Maelski, who has regained control of the etheric particles to slaughter these hateful enemies. With the current black glasses, you have gathered together to form a defensive circle. Although they are constantly being wiped out, they have at least slowed down the speed of their death. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled softly. Then Su Chen stretched out his right hand and waved lightly. It was originally just rubbing against the air, but it made a sound like a rag wiping glass. As if worried that he was not wiping hard enough, Su Chen wiped it back and forth many times. In fact, it is unnecessary to do this. At the moment Su Chen waved his hand, the Dark Elves before and after Su Chen were wiped clean like dust on the glass. There was no gunpowder, no sparks, and no shouts to kill. Seeking flowers. It just dissipated without a trace. Not even a trace was left. After going back and forth several times, the Dark Elf defensive array that originally looked like a tortoise shell has disappeared without a trace. For Su Chen, reality is just a piece of drawing paper. Now what Su Chen has to do is to gently wipe off the things he doesn't want with an eraser. Feeling that one of them resisted his own wiping, Su Chen slightly frowned. It was a fragment of the spaceship of the main ship, and a feeling of attraction faintly exuded in this fragment. Feeling this obstacle, Su Chen beckoned gently. Ouch! In this fragment there was an instant scream. The battle is over, now reap your spoils. Looking at the remaining corners and the fragments of the Dark Elf spacecraft, Su Chen's heart moved. Since then, the Dark Elves have been completely extinct. With this piece of debris fused, he can even forcibly resist the laser emitted by the Earth fleet. A little undetectable red light entered Su Chen's palm. Seeing this ray of red light flashing in his palm, Su Chen showed a slight smile. A smile appeared on the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Among the fragments of the spaceship, a monster was lying on the ground, and the breath of life in his eyes was rapidly receding. And the one who had produced resistance just now was the strongest warrior of the Dark Elves, Agrim. Rather than disappearing in vain, these things are better off the Utopia Alliance. While increasing the power, it is also devouring the life of the Dark Elf. Su Chen turned his head, looked at the Earth fleet assembled in the rear, and waved his hand. Mountain, do you think you can keep this fragment from being discovered by putting this fragment in your own body? Fragments of incomplete etheric particles can also increase the Dark Elves, but it is a double-edged sword. It's just that now this Dark Elf exuding a terrifying aura, who was stripped of fragments in the same footsteps of Maelski, can only completely disappear in the universe. A large part of the contribution of Agrim to the spaceship's ability to persist until Su Chen's arrival. The Dark Elves who have been destroyed are not left without leaving the Earth. Although caught off guard by the Earth fleet, they still organized an effective counterattack. In addition to the important reason for cursing the warrior, the Dark Elves' technology is also a top priority. The technology of the Dark Elves far surpassed that of several other countries 5,000 years ago. This is why Maelski despised the Atrium in the beginning. In Maelsky's view, the atrium was just uncivilized monkeys 5,000 years ago. A monkey is a monkey. What will happen after 5,000 years? He never expected that these monkeys in his eyes had already jumped up, defeated the god in his heart, and became a new generation of conquerors of the Nine Kingdoms. Some important information in the spacecraft that Su Chen gently stretched out and wiped away was no longer found, but some of these technologies can still be reversed. After all, the technology of the Dark Elves is slightly similar to that of Asgard. Although it is slightly different, after all, there is the help of the dwarf clan known as the Weapon Master. Some technologies were quickly applied again to the spacecraft being repaired. The most important weapon of the Dark Elves has also received unanimous praise from everyone. The unique technology of the Dark Elves is also the strongest conventional attack method, collapse grenade, or to describe it as a black hole grenade, which is more appropriate. Regardless of whether it is in the atmosphere or outside the atmosphere, ignoring the terrain restrictions, a collapsed black hole can be formed in a small area. Whether it is mounted on a spaceship for launch or thrown by human hands, it can get quite good results. Whether it is used for the enemy or for defense, it is simply perfect. This is also the reason why the Dark Elves can survive the fierce attack of the Earth fleet. Although most of the inventory has been damaged 5,000 years ago, they still have a considerable part of the collapsed grenades. It is precisely because of these grenades that they not only defended but also caused some damage to some spacecraft. It also damaged sentry robots, including the use of new alloys and rune magic. Now those zealous scientists finally found the upper limit of the attack that the sentry robot can withstand. At the same time, a dark golden glove was finally sent to the Earth. This is the infinite glove that we built according to the legend. It is extremely strong and can release the power of 6 gems to the greatest possible extent. The Dwarf King personally escorted this glove to Su Chen, with a proud look on his face. This is why they want to force us to do things for them. In the entire universe, only we can create such a perfect work in such a period of time. The beard of the Dwarf King kept shaking, half a little sad, half a little proud. Looking at the entire universe, they are the only ones who can create infinite gloves in such a short period of time. Read more fictionzone.net. Very good. Looking at this glove with dark golden streamer, Su Chen nodded gently. He took this glove from the Dwarf King's hand. The eyes of the Dwarf King suddenly flashed an impatient look. Although Su Chen didn't say it clearly, the Dwarf King knew that Su Chen must have some infinite gems in his hands at this time. Even if there are no 6 gems, the power of just a few is quite exciting. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Su Chen put the glove on his right hand. At the same time, the Mind Scepter and the Universe Rubik's Cube appear one after another. Greek tilde. Accompanied by a sour metal twisting sound, the Scepter of Mind was destroyed by Su Chen and a pale yellow gem was taken out of it. Ding! The gems were then inlaid on the gloves, perfectly fitting. Click, ding. The cube of the universe was also crushed by Su Chen, placing the light blue space gem on the second hole. Then it's you. Su Chen closed his eyes and gently stroked his forehead with his left hand. A red gem appeared in Su Chen's hands. The power of reality gems has completely filled Su Chen's body, and this gem is the realization of reality gems. The breathing of the others around him suddenly became sharp. Ding tilde. As Su Chen felt that the third gem was placed on the glove, accompanied by a clear and sweet sound, Su Chen's aura suddenly became thick and suddenly rose to the sky. The 3 gems on the gloves are equally brilliant. The yellow, blue, and red light gradually extended along the glove to Su Chen's right arm. It was a soft sound, as if it had not stopped. The original slight fluctuations spread infinitely, as if it could tremble the entire single universe. Just like someone plucked the invisible strings of the entire universe, the continuous aftermath reverberated and spread to the entire universe. And in the vast starry sky, a purple figure suddenly raised his head, surprised and angry. Thanos, who got enlightenment from the infinite realm, is the only person in the universe who knows how to fully use infinite gems. And now he also felt this terrifying wave from the infinite gem. Why can he be so fast? Feeling the fluctuation of multiple infinite gems, Thanos' face changed slightly. In the end, Gamora lowered her head and spit out such words. In the end, Gamora raised her head slowly, her eyes blank. Looking at Gamora, who was kneeling on the ground, Thanos' heart flashed with unbearableness. From the moment I saw Thanos again, invisible mental attacks were everywhere. Then he turned his head and saw the figure kneeling on the ground. Go to the planet Vomer. Started to rush towards the new goal quickly. Thanos took a deep breath, trying to suppress the panic that suddenly appeared in his heart. The huge spaceship accelerated suddenly, but still made a tough posture and said to Gamora, who was ailing at this time, "Fortunately, I am about to find my second gem. Now tell me the clues of the soul gem. I have no patience to wait for your silence." The clue to the soul gem is Planet Vomer. An order was quickly issued to the control room. It is quite rare for Gamora to persist until now, and at this time Thanos' words seemed to overwhelm the camel's last straw. And the method of controlling Gamora, Thanos' method, is also quite tough. This tough method is also a huge psychic shock to Gamora, planet Vomer, a planet that has been forgotten by almost everyone, almost abandoned. This day finally welcomed new guests, and the number is huge. The mighty spaceship suddenly appeared in this galaxy, and the huge spaceship headed by it moved directly towards the planet Vomer. Let's go. I think you should also really want to see this infinite gem, otherwise you won't be able to keep looking for this news. Thanos looked at Gamora, who was standing behind him with a pale face, gently swinging his head and saying, "You guys take care of these guys." Then Thanos spoke to several other people. Accompanied by Gamora, were arrested by everyone from the Guardians of the Galaxy, although in Thanos' eyes their skills were not so clever. But in the previous detention, the guy who seemed to be a thief successfully opened the shackles and tried to escape. It's just a pity that they don't understand how tightly guarded the spacecraft is. Because they are not just the Guardians of the Galaxy, but more importantly, they are Gamora's teammates. Thanos 12 clearly sees Gamora's feelings for them. Since there is feeling, it also means that there is a loophole. Gamora persisted until now, but in the end it fell short. He still said the reason for the gem's whereabouts, and part of it also came from the Guardians of the Galaxy. After this failure, the Legion strengthened the supervision of several of them. Although the Obsidian 5th General had gone to one of them, the remaining 4 had all been dispatched to take care of them. Thanos personally led Gamora to the planet Vomer. When they arrived on this barren planet, they found a figure wearing a ragged cloak which seemed to have been waiting for them a long time ago. "I am the guardian of the soul gem." It's actually very simple to get soul gems, you only need to exchange them for equal value. Haha, father, you didn't expect it. It turned out to be such a result. There is no love in your heart at all. Wait, father, why are you crying? No, father, read more fictionzone.net. Boom, with a dull sound, all the dust settled. Below this altar seemed to feel the arrival of the best. A dark yellow gem slowly condensed in the air, floating towards Thanos, who was still slightly teary at the corner of his eyes. "I have paid too much price." Thanos didn't even look at Gamora, who had no signs of life below, and turned his head neatly. But his trembling hand, which held the gem tightly, said it all. It's very simple to get soul gems, just exchange them with the one you love the most. No, you be ****D. Where did Gamora go? Why didn't she come back? When Thanos returned to the spaceship again, Xingju, who was imprisoned in the spacecraft, seemed to suddenly realize something when he saw Thanos returning alone. Only Xingju, who fought back, was knocked out mercilessly by the soldiers next to him and fell to the ground with a normal sound. Go, find a place where you can make infinite gloves. Since that dwarf kingdom has taken refuge in Su Chen, then we need to find a new place. They are not the only ones in the universe who have such craftsmanship. Thanos spoke, and the remaining 4 generals nodded slightly without making a sound. Everyone can clearly feel the slightly depressed atmosphere now. The same was true for Xingju just now, except that he was very nervous, but this time he suddenly became extremely keen and realized what had happened. There is no need for these people to stay, leave them on this planet as well. Then Thanos took a deep breath, suddenly turned and left this spaceship and headed to another spaceship again. Obviously, the current spaceship is not very comfortable in Thanos' heart because of the traces of Gamora's life that still exist on it. After the 4 generals heard Thanos' command, they nodded gently, pushing everyone in the galaxy guards to each other and bringing them to this planet again. Hey, buddy, listen to me. Don't listen to that big purple potato. Believe me, he can't give you much, but I can have a lot of treasure maps here. And one of the bound raccoons jumped up and down desperately next to the fainted Xing Ju, trying to explain all this and gain a chance for himself. But all this is useless. How could the four generals who are loyal to Thanos be moved by these rhetoric? Even if there is something that can impress them, it is definitely not these temptations but absolute force. Boom. A creamy soft light flashed and then an eggshell-like spaceship floated around them. An explosion sounded instantly and the billowing smoke instantly enveloped everyone. Seeing this old man, Wu Muhu's pupils among the four generals shrank instantly. It's weird, why did Igo appear here? After losing her husband, Proxima Darko's temper has not been much better. Seeing someone suddenly disrupt their plan, rage instantly, Ebony Mouth suddenly stretched out his hands and stopped the other two generals. At the end of the ravine, Dark Knight Proxima Star rolled his eyes, already unconscious. They watched as the old man picked up Xing Ju and then took it into the spaceship, and then ignoring the shouts of other members of the Galaxy Guards, then vacated again and disappeared into the universe. Don't act rashly. What happened? Someone attacked. Looking back, Proxima Dark Knight had disappeared, replaced by a long gully, and the owner of this spaceship has already appeared next to the Guardians of the Galaxy. You kid really makes me easy to find. An old man who looked like a jazz looked at Xing Ju, who was still unconscious on the ground, and shook his head gently, then sighed with a sigh. It's just that Proxima Centauri held his weapon in the dark night, and when he took a step forward, the milky white light flashed again. Where's the B************* D looking for death? The Dark Knight in the four generals, Proxima neighbor, reacted faster than the others. She instantly raised her weapon and then carefully looked at it for 4 weeks. Looking at the direction in which he disappeared, Ebony Mouth raised his head with a strange expression. Others are not familiar with this old man who just appeared. That's because they only care about the old man's appearance and ignore some other characteristics. For example, the huge waves of horror like a planet exudes from him. Ebony Maw, who is good at spells, was the first to realize this and also the first to understand Yigo's identity. What shocked him was that, as a member of the Cosmic Elders, why did he suddenly appear here and also take that person away? Before Igo left, many people didn't hear the muttering to himself, "Forget it, I'm afraid I won't survive in the hands of that guy." Ebony Throat thought for a while and then he was relieved. Ego is not alone at all. That is a living planet. As for why he is thinking of this seemingly insignificant human being like a small bug, it may just be because he has some special hobbies. But do ordinary people care about the life of an ant? Obviously it is not so. Maybe Xing Ju is also horrible in his hand. Ebony Throat took it for granted. But what they didn't know was that in the process of returning to his own body, Yi had been using a very admiring and at the same time a very strange gaze looking at the Star-Lord who was still sleeping. Really, it's really perfect. I never thought I would have such an outstanding son. Ego looked at Xingju's eyes full of appreciation. I think with such a wonderful son, my plan can finally be implemented. A happy smile appeared on Ego's face. One day later, in other words, I am really your son. In the palace built by Yi, Star-Lord widened his eyes, somewhat inconceivable. What is impossible? I met your mother on Earth and fell in love with it at first sight. There was still a loving smile on Yigo's face, but there were already super long fluctuations in the underground brain. One after another, the dazzling blue brilliance continued to extend from the brain, slowly advancing in the direction of the palace. And you are really my son. Half of your body is of my blood. Take a good feel for the endless power that this noble blood brings to you. While smiling, Igo opened his hands gently. In this short day of arrival, Yi has explained many times and proved and confirmed that his blood is indeed flowing in Xing Ju's body. The sentence Xing Ju said just now was just an expression of surprise. Read more fictionzone.net. And Igo also felt that he had let his son fall into a state of absolute relaxation. In this relaxed state, sharing his power is the most appropriate. Yi did not rush for success but gently released his power, allowing his power to slowly penetrate into Xing Ju's body. With the penetration of this part of the power, half of the blood in Xing Ju's body was instantly activated. Endless thoughts can be shared instantly, Xingju's thinking diverges and the entire eyes are filled with the color of the vast starry sky. What a beautiful universe. Feeling the thought of sharing his past, Igo couldn't help but sigh. Really, it's so beautiful. Xingju's thinking has gradually blurred, muttering to himself. And such a beautiful universe is about to merge with you and me. What a wonderful thing this will be. Igo continued to keep that smile on his face. Hearing this, Xingju's heart faintly felt something wrong, but his gradually chaotic thinking prevented him from making any further actions. Behind Xingju, a few blue tentacles have quietly risen, and the gleaming tip has silently submerged into Xingju's body. Power can be shared, and Yigo can share his power with Xingju, so the powerful bloodline contained in Xingju's body can also feed back to Yigo. It's nothing more than a voluntary or passive choice. Yes, that's how it feels. Feeling my energy suddenly doubled. Igo held his hands a little trembling, his chest fluctuating to and fro. With this half of the increase that belongs to his own blood, Igo can finally accomplish what he wants to accomplish. In the long time before, he has visited more than one planet. And among all the potential planets he was looking for, he would always leave a strange plant body on that planet. It was very beautiful and very deadly because that plant represented Ego's will. Like a seed waiting for the right opportunity to take root and sprout. The growth of seeds requires energy, and the energy required for all the seeds on countless planets to grow together will become an extremely terrifying number. Now this terrifying number has been reached. Plants emitting a strange light on countless planets suddenly broke out of the ground and skyrocketed wildly. The light blue semi-liquid solidified solid produced in an instant spread quickly to the surrounding area, devouring all the surrounding land and life. If you look at it from midair, you can see that the surface of the planet quickly turns into a grayish blue. It seemed to breathe in the gray blue, vaguely blinking on and off. This also officially means that the original consciousness of this planet has disappeared, replaced by the arrival of Igo's consciousness. Ego is devouring these planets madly, assimilating them into himself. Seeing this large gray-blue substance began to spread wildly around, Su Chen frowned slightly. Accompanied by a smell of burning ozone, the mysterious substance expanding on the ground was immediately burnt and clean. As if discouraged, this group of originally vigorous gray matter suddenly languished. After feeling the coming of power, the plant on the earth is also spreading crazily. The sudden burst of energy, just like the existence of Sentry before, attracted the attention of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. On countless planets, Yi Ji's will is spreading wildly. Because of Sentry, any burst of stronger energy will cause great concern. Whose garbage is this, so disgusting? Chinese letter. It's just that the spread hasn't been far, and when it only formed a scale of several hundred meters, a person had already appeared next to this group of unknown matter. Good Zhao's. Except for the Earth. A burst of bright blue energy rushed past in an instant. The result had not waited until it spread, and Su Chen had already appeared near this explosion point. And the location of its own energy burst happened to be next to the city where Su Chen was. What? Su Chen yawned and left here. As Su Chen erased the traces of Yigo, Yigo immediately sensed it. A piece of contact with me has been cleared. Ego's face changed, and the planet that was cleared is the Earth. Ego's face was a little overcast. Compared with other planets, he has a deep obsession with the Earth. The only heir who has inherited his own blood is from the Earth. After all, the hometown of a fool comes from the Earth, and the process of finding a fool is full of twists and turns. If it wasn't because he had commissioned the wrong person before, which caused the commissioner to take away his child directly, until now, he has finally found the fool by himself. Had it not been for this ups and downs, his dream would have been achieved decades ago. Assimilate a universe completely like you, why wait until now? Thinking of this, Eagle took a deep breath. For Yongdu, Yi Ji naturally has a grievance in his heart, but now it doesn't matter anymore. But soon Igo shook his head quickly, putting all these distracting thoughts out of his mind. Now he has more important things to do. The process of assimilation has only just begun. It has been prepared for thousands of years in order to assimilate this universe. It is absolutely not possible to fall short now. Igo closed his eyes and let his consciousness begin to extend to the planets that have been assimilated. The second step of the plan has only just begun. As a member of the Cosmic Elder Association, Ego has very distinctive features of a veteran. Every veteran has his own different hobbies. Collectors, as the name suggests, are collections of all kinds of weird things, including infinite gems. Gao Tianzun loves gambling and all kinds of competitive games and must be a real person. As for Yigo, his hobby is to be nicknamed that he loves to have children in the races of the major galaxies. Of course, this is just a joke between the ancestors of the universe. The reason why Yigo is so keen on having children is to find heirs who can inherit the blood of his god. Once there is a second person with the blood of the gods, then there will be a way to increase his power again. Only then can the power after that increase can assimilate the entire universe. And now he has started to do it. Read more fictionzone.net. A place of nothingness. The collector Diwan, who was counting his collection, suddenly raised his head. This old guy, has he really started to implement his plan? Feeling some unusual things happening in the dark, the collector couldn't help but sighed. Regarding the large-scale changes that are taking place in this universe, the ancestors of the universe are naturally sensitive to each other, and such changes cannot hide them at all. But after packing up everything that his old friend did, the collector shook his head vigorously and then moved his collections to a safe place one after another. The heavy rain is about to come and the wind is all over the building, and the collector vaguely feels the arrival of a kind of crisis. Old friends of the same level as him seem to be a little restless, and only people like them know how much turmoil they can cause. Sarah Starr. Oh my god, he has already started. Gao Tianzun, who had just watched a gladiatorial fight, did not cheer for the victor who had just won but was shocked. What's going on recently? Bad things are happening endlessly. Gao Tianzun muttered as he wrapped his clothes tightly. Coming from the sewer position of infinite gems fluctuating the strings of the universe, Gao Tianzun already felt something. At this time he felt his old friend, his power was rising rapidly, and he began to assimilate each planet bit by bit. This made Gao Tianzun couldn't help feeling a little bit. The whole universe seems to be getting restless. Gao Tianzun paced back and forth in his palace, Eagle Star. The remake closed his eyes and his consciousness completely diverged. The original huge consciousness began to split continuously, divided into hundreds of parts, and thousands of parts began to connect little by little to the planets with which they were connected. Every moment I can feel connected to the planet Igo has ever visited. There used to be that peculiar plant on every planet. It's just that now that plant no longer exists, and even the original planet no longer exists. Feeling the sudden energy injection, the plant has taken root and sprouted, completely spreading over the entire planet, firmly covering the planet. There is a dark gray material package on the outside of the planet which makes the state of the entire planet begin to change rapidly. The entire planet has become like a clone of Ego. It's called Yigo. With the arrival of Yigo's consciousness, this planet is officially declared to be Yigo's new body, and a part of it started beating like a heart, as if regaining consciousness. Go deep from the inside out all the way to the inside of the planet. The universe is big, but if he is everywhere in it, then what else is impossible for him to know and impossible to accomplish? This is the evolutionary source of Ego's assimilation universe. This is Yi Ji's plan to assimilate the universe, and when the plan is successful, he will become an omnipresent existence. And this part of the reawakened planet already has a common name. It seems that there are countless more selves. In the legend of the almighty universe, most of their existence is called omniscience and omnipresence. Looking at the entire universe at this time, countless planets have become a kind of gray-blue planet. Ego implements his plan to spread his seeds on the planets where he can spread and eventually make them a part of himself. The assimilated planets began to be mastered one by one. Keeping the exact same approach, on the contrary, his tentacles of consciousness began to spread to one planet after another. Similarly, if they are qualified to achieve this, they can also be called the omnipotent universe level. In Ego Star, Xingju's body began to become illusory little by little. But now the only guardians of the galaxy who can save the Star Lord are not by their side, and even now they want to guarantee their freedom can't do it. Perhaps because of the appearance of Ego, the 4 generals of Hai Yao did not kill the remaining galaxy guards but instead detained them again. But this time the defense is also tighter than before. No one can rescue the Star-Lord, which also means that no one can stop Ego's plan. After all, in Ego's plan, Star-Lord is a vital part. In the vast universe, hundreds of planets have been gradually assimilated by Ego to become part of the body. They spread all over every corner of the universe, and after the planets were completely assimilated, these assimilated planets even began to move closer to the surrounding planets in an attempt to continue to spread and expand this infection. Planets that have been spared like the Earth are rare. This time I am afraid it is not as simple as clearing the garbage. So far, I have received dozens of rescue signals and some have no news after sending the signals. It is difficult to imagine what they are now. What happened? What happened? Captain Marvel said to Su Chen with a serious face at the headquarters of the Sky Sword Bureau. This time the crisis appeared and then disappeared quickly without being underestimated by the Heavenly Sword Bureau. On the contrary, the entire department is now facing a big enemy. Because since the beginning of this expansion, Captain Marvel has received more than one distress signal. Think about it, although there are not many planets with wisdom, but there are also not a few, and every planet that Igo patronizes is full of intelligent life. Although the Earth's crisis has now been resolved, other planets must need our help. After Captain Marvel and Su Chen said a few words in a hurry, they left the Earth and headed for the planets that issued distress signals. After all, Captain Marvel is not just the Captain Marvel of the Earth. At an extreme distance from the Earth, the neutral planet Sandal. Report to the Sir that the hidden danger has been thoroughly monitored and eliminated, and a total of 36 new starfighters have been lost. A person wearing protective clothing calmly spoke to the walkie-talkie. As the planet that also has intelligent life and almost the largest number of existences, it was also visited by Igo. It is just slightly similar to the Earth. After this kind of expansion started for a period of time, it was quickly discovered and contained by the new star core responsible for planetary safety. The black and blue substances are only to assimilate the planet. Although they also have a certain lethality, the lethality is not its main purpose. So even if it does not reach Su Chen's attack level, it can be eliminated by simply relying on their firepower coverage. This kind of substance, read more fictionzone.net. The scope control first, and then the fire coverage. Everything they do is obviously much more complicated than Su Chen. In this process of control, more than 30 spacecraft were destroyed. This is a big loss. Fortunately, after this part of the loss, they finally completely controlled this substance and successfully made it disappear on the planet. Continue to monitor the planet's fashion 24 hours a day and increase protection to prevent this kind of plant from continuing to explode on this planet. But now the people of the new Star Legion did not return to the voyage, but continued to search the planet carefully as if they were on the verge of an enemy. After removing all the substances, of course, they also found the last culprit, the plant that shone with a strange luster. They dare not make sure that there is only one plant on this family of planets. If there are more, then when those plants erupt, the consequences will be even more disastrous. Are there any exact information on this plant? The chief consul of Xander Planet sat in his combat command room with a serious face and asked the inquiring personnel below. So far we have never found this kind of plant, and there is no record in our data. The inquirer below shook his head gently. When the combat command room and the Legion were acting at the same time, a pair of eyes outside the Legion were silently watching the new Star Legion. Ugh. Looking at Thor, who was still low, Heimdall sighed softly. After a series of blows, Thor quickly entered this abnormally depressed state after experiencing the initial anger. Seeking flowers. When he had just arrived at Doll Star, Thor also tried to enter this Legion. After all, in Thor's view, this will be a very good power support, whether it is to let your own strength grow or for revenge in the future. But he was ruthlessly rejected, and he was not recognized by Rising Star Force. Looking at this kind of thing now, I felt that a slightly new self-crisis appeared, but it was solved by the new Star Legion, and Thor also had an unspeakable feeling in his heart. Envy, he didn't seem to have it in his heart. Perhaps it is most appropriate to use sourness to describe his heart now. My king. Heimdall took a deep breath and returned to Thor's side. Are you ready to become the Rune King? Maybe now this is our only way. Heimdall couldn't bear to look directly at Thor now. This is their only way, but it is also an extremely cruel way. I'm ready. Thor, who was slightly decadent, turned his head, looked at Heimdall with his eyes drooping, and said softly, "It doesn't matter if you are prepared or not, does it? We have nothing, even we have nowhere to go." Having said this, Thor seemed to have recovered some strength again, gritted his teeth, and said, the tone was unusually low but also with incomparable determination and viciousness. "My king, there is a ceremony in which you need to gouge your eyes. I know I can bear it, I already have this determination. I also have to hang myself in a tree for 9 days and 9 nights. If I am not careful, I will." A look of unbearable flashes in Heimdall's eyes. "That's great, isn't it? I can't ask for it." A wry smile appeared on Thor's face. Perhaps death is not a bad thing for the current Thor suddenly, but an endless relief. "Well, I will take you back to Asgard." Shandot, in a place no one knew, 2 figures slowly appeared. Unexpectedly, there is still a passage leading to Asgard here. Thor walked out of this passage, looked at everything familiar around him, and couldn't help but sigh. Except for the Rainbow Bridge, which can lead to any place, there are not a few passages in Asgard. Heimdall seems to know a lot about this. At the time, Rocky's ancestors, the glacier giants, also reached the palace directly through a secret passage. Even appeared directly in the treasure house. It's just that people can't help but sigh. At that time, there was a small group of sentry screen robots stationed in the treasure house. This is the place where the former king, Odin, reached his peak state. According to legend, he can know the secrets of everything in the world and the ultimate meaning of runes. Seeing a well that appeared in front of the 2 people, Heimdall's eyes were full of blurry expressions. This is a place known to all Asgardians, because in the legend, Odin is here to reach his peak state, but apart from him and Odin, who has disappeared, no one knows the exact location of this place. Now this place welcomes the 3rd visitor, Thor, my father. Hearing this familiar name, Thor's hesitant heart finally stabilized completely. He walked slowly in front of this well. "If you want to start the ceremony, you have to lose something." Thor's hands rose slowly, reaching level with his forehead. Heimdall subconsciously turned his head, puff, after a slightly disgusting noise. Thor Tulten trembled and gritted his teeth. 2 filthy objects appeared in his hands. Those were Thor's eyes. Although he can't see what's in front of him now, Thor still endures the severe pain, reluctantly throwing his eyes into the well of memory. "Throw your eyes into the well of wisdom." There was no sound inside, but a stream of water slowly appeared, even spreading out of the well. Hearing the sound, Thor didn't hesitate at all and swigged stubbornly at the mouth of the well. This is Mimir's spring water, and it is also a very important step. After doing all this, Thor's breathing became much smoother, as if he had relieved from the sharp pain just now. Read more fictionzone.net. In his dark, empty eye sockets, fresh blood no longer flows. "I'll help you." Seeing Thor groping and preparing for the next ceremony, Heimdall, who had already turned his head, immediately stepped forward to help. A rope was hung on the top of the world tree, and Thor tied the rope with a knot while gently sticking his head in. "You can let go, Heimdall." Thor stomped lightly with his foot, and Heimdall, who was acting as a support underneath, motioned for him to leave. Heimdall nodded heavily, then suddenly squatted down. "Ho ho." As the rope tightened suddenly, Thor Tolton was short of breath, and as time passed, his body began to twist. There was already darkness in his eyes, but now this kind of darkness is beginning to change towards another kind of darkness. A real kind of darkness without any existence, without any perception. Thor, who was gradually approaching death, maintained an unconscious state, slowly advancing towards a kind of darkness. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed on the world tree. Thor, who had been advancing straight toward the darkness, suddenly shifted a small angle. "Where am I?" I don't know how long it took. Thor woke up leisurely, only to find that he was no longer hanging from a tree. He seemed to be sitting on the ground, as if floating in the air, and in front of him there were many figures in the dark. Thor, who had just awakened from a suffocation coma, still had some unclear brains, which caused his vision to be blurred. These figures in front of them, light radiated from their bodies, but the endless darkness around them blurred their outlines. "We know your past. Thor, son of Odin. You have exceeded the limit of death. You are an Asgardian worthy of our attention. We will bestow our blessings on you." It seems to come from one person's mouth, and it seems to come from all people together. A loud and solemn voice enveloped Thor. At the same time, unknown power germinated from Thor's body. Hearing these words in the mist, Thor suddenly became sober, but he ushered in darkness again in front of his eyes. But this darkness is different from the past. In an instant, he seemed to feel a rushing river in his consciousness. Just in this trance, he seemed to be able to see everything from subtle atomic fluctuations to the entire universe. Some Asgardians who have not yet been wiped out but have been enslaved felt a bit of familiar power, and suddenly a trace of excitement appeared on the originally sad faces. In the new vision that just appeared, Thor was in a trance as if he saw a group of shadows sitting upright in the curtain. It seemed that he wanted to be confused until the end of Asgard continent can be easily sensed. Afterwards, he seed the tremor of the spatial structure to maintain the spatial force of the real world. It was so full of folds, gaps, and warping. The god who grants Thor this endless power. This powerful momentum crossed this valley and began to spread farther away. The power that is constantly expanding like a tsunami has already burst out with a strong aura from just now and even caused Heimdall to turn his head just now. Thor has lost his eyes, but Thor has gained a whole new sense of vision. And when this breath reached the fairy palace, Hela, who was sitting in her seat and looking at the map of the 9 kingdoms with a serious face, suddenly changed her face. It seemed that this group of people told Thor all this. At this time, Thor's body is still hanging from the world tree. That was the surging of the power of time, the invisible time that he had never felt before, and now he can feel it. It's just that Heimdall next to him has stood up, his body is trembling slightly, his mouth is slightly open, but his eyes are full of surprises. Is this Thor's breath? This familiar, disgusting taste. Hela's face was uncertain and she stood up abruptly. Too familiar, no one is more familiar with this power than she, just how is it possible? Immediately after Hela showed a look of disgust, she became a little puzzled again. How can the breath of Odin reappear in Asgard? A group of pictures flashed across Hela's eyes. That was after the battle with Su Chen's Asgard was officially over, the scene of Asgard was cleaned up. All those involved in Asgard are controlled and enslaved. They are the best candidates for mining some rare metals. The corpses of Odin and others were also slowly transported from Hela's front. But why is his breath coming back now? No, this is not Odin's breath, this is far stronger than him. Then Hela's expression changed again, becoming a little dignified. When I first felt this kind of breath, Hela mistakenly thought it was Odin but subconsciously ignored other important factors. That is, this breath is too strong and even feels irresistible. Hela slowly stretched out her hand, imitating the 12 Buddha to grasp this breath. There is not only the smell of Odin but also another ... rune magic. Hela's eyes suddenly widened. It looks like my stupid brother is back, but this time he seems to have brought back something amazing. Thinking of this, Heine looked solemn and the black tights slowly wrapped Hela's body. Hela's momentum seemed to merge with Asgard again, and 2 black long swords that were far stronger than usual appeared again. In addition to the difference in Hela, other people in Alaska and others, after feeling this kind of breath, unanimously showed a look of hope. Is that Thor? What I feel should be Thor's breath. He's back, our king is back. Our king is finally back, and this time he can finally drive out the damn invaders. At this time, some of the Asgardians who were still under surveillance even ignored the sentry robots next to them to make warning behaviors and began to cheer on the spot. The power of Thor they felt was very familiar, but it was stronger than before to the point where they could not even believe it. Also surpassed their former king, Odin, so the powerful king is back, how could they not cheer? Read more fictionzone.net. As if responding to the cheers of these people above the fairy palace, a figure gradually became clear from illusion. His eyes seemed to be closed slightly and his hands were empty, but they seemed to hold the authority of a world. Thor, no, it should be called the Rune King, and the Rune King Thor has officially returned to the fairy palace. I'm still late. The Rune King Thor with a calm face, although he closed his eyes, he clearly felt the aura of the Asgardians underneath that had been lost a lot and sighed quietly. On the face of the Rune King Thor there is no longer the melancholy and anger that are exactly the same as before. Instead, there is only endless peace, just like Odin once. It's ridiculous, you were once a part of Asgard but now you are helping to abuse. Uncomfortable with another completely different aura that quickly converged towards him, Rune King Thor suddenly showed a touch of disdain and affection. It is a synthesis led by countless small branches led by a slightly larger breath. Fenrir, the leader of the Legion of the Undead and the Legion of the Undead, has gathered, standing under the Rune King Thor. Seeing this enemy who had just appeared, carrying a powerful energy, Fenrir had already bared his fangs. The other undead soldiers are also on the lookout. Ridiculous. Rune King Thor just raised his right hand gently. As if responding to the call of the Rune King Thor, the sky of the originally clear Asgard continent suddenly became gloomy. Countless huge lightning energy began to converge in this sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sun has disappeared. It was replaced by a dark cloud that expanded arbitrarily, and an astonishing thunder and lightning flashed in the dark cloud from time to time. Go! Seeing more and more undead soldiers below, the Rune King Thor just gently waved his right hand down. Boom, 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 thunder masterpiece in the instant dark clouds. Countless thunders roared out of the dark clouds, bombarding the ground heavily as if to tear the entire continent apart. The undead soldiers had no time to resist, they had been torn to pieces. Even Fenrir was curled up on the ground in a whimper after carrying a few hard shots of thunder, and his fur became even more scorched. Court death. There was a roar in the distance, and Hela came with boundless anger. Seeing her most beloved saber and pet be beaten into such a miserable situation, how could Hela be indifferent? Rise. The ground that was trembling all the time suddenly became hideous. The braided sheath swept across the ground, cutting a deep gully on the ground. Just looking at this sister whom he had never met before, the eyes of Rune King Thor seemed to become deeper. Indifferent and full of determination, he also possesses the wisdom and divinity like Odin. As if the long whip had smashed the black long spear to pieces. In Hela's eyes, the expression and posture of this strange brother of her own is more like Odin who had conquered the 9 realms. This is slightly different from the description of Thor in other populations. This is not over yet. Under Hela's command, a huge black spear pointed directly at the Rune King Thor and fired towards the Rune King Thor. The thunder in the sky instantly became brighter and bolder. No wonder Hela feels struggling now. Hela gritted her teeth and mobilized as much strength as possible to deal with this seemingly endless attack. This is completely different from the reckless Thor who has a grumpy and angry face, has not succeeded in success, and has failed in other people's complaints. Countless black spikes suddenly rushed up like an enlarged and enhanced version of a giant blade rushing straight into the sky. A dark blue arc flashed. The black spikes that had just roared were cut off one layer after another. These thousands of thunderbolts tilted down, not only targeting the undead legion and Hela, but also targeting the Asgard mainland behind Hela. Hela's face on the ground was slightly pale. Seeing the black spear coming towards him, the Rune King Thor couldn't avoid it. Under this circumstance, the black giant blade that spawned from the ground could not cause any damage to the Rune King Thor at all. But Hela was beaten in a mess. As if the thunder from the entire Asgard continent, Hela was firmly suppressed on the ground. Hela's power originated from the continent of Alaska, and at this time the entire continent seemed to be crumbling in this thunder. If it weren't for considering that the people of Asgard will still need this continent in the future, perhaps the Rune King Thor would choose to destroy this continent directly. For the current Rune King Thor, that is not impossible. What makes Hela even more desperate is that the 2 powers that he perceives from the Rune King Thor have never been used by the Rune King Thor. The power of runes, the power of Odin, he hasn't used it yet. With an incredible tone, Hela was secretly frightened in her heart while desperately resisting this kind of thunder. Before the Rune King Thor appeared, Hela had already sensed the power of the boundless runes and the power of the disgusting Odin. These 2 powers are disgusting, but they are also terrifying. This was also what Hela was wary of in the first place. But now the most worrying situation has not yet appeared and the worst has arrived. The one in front of him should be regarded as a half-brother. Is it so terrifying just to use his own talent? The predecessor of the Rune King Thor, from the mouths of those who were enslaved, we can tell that he is a god who is good at using thunder. Of course, it is also jokingly called the god of hammers. Hela just smiled when he heard this. The god in charge of the thunder can't help himself, not to mention that he doesn't really pay attention to the real use of the thunder, but is still in a state of relying on foreign objects. Now it seems that he underestimated his brother too much. The scene has begun to show a one-sided trend. It's not that Hela won't lose, but the Rune King Thor doesn't want her to die. In addition to the army of the undead, which are all turned into ashes, the sentry robots, which are also stationed here and belong to the Utopia Alliance, also acted. As a new generation of sentry robots, their core has re-added the power of runes, and the torso and limbs are supplemented by the mixed Ulu metal in addition to vibrating gold. At this time, all the sentry robots were all activated. Without exception, the head mask was opened, and countless dazzling red lights illuminated the heavenly Rune King Thor directly. Read more fictionzone.net. But before the dazzling light touched the Rune King Thor, it was all bent, as if the space around the Rune King Thor had been arbitrarily distorted. Stupid creation tilde. Rune King Thor lowered his head, looked at the slender sentry robot in all directions and slightly frowned. In their bodies, I felt the dwarf's branding method. Did they also choose to take refuge in this damn invader? This is really disappointing for me. Feeling the fluctuation of the rune from the sentry robot, a little change finally appeared on the indifferent face of the remake. Then after this war is over, it is time for them to pay a little price again. Rune King Thor seems to have forgotten his most beloved weapon. Thor's hammer was also made by a dwarf, and now he does not have any emotional fluctuations. I want to use the blood of these invaders and all their lives to create a new throne for me and stay here again in Asgard. The invaders, in the words of the Rune King Thor, naturally included the dwarves. As long as they are in contact with this damn invading force, they are embarrassed. Regardless of whether he was an ally once belonged to him, he still needs to be sanctioned. At the back of the battlefield, the teleporters belonging to the Utopia Alliance also looked pale. It must be told to the Supreme as soon as possible. The teleporter squeezed his head and quickly transmitted the news back to Earth. In addition to the mental network built by mutants with mental abilities on the Earth, there is also a profession called teleporter on the continent of Asgard. They are also made up of mutants, but their abilities can use the Rainbow Bridge without having to start the Rainbow Bridge, but they can also retransmit the spiritual information to the Earth, which is a faster way of information transmission. You can join the Mind Network. It's just that after the faint fluctuations of the mind flashed away, this teleporter was instantly like an ice cave. Just the next second after the signal was sent, the Rune King Thor, who was far in the air, suddenly looked to one side. Immediately after the teleporter's face changed drastically, they could obviously feel another powerful force forcibly inserted into this network. Does Su Chen already know about this? Although the Rune King Thor forced it in, the news was delivered in time before the Rune King Thor inserted. But for this news, Rune King Thor did not show any expression on his face. The information contained in the incomparably powerful consciousness immediately lingered in the minds of all mutants in the Earth's spiritual network. Also in the Mind Network, Su Chen, who had just received the distress signal and was going to Asgard mainland, also received this message. It's just that this attack went upstream and only Rune King Thor was attacked. Although the others could receive this message, it didn't hurt. Su Chen smiled without anger but also responded with another attack full of spiritual energy. He killed my father in front of this fairy palace, and now I want to kill him in front of the fairy palace to avenge my father. I'm waiting for you. The next moment, the space gem shines brightly, and Su Chen has returned to Asgard in the blink of an eye. It can be called a burst, and the consciousness of entering the spiritual network is deepened again, almost reaching the core of the spiritual network. A word full of anger and murder caused the weaker psychic mutants to have a headache and a pale face. Only you. The more capable White Queen Emma and others changed their faces. This energy has almost taken over the entire psychic network. The Mind Network trembled again. Looking at the immortal palace that was so close at hand, it had completely changed its appearance, and the face of Rune King Thor showed a trace of murderous aura. You actually thought I came in such a stupid way? When Su Chen appeared, he saw the Rune King Thor standing above the Rainbow Bridge. The inertia of thinking made the Rune King Thor subconsciously appear above the Rainbow Bridge. because Rune King Thor felt that even if his enemy would come, he would probably use the power of the Rainbow Bridge. The sudden appearance of Su Chen caught the Rune King Thor off guard. It's just that Thor the Rune King was just stunned. Yes, it's you. The boundless anger suddenly broke out on the chest of the Rune King Thor. For a while, even the previous arrogant posture was difficult to maintain. But soon the Rune King Thor readjusted his state and then suddenly stretched out his hand and shook it at Su Chen. I will let you taste the most painful way to die in this world. With the explosion of Rune King Thor's anger, the surrounding space seemed to freeze instantly, and endless pressure suddenly surpassed Su Chen from all directions. The sudden increase in pressure turned out to be to crush Su Chen forcibly. In the body of the Rune King Thor, Odin's power is flowing madly. There seems to be a more advanced existence on this continent. Hela, who had lost his fighting ability below, had a slightly ugly face. Hela, where life is connected to the continent of Asgard, has an unparalleled perception of the continent of Asgard. This is a fact that cannot be changed, but now the Rune King Thor is battling Hela bit by bit for control of the continent of Asgard. The blood of Odin flowing in the bodies of the two people had a fierce conflict at this time. Hela can control the entire Asgard continent, but at this time, the Rune King Thor, with the blood in his body under the blessing of the rune power, is able to vaguely compete with Hela. Hela suddenly felt the pressure all over her body increased, but Su Chen still has a relaxed look. There have been black cracks in the surrounding space as if they could not bear the pressure of such a density and collapsed. The actual spatial structure is being shattered and reorganized bit by bit. Su Chen watched this scene but didn't move anything. Doesn't anyone tell you that there is no one comparable to me in terms of spatial attainments? Su Chen smiled softly, as if sliding through the cracks in the space that were enough to completely carve a person. As if going back in time, the black space cracks that were visible to the naked eye were quickly corrected. The spatial structure that had soared up into the sky, which had almost collapsed, was relocated to its original position at this time. After a few breaths, the originally changed space returned to its original position, even stronger than before. Rune King Tolton's breath was stagnant. Read more fictionzone.net. Although Rune King Thor didn't know the impact of the previous psychic abilities, he was actually a bit inferior. And now the control of space capabilities also proves this point. No matter in which aspect, there seems to be a ridiculous gap between Rune King Thor and Su Chen. Impossible. Seeing that the space structure shattered by himself was back on track, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Rune King Thor. The avenues are of the same origin. Whether it is the changes brought about by the rune magic or the blood of Odin, the final result is nothing more than a change in the elements of this event. But now the most critical element is firmly in Su Chen's hands. How can he easily shake it? Boom! Suddenly a white sound burst cloud appeared in the air, and when I looked again, the Rune King Thor had disappeared. Faced with the fact that the many new abilities he mastered were unable to play a role, the Rune King Thor finally chose to use his most familiar force. The power to master may be due to unskillfulness, so my now infinitely strengthened physical body is always okay. Rune King Thor thought so in his heart, but it was a pity that the cruel reality gave him a heavy blow. Su Chen just gently turned sideways. The Rune King Tolton lost his lock on Su Chen. That is a complete loss from spirit to space. A punch that was inevitable suddenly passed by Su Chen. Full of anger and unwillingness, it seemed that he could punch the entire continent through a hole, but he did useless work. After Su Chen turned sideways, he didn't stop and continued to turn around, and an elbow fell fiercely on the side of Rune King Thor. Boom! Suddenly the Rune King Thor flew out. On the ground instantly appeared traces as if a meteor fell. The riddled ground that had been attacked by the thunder shivered slightly. The Rune King Thor swayed and stood up again from the ground. This is the first time he has gained the power of the runes so far. You don't know where the power came from really makes you stronger, but it's a pity that your strength is still weak in front of me and your power can even vaguely change reality. Su Chen looked at the Rune King Thor, whose head was still noisy, and said, "It's just a pity that you seem to be calm, but you can never calm down in your heart. You can't wait to come and avenge you just after gaining a little bit. It's too wishful thinking." There was already a sneer on Su Chen's face. Su Chen has never paid attention to this rune king Thor, who seems to be strong in the outside but still has no changes in his heart. Hearing what Su Chen said, the rune king Thor, who was standing on the ground, raised his head unwillingly as if he was about to crush his teeth. However, I don't mind making you a little bit more desperate before solving it. Su Chen's sneer continued to expand, and Su Chen's right hand suddenly showed a golden glove. The rune king Thor is still a bit unclear. You still don't understand how big our gap is. Su Chen looked at the infinite glove reappearing, and suddenly a few different streams of light appeared in the other free hand. When he saw the familiar gemstone, the rune king Thor suddenly realized what Su Chen felt to do. Ding, 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 3 infinite gems were placed on the glove once again by Su Chen. With every soft sound, Su Chen's momentum will skyrocket again, and the heart of rune king Thor will tremble a few times. With 3 soft sounds, Su Chen's power once again soared to an unprecedented height. The heart of rune king Thor also sank to the bottom. Hope can be accumulated and despair can also be accumulated. At this time there was already a panic and desperate look in his eyes. The previous calmness and divinity have long since disappeared. With the power of Odin and the power of runes, he certainly understood what infinite gems meant. So it also means, what does the infinite gem multiplied by 3 mean? Obviously, for revenge I have paid so much and become so powerful. Why is it still so unbearable? Only sluggishness remained on rune king Thor's face. Hela on the ground took a breath. Hela could feel the tearing pain coming from her body, but she didn't dare to have the slightest complaint. Just now a beam of light fell from the sky, slamming the rune king Thor into the depths of the Asgardair continent. The power was like water flowing in the depths of Asgard continent, wanton destruction, and even vaguely hurt the Asgard continent's roots. Hela, whose life is connected to Asgard, can naturally feel the cause of the pain. But Hela did not dare to be angry. She will not be angry. Good job. Seeing Thor, the rune king who had been smashed into the ground, a hint of happiness flashed in Hela's eyes. The previous rune king Thor's unremarkable attack brought Hela far more humiliation than it is now. At this time, Su Chen, who was still in the air, looked down at the rune king Thor in the depths of the earth like a god. I didn't expect you to bring me such a surprise. Looking at the rune king Thor, who was struggling in the depths of the earth, Su Chen's face suddenly showed a smile. Su Chen released the power of 3 infinite gems and originally wanted to erase this guy directly. Despair has given enough, there will be no more fun next. But then Su Chen changed this idea. The previous rune king Thor's attack on Su Chen was not without any effect. It's just so weak that Su Chen's body only reacts now. A terrifying and appalling pressure fluctuation quietly emerged from Su Chen's body, as if a new ability is awakening. This is... Looking at the runes circulating in his hand, Su Chen's eyes flashed a little light. At this time the rune king Thor has been blasted into the ground. The rune king Thor no longer had his previous sanity. At this time, after he regained consciousness again, he roared out of the ground. Now he has lost the calmness he had before, replaced by endless madness and embarrassment. Good job. Su Chen's eyes lit up. It's really weird, seeing this situation. The Supreme can clearly kill the rune king Thor easily. Why hasn't it been so long? Hela looked at the 2 people who were fighting in the sky and was very puzzled. Except for the rune king Thor, who is like a madman, Su Chen's movements are more like a kind of competition and play. But soon this doubt was explained. In Su Chen's body, a new power is gradually awakening. Read more fictionzone.net. Although the invisible fluctuations are weak, they have been growing steadily and finally permeated all the surrounding spaces. Hela's face changed drastically when he felt this familiar wave of magical power. This is the power of rune magic. Hela was a little surprised. This power is very familiar. It had been spread when the rune king Thor came, but now it appeared in Su Chen's body. Feeling the rise of this emerging power, Su Chen's attack has become fierce again. Boom, boom, invisible rune fluctuations spread out, shaking the rune king Thor in front of him as well as the continent of Asgard. The world tree containing the 9 worlds seems to be trembling slightly, as if the strings of the universe are being fluctuated again. This rune magic. When the Asgardians who had gathered saw this scene, their eyes also flashed with despair and inconceivability. The familiar Thor's breath that draws them here also possesses such a magnificent power. But this power appeared on the person who brought them the nightmare, which is definitely not a good thing. Especially when the king in their hearts was unable to break free from the ground at this time, this nightmare seemed to have become a reality, devouring their hearts. Not only in Su Chen's hands but also on Su Chen's face, one after another runes appeared. Su Chen's whole body is even more looming with the luster fluctuations of runes. In fact, all the runes are evolving in Su Chen's body, which is where the runes originate. The power of the runes merged with the blood of Odin to create the Rune King. So what if the power of the rune merges with a stronger bloodline, for example, the blood of Su Chen? When the fusion began, the entire universe seemed to be trembling about it. The buzzing continued and the runes on Su Chen's body became brighter. It seems to herald the birth of another completely different but more powerful Rune King. As if feeling the awakening of this power, the Rune King Thor, who had lost his sanity below, stared blankly into the air. It's just that Su Chen's eyes are no longer on this poor creature. Seeking flowers. Su Chen, who seemed to have entered another state, seemed to know everything. The past has lifted the veil of history, and even saw through all the composition of the gods on the continent of Asgard. Just like everything the Rune King Thor has experienced before, the field of vision he observes also changes suddenly from small to quantum structure to the edge of the entire universe. Be watched everywhere. Difficulties seem to be everywhere at this moment. He also watched the direction of the long river of fate and saw the origin of the dusk of the gods and the unchangeable ending. I even saw a group of figures standing high behind this. What Su Chen is watching now is the owner of the invisible hand that moves all of this. The gods of the gods that Thor has encountered in the half-life, half-death, half-dreaming and half-waking time. Everything unfolded in front of Su Chen like a picture scroll. It's unbelievable you found us. These lofty giants also discovered the existence of Su Chen. A very emotional consciousness radiated from the huge giant in front of him. Then Su Chen's vision changed again. Everything around them suddenly became pitch black as if they were in a shadowy world, and the 5 huge figures in front of them were sitting on their thrones. You claim to be sitting in the shadows. Su Chen, who knew everything, suddenly had a sneer on his face. This is their own title. They feel that they are extremely great and mysterious, and they have not appeared in any records, and they are horrible existences beyond the scope of their comprehension. And they are in charge of everything behind the scenes, using the gods as wives, including Odin, so it is not too much to call them the gods of the gods. I also couldn't believe it. I didn't expect that the Asgardian gods were just waves of leaks, and their nutrition was absorbed by others. The smile on Su Chen's face suddenly turned into playfulness. Interesting, really interesting. Increasing lifespan and strength is really a well-planned calculation. Su Chen patted his hand gently. The giant sitting in the shadows suddenly dropped in air pressure. As Su Chen said, their superior gods regard the Asgardian gods as leaks and harvest them regularly. It's just the first time someone has shown such contempt for them. Mountain Asgard, the twilight of the gods, is not the end, but the end of a cycle. These people sitting in the shadows in front of them thoroughly played with the gods between applause and regularly harvested the huge energy contained in them for their own use. The dusk of the gods is nothing but a long river of fate designed by them. It's true that we opened the twilight of the gods, but we also gave Asgard a golden age, and their brilliance is also part of our plan. A giant suddenly said, "You know that everything will eventually prosper and decay, and the gods will never escape death. No matter how prosperous Asgard is, there will be a decline, it's just that we control it." The other giant also spoke. "Of course, instead of you blaming us for harvesting their life energy, why don't you think about it? We also bestowed them unprecedented glory." Another deity wearing a helmet spread his hands. "What you said really makes sense." Su Chen's eyes shone with the cold luster of rune power. I don't know why this kind of luster has caused the giants who are always on the top to be infected with a trace of anxiety. But here comes the problem. The current Asgard is no longer the Asgard it used to be. It belongs to my territory. If you still want to continue to use them as leaks as pawns, shouldn't you pay anything? Su Chen's face continued to maintain the smile. But in this smile, people can't figure out any intentions. Slightly similar to Thor, Su Chen, who has entered the state of Rune King, has already merged his power with the rune, and his whole body is shining with a shocking wave that is unique to the rune. But this is not the source of the unease of the giants in the sky. The person in front of them is simply an existence that some of them sitting in the shadows did not expect. They have deduced the direction of their destiny and have seen the ending that is about to happen. But now what is coming is a complete stranger, a person who has never appeared in the long river of fate and should not have existed. The appearance is so abrupt as if it broke all limitations and kicked all the shackles. This is the source of their anxiety. The slight killing intent contained in Su Chen's impenetrable smile made them even more uncomfortable. Since you are now ruling the entire Asgard continent, I think you also deserve this opportunity. We invite you to be a part of us, and you will also be embedded in the starry sky and become a part of this eternal existence. The giants facing each other finally gave such a plan. They want Su Chen to continue to open the dusk of the gods with them and continue the cycle of fate after another. Hear the words, Su Chen's smile is even brighter. One more participant seems to be no harm to you or me. Unfortunately, I am not satisfied with this answer. Su Chen's smile suddenly faded. The question and answer session is over. The aloof giants can't understand Su Chen's thoughts. Their gaze overlooking everything has restricted their thinking. Read more fictionzone.net. The ignorant even wanted to draw Su Chen to enjoy the benefits of this part of the dusk of the gods. They ignore that this belongs to Su Chen. How can they tolerate other people's misconduct? The infinite gloves are still in Su Chen's hands. Boom, do not. The terrible rune fluctuations burst out on Su Chen's right fist, carrying a terrifying aura to the giant's brows. The giant wearing a helmet in the shadows just cracked like a broken glass plate, just output a word and it disappeared, completely fallen. The other four giants were shocked. You are nothing but that. Su Chen retracted his fist. How is this possible? This is the power of a complete rune. We have never given it. The giants finally revealed their ignorance. They never know what is in Su Chen's body. Even a complete rune is just a part. With all the eruptions of pure energy, the physical strength is enough to shake the universe, not to mention torture and kill such a giant god. You can die now. Su Chen opened his mouth and pronounced the sentence. The energy of the whole body burst out suddenly, tearing this shadow apart. We are willing to accept the dusk of the gods, please. Yes, we are even willing to surrender too. The other four giants have not finished speaking. They have been run over by this huge energy. Bah! A terrifying energy immediately obliterated three of them, turning them into black dust after another. When they can be hurt, they will also bleed. Oh my god. The last giant, who was lucky enough to escape the impact of energy, suddenly tore through the barrier of this shadow and ran towards the starry sky. It's just that at the next moment he abruptly froze himself in place. Just in the direction he was running, a very terrifying magical force fluctuated, directly reflecting the stars, forming an extremely majestic momentum. It is Su Chen. Su Chen's angular face was reflected in the endless starry sky, and his majestic expression was extremely shocking. The power of runes has been constantly fusing with Su Chen. At the moment before the fusion was finally completed, Su Chen, who activates all runes, is the real Rune King. There was an expression on the face of the last giant as if he was crying, and as if he was laughing. Su Chen sighed. He knew that Su Chen had completely integrated into this star field. The twilight of the gods is over. Die. P.S. This is the plot of Thor comics. Still maintaining the expression of crying but not smiling, a faint voice rang in his ear. A bunch of old guys who can only survive and survive. Are they worthy to negotiate terms with me? Bang. Not to mention the complete rune magic, the energy in Su Chen's body alone is enough to conquer these five ignorant guys. Since then, all the gods and giants who have the supreme power and sit in the shadows have fallen and perished. And with their fall, the real dusk of the gods finally arrived. The power reflected in the vast starry sky disappeared. All of the rune magic projected on the celestial body belongs to Su Chen's body. His body suddenly burst open, possessing a vast and mysterious body, and his vitality is fading fast. Each of them possesses power beyond Odin, but it is a pity that such power is a complete joke in front of Su Chen. After dusk, there is no more dusk. If it weren't for the previous Rune King Thor who wanted revenge, even Rune King Thor could kill this group of conspirators in seconds. Your movements in Asgard have been monitored even on the Earth side. Captain Marvel looked at the young Supreme in front of him and spoke in surprise. Although Su Chen brought them too many surprises, but this time everyone was amazed again. Su Chen was incarnate in the starry sky, and the huge face that appeared in the starry sky was also monitored by the Earth's Heavenly Sword Bureau. Captain Marvel, who originally planned to leave the Earth for space, was really surprised when he saw this scene. Originally, I planned to leave directly, but after thinking about it, there are some other things I think I have to discuss with you again. When Su Chen came back, Captain Marvel found Su Chen again. Although the matter of assimilating the planet was too serious, it was amazed that Captain Marvel decided to deal with the things on Earth first before going to the universe. Now that you have 3 infinite gems in your hand, this is not a good thing. It will attract the attention of some people who are unscrupulous. Captain Marvel pointed at 12 Su Chen's right hand lightly, with a dignified look in his eyes. Then I will mourn for those who have the idea of hitting my infinite gem. Su Chen's expression is still flat. I wouldn't be surprised if it's some incompetent stuff, but you know there is a guy who is also looking for all of this. Captain Marvel's expression became serious. Thanksgiving, Su Chen said thoughtfully. Although not positive, he is already an old enemy, no matter what was done before or the invasion of the previous dwarf king. The relationship between them has long been irreconcilable. The abilities of Thanos may not be worse than you, and of course it may not be stronger than you. Captain Marvel thought for a while to analyze and said, but when she looked at Su Chen in front of her again, she suddenly laughed. Thanos is indeed a potential threat, but his threat may not be as terrifying as imagined. The so many weird guys I met on Earth before seemed unmatched. In the end, they all fell into the sand in Su Chen's hands. Maybe the arrival of Thanos will be exactly the same ending. What's more, the development speed of the Earth and Utopia alliance has exceeded everyone's imagination. After absorbing all the science and technology of the Earth, combining Asgard's technology and runes, in this process, he received great help from the dwarves. The Earth now far surpasses the 2 previously combined, and the fighting power in the entire universe also has a certain right to speak. The Earth now is not a group of weak aboriginal people. Read more fictionzone.net. But although we don't need to worry, we can't take it lightly. After all, as the last existence of Titan, he still poses a great threat to us. Captain Marvel looked at Su Chen very seriously. This is why Captain Marvel has not left the Earth until now. Although I don't know the specific situation this time, Captain Marvel can almost foresee it. I am afraid that it will take a long time to stop the assimilation of the planet. So in this long period of time, Captain Marvel may not be able to take care of the Earth, and we must also be careful to guard against potential dangers. The command of the Heavenly Sword Bureau will be officially transferred to your hands. I have already explained everything. Captain Marvel pointed to the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau that was operating in the sky. Before you come back, I have arranged all the things. When the time comes to deal with some important things, they can just let them operate by themselves. Captain Marvel expressed great confidence in his subordinates trained by himself. Good luck. Looking at Captain Marvel, who was about to leave, Su Chen nodded gently. Good luck to the Earth. Captain Marvel nodded heavily, then the whole person turned into a streamer and flew out of the Earth. The Tyrant. Seeing the figure of Captain Marvel leaving, Su Chen chewed on the name again. I will go to trouble him sooner or later. If he comes, it will only accelerate his death. Little did he know that when Su Chen was chanting Thanos' name, Thanos was also chewing on the name Su Chen with gritted teeth. Su Chen. Thanos gritted his teeth tightly, as if he wanted to crush his teeth abruptly. In his hands, a light yellow gem and a deep purple gem are exuding spiritual power fluctuations. Thanos, who possessed power gems and soul gems, felt extremely confident after feeling the increase brought by the gems. His physique is inherently powerful, the so-called human being. At this time, with the increase of 2 gems, he has the confidence to destroy the arrogant kid he was thinking of. It's just going to the Earth in Thanos' plan, and it should be done after the 3rd gem he was looking for. But now, this plan is ahead of schedule. Now, immediately, and the most fundamental reason for all this is because of the light and fluttering words of the goddess of death who came before. Su Chen, that amazing boy, I used to communicate with him in the way of resurrection. He is a very interesting person. The smile of the goddess of death completely ignited Thanos' anger. I want to tear him to pieces bit by bit. Before I tear him to pieces, I want him to see the destruction of his planet and the massacre of all the people. Never let go and will not show mercy at all. This time this spacecraft will act as the commander-in-chief to remotely control the entire Pioneer Guard Corps to invade the Earth. The Master is really angry this time. Hoo-ho-ho. Thanos suddenly burst out with an angry roar like licking a dog and hurting his self-esteem. Thanos looked at this army of his own and roared in front of this army. An incomparably huge spaceship Temple Number 2 has also quietly arrived behind Thanos. The 4 Obsidians exchanged glances with each other. I have never seen the Master in such a rage state. That kid is finished. Within a moment, the Vanguard Guard Corps and High Yayasi all assembled. The power of action brought by anger is unprecedented. As if in response to their master, the entire Vanguard army and all the biological weapons issued a terrifying roar of warfare. I will use this army to destroy the Earth myself, and then I will take off his head myself. I will kill him myself. Thanos' mouth issued the most vicious curse. Although the owner is rage, this is a good thing for us and we can kill again. This time I'm going to kill him by surprise. Looking at the magic scepter in his hand, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. The attack on the Earth where Su Chen is located, although it is out of anger, is not aimless. Thanos, it seems that although he has not collected all 3 gems, he already has an excellent opportunity to attack the Earth. This opportunity was given to him by the enemy from Su Chen. Just as the army was being assembled, a man with a look of embarrassment not long ago found the Vanguard Guard Corps and indicated that he wanted to see Thanos. The king I serve has no blood in this world. I think the only role I can play now is revenge. This person with a dark face and a foul-smelling face and scars all over his body fainted after saying this sentence. And in the scepter beside this person, Thanos felt a familiar aura. The Rune King Thor came to take revenge with boundless anger, but in the end he still died in the hands of Su Chen. The patron Saint Heimdall escaped again for the 2nd time. This time the sentry robot has been damaged by Thor and Heimdall cannot be detected. And Su Chen returned to Earth directly after destroying Thor, ignoring the existence of Heimdall. This god who survived 2 consecutive catastrophes did not have the slightest gratitude for Su Chen. On the contrary, his heart was full of resentment now. The 2 escapes from the dead also meant that he witnessed the death of 2 generations of kings. After watching the death of Rune King Thor, Heimdall, who was already desperate, suddenly thought of another person. Although I can't take revenge, but I think this person should have a chance to help me take revenge. It was Thanos that appeared in Heimdall's heart. For this reason, he returned to the universe again, to the place where the Vanguard guards were. He gave Thanos the only right in his own hands as a gift. Here I have the position of Asgard and Earth. Although I can transmit at most 1 or 2 people with my power, I think he should be able to exert greater value in your hands, Tilda. Heimdall's eyes were full of spite, but also a glimmer of hope. The scepter has the spatial status of 2 places and can open space shuttle. The reason why he and Thor were able to return to Asgard back then was also the reason they relied on the magic scepter. I feel your resentment. Thanos stretched out his hand and gently took this iron magic staff. How about sending 1 person? A sneer suddenly appeared on Thanos' face. What I want to do is to teleport an entire legion. At this time, the Vanguard guards were all on standby. Read more fictionzone.net. In the very center of Temple No. 2, on a small bracket, this magic scepter is placed. Under the transformation that can almost be regarded as black technology, the energy delivered by this scepter can easily be located on the Earth and guide the entire army to appear on the Earth together. I will personally give this kid to the goddess of death as the best gift. A gloomy voice came from inside Temple 2, a week later. Daily report: today the space is normal, the energy is normal, and there is no abnormal state. On the seventh day after Captain Marvel left, the Heavenly Sword Bureau was still operating according to its own procedures to monitor space and energy. The detection of energy and space power is no small project. Because of the connection with Asgard, there is a teleportation between the Earth and Asgard every day. After the Rainbow Bridge is connected to the Earth, the Rainbow Bridge is almost always in a state of non-stop every day. You can see the brilliant beam of light falling from the sky almost at any time and then disappear in a flash. It's just like from the subway. What the Heavenly Sword Bureau had to do was not only monitor the abnormal spatial fluctuations, but also distinguish between Asgard's spatial fluctuations and abnormal spatial fluctuations. This has really added a lot of work to them. There are large-scale energy fluctuations. Asgard's band, wait, this fluctuation value seems a bit too high. On the monitored screen, a familiar Asgard fluctuation appeared again, and the monitor simply glanced at it and classified it as a normal state. But then the monitor found a very strange place. Is there an important event today? Why is Asgard coming back with so many people? Seeing that the energy continues to rise and has almost reached a spatial fluctuation marked by a red value, the monitor frowned. Such fluctuations must at least reach the transportation level of a legion. Seeing the large-scale gorgeous beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky, a trace of shock flashed in the monitor's eyes. Then, under the slightly shocked gaze of the monitor and other personnel of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, the bright and large-scale colorful light disappeared. It was replaced by a black spaceship. Enemy attack. The red alert appeared at the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau instantly. If it was Earth or Asgard's Legion that undergoes a large-scale reorganization, they would receive orders in advance, but this time they did not. What's more, the spacecraft seen outside does not belong to the shape of the Earth or any kind of spacecraft in Asgard at all. One after another, giant boxes like cargo are constantly being dropped out of these unknown spaceships. Detect the location of the attack and turn on the defensive measures. Record the opponent's energy fluctuations and detect which fleet the opponent belongs to. Notify the Utopian ground forces and air and space forces that they are going to start work. Looking at the giant box thrown toward the ground and the densely packed Vanguard guards appearing nearby, one command after another was quickly issued. Although it was suddenly attacked by the enemy, there was no panic in the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. The Tian Good Zhao Zhao, who has been ravaged by Captain Marvel over and over again, the members of the Sword Bureau already have a relatively tough psychological quality. The place where the giant box was thrown was quickly determined. Yorkton, compared with the energy record provided to us by Captain Marvel, the goal is determined. It is the Vanguard guard team belonging to Thanos. Highest level alert. The red sirens in the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau sounded in one piece, and the commands that responded quickly flew to every corner of the Earth like snowflakes. The Utopia organization closely connected with the Heavenly Sword Bureau was even informed of the specific information of the attacker. In Yorkton, the city that was first attacked, after hearing the command, a huge dome was released in the center of the city. Certain black technologies of Wakanda are no longer top secrets in the face of the rapid development of Earth technology. However, their technology still has some merits, such as this dome with absolute defense. Scare, the protective cover which looks like a light, is slowly released at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light blue light quickly enveloped the edge of the city, and the huge black box near the city also slammed heavily on the ground at the same time. What rushes out is a bloody ocean formed by flesh and blood. A large number of Vanguard guards are like the most primitive beast tide, generally gushing out from the huge box. The Vanguard was shining with cold fangs, and it was as big as a small car, and it slammed into this big blue barrier. Bah! Suddenly the smell of burnt flesh and blood came out. Countless soldiers of the Vanguard Guard smashed into this light blue barrier, and they were instantly burnt. But after all, the number of them is really too much, and the continuous wave of beasts has even been stacked one after another. The protective layer used to protect the entire city has already felt a little shaky. Some of the creations of the Vanguard Corps had already squeezed through the protective cover forcibly and rushed inward from the protective cover. only to be wiped out by the assembled Utopia members in a flash. There have been several visible cavities and some cracks that seem to be broken glass on the protective cover. Obviously, this shield that can protect the entire city from a nuclear bomb level is about to run out of energy. But it has served its due role. The colorful beam of light soaring into the sky lit up again, but this time it was not the Vanguard guards but the new humans organized by Utopia. Shining with various energy fluctuations and peculiar abilities, the new humans finally arrived on the battlefield. The Vanguard guards, which barely passed through the protective shield, had not had time to start a charge. They had already been blasted into flesh by their concentration. The role of the protective cover is nothing more than this, persisting until the arrival of Utopia. The protective cover has completed its mission. The ignorant guys haven't escaped yet, they just made this kind of unnecessary resistance. The Dark Knight Proxima in the Obsidian 5 looked at this scene, and there was a glimmer of gloom in his eyes. Among the four generals, if one of them has the greatest resentment, it is tantamount to proximity in the dark. As a very rare female general, the husband of the professional Proxima Centauri is the dead Blade general who has been killed before. The pain of losing a husband almost drove Dark Knight Proxima Centauri crazy. It is precisely because of this reason that the first general that accompanied the Vanguard Guard Corps was Proxima Dark Knight. She wants to avenge her husband personally and take care of all the enemies. Seeing that the Vanguard Satellite Corps was blocked by this faint barrier, as well as the Utopian members continuously gathering behind the barrier. A black light suddenly appeared in the hands of Proxima Dark Knight, who was in a charging state. Read more fictionzone.net. Go! The Dark Knight Proxima Centauri suddenly stood still. Under the blessing of inertia and arm strength, this black light flew towards the barrier like an arrow from the string. This black light became the last straw of the shattered protective shield. Accompanied by a clear sound of glass breaking, the protective cover finally shattered completely, and the blocked Vanguard army finally moved forward like a flood again. Don't forget your mission. Just as Proxima Dark Knight was about to launch another charge of knowledge, another huge figure came next to her. Another general of the Obsidian 5 generals, the Black Dwarf, arrived at the same time. There are two other generals following closely behind, and they are also about to arrive on this battlefield. I know. Hearing what seemed to be a warning from his companion, Proxima Darkeye gritted his teeth. Proxima Dark Knight wants to kill Su Chen with his own hands, but Thanos has told them 4 generals in advance. It doesn't matter how many others they want to kill, but Su Chen must kill him by himself. He wants to give Su Chen as the final sacrifice to the goddess of death. Su Chen is the murderer who killed her husband, which makes Dark Yi Proxima so much hated, but he has no alternative. In the front, the Vanguard Puppet Regiment, like a torrent, officially confronted the Utopian forces for the first time. Above the ground are the biochemical beasts and the Vanguard soldiers that the Vanguard Guard Corps is proud of. Hovering in the sky are all kinds of strangely shaped but extremely lethal disc-shaped spaceships. This is a force that can make almost any organization in the universe fearful. In the face of this overbearing force, Utopia is also unwilling to show weakness. Almost all the offensive new humans belonging to Utopia are here. With the full popularity of invisible X-gene development drugs, new humans now occupy almost all of the entire human society. Even if you choose tall ones from short ones, this huge population base has bred a considerable new human army. Each new human has different abilities, and similar abilities can be superimposed on each other and complement each other. No one can confirm how terrible the new human legion is. And above the sky, there are all kinds of interstellar spacecraft and aerospace fighters developed. The Black Dwarf beside him threw himself to the ground with an agile movement that was completely inconsistent with his size, and at the same time kicked down the nearby Dark Knight Proxima. Carefully. If we want to make it, we have to make the best, and we have to make the best in the entire universe. Dark Knight Proxima, his left hand is covering his right shoulder, and the entire right arm and the weapon held by the arm have been completely gasified by energy. The two forces have always been regarded as fire and water, but this time it is finally time to see the truth. Just when the two armies were about to come together, a dazzling blue and white light fell from the sky. This is the slogan that the dwarves yelled while waving their hammers. Immediately after this ray of light entered from the vertical, it suddenly turned into a sweep, sweeping all the vanguard guards on the ground mercilessly. Su Chen, who is exuding energy that can almost interfere with the fluctuation of space, is officially on the battlefield with that huge energy beam, but his action was still a step too late. Accompanied by an unpleasant sizzling sound of burnt flesh and blood, Proxima Dark Knight uttered a scream. A sound resounded throughout the battlefield. After Asgard technology and rune magic load, under the alloy bonus that the dwarves spare no effort, the firepower and maneuverability of all warships have almost reached a heinous level. The earth trembled instantly. I have been waiting for you for a long time. When the blue and white energy rushed toward his face, the Dark Knight Proxima Centauri, whose head was filled with hatred, did not react. As a warship that can fight in the cosmic environment, it is still at ease below the atmosphere. Su Chen, who has a body of energy particles, appeared on the battlefield as soon as he received the news. However, Su Chen did not rush to take action but looked at the new human legion below. Very rare, Su Chen's eyes are filled with relief. After mastering many technologies, the strength of the Earth is finally no longer the weak Earth. Even in the face of such a huge force as the Vanguard army, the Earth still has the power to fight. If Obsidian 5 will not join it, then it is really hard to know who is the one who will be exposed. This war will eventually be recorded in the annals of history. Su Chen spoke softly, and I will add the most brilliant pen to it. Blue and white rays of light skyrocketed. The body of particle energy is quickly formed, and the energy rays that annihilate everything fall from the sky. Not only swept the entire Vanguard Guard Corps but even the Dark Knight Proxima in the Obsidian Infinite. Because it was too much, the fighting power was greatly weakened. The scream that resounded across the sky immediately attracted the attention of the new humans not far in front. It also caught Su Chen's attention. Be careful, you are being watched by him. The space next to it squirmed slightly, and a rumorous voice sounded in the ears of Proxima and Black Dwarf in the Dark Knight. The superstar, as a scout and communicator good at mental transmission and mind control, has quietly appeared next to them. Damn it, isn't that B***** D Ebony Maw coming yet? The Dark Knight, which had become a little weak due to the excessive bleeding, stood up from the ground by the neighboring star. I'm right behind you. Another voice without the slightest emotion sounded behind them. A tall and thin man floated in the air. His eyes were also locked on Su Chen with a look of jealousy in his eyes. After hearing the scream, Ebony knew that something was not good, but when he came here, Proxima Dark Knight still had an arm cut off. He stretched out his thin fingers and spit out a word coldly. The bleeding wound of Proxima Dark Knight suddenly stopped bleeding and began to heal. This guy is much stronger than we thought. The nearby Black Dwarf shook the dirt on his body and got up a little embarrassed. Although he was good at defense, he relied on his strong defense power to block the damage, but his huge size still made him suffer a lot. How can a person who can be regarded as an enemy by his master be so simple? What's more, there are infinite gems on his body. Ebony Throat stared at Su Chen stubbornly. Go and tell the master right away that the enemy he is thinking of has already appeared. Read more fictionzone.net. Then Ebony Throat turned his head and said to the superstar, "Clear." The superstar nodded quickly and then the whole person disappeared. The three of us must consume his energy as much as possible, waiting for the master to kill him with a single blow. Ebony Maw immediately said to the remaining two people. Black Dwarf, you are in the front. Proxima Centauri in the Dark Knight, you stay behind him. Now you have no weapons, your combat effectiveness is greatly reduced, and harassment is the main thing as much as possible. Ebony Mouth held out his finger while directing. Around the ruins, mud and stones fluttered up, slowly rotating along the body of the Ebony Throat. It is good. The Black Dwarf nodded heavily, and then rushed towards Su Chen with a heavy step. Dark Knight Proxima Centauri followed closely behind him, fluttering behind him, looking for a fatal blow like a poisonous snake. Go. Behind them, the Ebony Throat waved a big hand, and the flying mud and stones shot out towards Su Chen like a cannonball. Su Chen, who had cleaned the battlefield and quietly waited for Thanos to arrive, frowned. Where does a cat and a dog dare to be presumptuous in front of me? Thanos didn't show up, but these dark guys appeared instead. Su Chen suddenly showed impatient expression. Roar, and the black dwarf was already close to Su Chen. He roared and opened his arms to embrace Su Chen fiercely. He wanted to squeeze Su Chen into mashed flesh. It's just that at the next moment his arms just opened suddenly froze. Before he hugged Su Chen, a fist was already firmly printed on his chest. Boom, a muffled sound with the black dwarf as the center. The dust suddenly rose. Seeking flowers. This shell is still pretty hard. Seeing the stiff black dwarf who took his own punch and stood still, Su Chen smiled tauntingly. Before the black dwarf could say anything, Su Chen punched it again. The black dwarf suddenly burst like a rotten watermelon. The defense of the black dwarf is certainly strong, but it is a pity that he does not understand what terrifying power is contained in the body in front of him. Dark Knight Proximity Star, retreat quickly. Seeing that the black dwarf hadn't lasted a round, the ebony throat suddenly began to crack. But the Dark Knight Proxima Centauri, after hearing Wu Muhu's words, was already fixed in place, unable to move. Behind the Dark Knight of Proxima Centauri, those mud and stones composed of a cannonball-like attack were also fixed in midair and immobile, as if they were trapped in a mire. Seeing Su Chen close at hand, the eyes of Proxima Centauri in Dark Knight seemed to burst into flames, but there was nothing he could do about it. Su Chen walked slowly by the side of the neighboring star in the Dark Knight, and a word came slowly. It was as if a large black hole grenade had exploded, and the torn space crack suddenly destroyed everything around it greedily. Proxima Dark Knight could not speak, but one after another black space cracks suddenly tore apart in the middle of her body. Just now, I remember it seemed that you broke the defensive shield. The master finally come. And in the center of the glove, a purple gem is gradually shining. In the distant jungle, Thanos held up his infinite gloves. Looking at the ebony throat who was about to escape in the distance, Su Chen spoke softly. When the two looked at each other, they seemed to sense something at the same time, and the two looked up at the sky at the same time. In the way of the other, return the self and the other body. Let these satellites hit the ground like a meteorite mountain, there is still one. And the face of Ebony Moss suddenly showed a look of escape. Su Chen frowned suddenly. And the gravitational fluctuations released by the power gem are frantically tearing one after another in the Earth's low Earth orbit. The black light thrown by the neighboring star in the Dark Knight contained a part of space power, and at this time she herself was torn apart by Su Chen's space power. The satellite, firmly controlled by gravity, rushed towards the Earth uncontrollably. When the satellite rubs against the atmosphere, it instantly becomes a group of dazzling flames. Some small satellites can no longer bear the friction process, forming a beautiful big firework. But more satellites are still falling towards Yorkton under the guidance of gravity. For a while, there seemed to be a meteor shower over the city. Throwing stones, this is a trick played by children. Feeling the constant fluctuations of the power coming from a distance, Su Chen smiled contemptuously. The red diamond-shaped gemstone slowly emerged from Su Chen's forehead. Those satellites coming towards the city and about to descend on the city suddenly slowed their speed. The speed of the satellite that was accelerating under the dual attraction of gravity and gravitation suddenly decreased sharply. By the time these satellites reached the ground, there was no harm. What is even more surprising is that these satellites seem to have gained amazing resilience, and after a few bounces on the ground, they completely lose all their kinetic energy. The power of reality has turned them into a material like silicone. Satellites whose edges have never been close to cities are not treated like this. Those satellites whizzed past Su Chen's head with thick black smoke and firelight and slammed heavily towards the mountains near the city. Boom! With the dull sound after another, the mountains in the distance seemed to tremble slightly. Seeing this scene, Thanos' face became gloomy again. The significance of Su Chen's move couldn't be more obvious. Except for the new human beings in the utopia in the city, all the people in the mountains and plains are the vanguard guards. The slap that he stretched out finally fell on his face, and it was still slapped. You have something more than I thought. Even if it is a few kilometers away with mud and trees in between, but Thanos seems to be able to see Su Chen, staring at Su Chen. While talking, Thanos could hear his teeth grinding. On Thanos' golden gloves, two gems were making a slight buzzing sound which seemed to indicate some kind of resonance. Ignorant people always think less. Su Chen smiled sarcastically. Being so close, the resonance between the gems cannot be concealed at all. As early as when the string fluctuations of the fluctuating universe appeared, Thanos knew that Su Chen should have 2 infinite gems. This is why he can't wait but still launches an attack after preparing 2 infinite gems. It is already very difficult to get an infinite gem. 2 more, so read more fictionzone.net. Not to mention the third one. Thanos does not believe that Su Chen has the ability to find the third gem in such a short time. I bet you don't have the third gem in your hand. Snapped. Feeling 3 different kinds of fluctuations on the opponent's body, Thanos felt that his face was slapped fiercely again. In addition, the satellite that had just flown hit the Vanguard. There was a fiery pain in his face. Ignorance, are you talking about me? But even so, Thanos shook his head gently. This is the most interesting joke I heard today. After taking a look at the 2 shining gems in his hand, Thanos regained some calmness instead. Even if you own 3 gems, so what? Thanos raised his mouth in disdain. Only oneself is the one who bears the destiny, the only one who gets enlightenment from the well of infinity. In other words, only he knows how to use the full power of infinite gems. Others don't know how to fully unleash the power of infinite gems, and he is the son of destiny. What's more, in addition to this endless knowledge, he is also a family of titans. How could a weak human being be his opponent? Even if you own 3 gems, you still have to kneel in front of me in the end. Thanos finally stopped looking at his gloves, but raised his head to look at Su Chen again. But since another guardian of your Earth also exists, why not stand up, the holder of timekeeping? Thanos grabbed the double-edged long knife with his gloved right hand and pointed it to the other side. Su Chen is not the only one confronting him on this battlefield. From far away where the long knife pointed, a golden spark suddenly appeared. The golden sparks continued to spread, connected to each other, and finally formed a golden circle, and a small portal quietly formed. Then a familiar person wearing a robe barely stood there. Ancient One is here, long time no see, Su Chen Supreme. After Ancient One came to the battlefield, he bowed gently to Su Chen. Ancient One. Su Chen nodded in response, the monster in this universe. After receiving Su Chen's response, Ancient One turned his gaze to the opposite Thanos, and a look of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Even with the time gem, Ancient One cannot ignore the threat from this cosmic monster. Naturally, the ebony throat who had almost lost his life could no longer trouble Su Chen. In this way, I can concentrate on dealing with that nasty kid. Thanos turned around, not knowing when the Ebony Maw had already come to Thanos. Also, as a mage, Ebony Maw is naturally more interested in Ancient One. No one is willing to take the initiative to fight with such a guy unless he is crazy. This is the serious enemy. But the light of the 2 gems gleaming in Thanos' hands has announced that there will be a battle between them. Had it not been for Su Chen to be attracted by Thanos, then the current Ebony Maw would have been killed on the battlefield. Fair enough. It's not the same as the monster that kills people in seconds. But looking at the Ancient One in the robe that just appeared now, and feeling a slightly similar magic wave on his body, the eyes of the ebony throat lit up. Looking at his bright-eyed subordinates, Thanos nodded gently. This would be a pretty good enemy. Master, I think this guy might be able to give it to me. Looking at Ancient One that just appeared, Thanos just wanted to say something. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly rang next to him. The cursed knowledge, the undeniable terrifying bloodline of the Titans, and the 2 huge legions behind him. Ebony's eyes fixed on Ancient One. After I personally dealt with that nasty kid, he handled it at will. Thanos promised. Before, Thanos and Su Chen were just looking at each other through the woods, and now Thanos has finally moved. After giving a promise from Ebony Maw, Thanos carried his long sword and slowly moved forward step by step. As Thanos stepped forward slowly, an unusually domineering and majestic aura slowly released. For a time, the entire battlefield was silent. Without any brain, or in other words, there was no reason at all to fight on the basis of his own instincts. At this time, he also quietly fell down on his body. It had been destroyed by Proxima Centauri in the dark before, and at this time the protective cover that was slowly dissipating under the impact of this momentum completely disappeared. Su Chen also slowly descended from high altitude, landing a few meters above the ground. Not far from where the original protective cover existed, Thanos was slowly approaching. Behind Thanos, the vanguards who had fallen down were slowly moving forward as Thanos moved forward. This state of one army accompanied by one person makes Thanos' momentum even more aggressive. It also filled the entire battlefield with pressure. And Su Chen descended on the other side of the protective shield, facing the aura of aggression on the opposite side. Su Chen's expression was solemn. The body, which obviously doesn't look big, also releases a terrifying power. It's just that unlike Thanos, which is full of domineering and tyrannical aura, Su Chen's aura has become more vigorous. If the breath of Thanos is as turbulent as the waves, then Su Chen's breath is as strong as a levee. The protective cover has completely collapsed, but Su Chen's figure is a bit more solid and thicker than the protective shield just now. Behind Su Chen, other Utopian personnel including Ancient One also slowly gathered. Su Chen did not move forward, but all Utopia personnel have slowly come behind Su Chen. If Thanos and his army are a beast preparing to attack, so now the Utopian alliance of Su Chen and Su Chen is a hunter standing still, full of endless desire to fight. As Su Chen said, this must be a battle recorded in the annals of history, whether it is for Su Chen or Thanos. Thanos raised the long knife in his hand high as if he was waiting for something. Utopia offense. Su Chen's roar and exploded like a thunder on the battlefield. At the same time, the long sword in Thanos' hand was swung. morefictionzone.net. The two legions started their actions at the same time like two evil beasts. But Thanos was the first to act. In the process of advancing, he raised his gloves high and the power gem exuded unprecedented strong fluctuations. Give me ... come. Thanos gritted his teeth and let his strength maintain, exuding unprecedented dazzling brilliance. The gravitational force generated by the power gem suddenly diffused like a tide and even more directly out of the atmosphere like a silk thread. The intensity this time is far more exaggerated than last time. Not only satellites outside the atmosphere, a number of asteroids outside the Earth and even various small gravel celestial bodies are captured by the gravitational force maintained by the force at the same time, like a meteorite pouring toward the Earth. This time it was no longer a temptation and Thanos did not keep his hands. The sky that was originally clear had become extremely dim at this time. Take a closer look, the sky is already covered with dense meteorites of all colors. Glittering thrilling flames and thick smoke, it is spinning forward toward the Earth at a fast speed, and the reality gems hovering outside of Su Chen's body are at the same time a masterpiece. Looking at the endless meteorites, Su Chen suddenly stretched out his hand and squeezed the reality gem. A dazzling red light suddenly appeared above the sky, connecting the sky like a Changhong. Immediately after this red light from east to west like a car windshield wiper lightly slashed across the sky. There was no sound, but the roar of meteorite friction from the sky had stopped abruptly. Like a car wiper, Su Chen has cleared away the nearest meteorite and even the gravitational threads between all meteorites. The atmosphere was instantly swept away. The small celestial bodies outside the atmosphere that originally flew toward the Earth also stopped their motion and started to orbit around the Earth according to a new trajectory. Looking up at the sky, Thanos frowned. The exaggeration of Su Chen's ability to control gems was somewhat unexpected by Thanos, but Thanos was not discouraged by this. In the process of both parties charging at the same time, he and Su Chen had already rushed in front of each other. Ugh! Thanos raised his long knife and slashed it at Su Chen in front of him. Even if you have mastered the use of gemstones, what can you do? He is a titan who has the body and power of a titan. And now he has the blessing of power gems and almost indestructible physical body. With the long sword slashing and falling, the most destructive force in the world is coming. Boom, smoke and dust are everywhere. The remaining prestige brought by the simple long knife set off a great momentum. At the farthest point, 10 buildings in the city have been completely destroyed by the aftermath, but at the center of all power, Su Chen was safe and sound. The Utopia members behind Su Chen were completely sheltered by the energy emanating from Su Chen. However, the huge gully created by a retreat in front of Su Chen still showed this devastating power. The energy particle body is activated, that infinitely evolving physique, really excited. This time it is evenly matched, but this time neither Su Chen nor Thanos backed away. And above the ground, it was as if a huge naughty child had been drew some shocking wounds recklessly. The potential energy in the body wakes up instantly, Rune King Supreme. When stronger powers appear. It is also the time when the re-evolution begins. My body is getting excited. Mixed with Asgard's unique rune power, the whole body exudes bright white light waves. Su Chen is like a rising star. Boom! A huge shock wave swept the entire battlefield immediately, and the few people who could not dodge and the vanguard suddenly flew out. Feeling the strength that seemed to be slightly stronger than himself, Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. After the two people experienced a head-on collision, they were deadlocked in place. Seeing Thanos coming to charge again, Su Chen didn't evade, so he went up straight. Su Chen can feel that his body has been stagnant for a long time, and it seems that it has begun to evolve again. Under the fighting between the two people, Thanos' arms began to tremble little by little, and his body began to gradually become shorter. How can this be? Thanos, who feels that his own advantages are drifting away bit by bit, is somewhat unbelievable. Obviously, just now he was just a bit close and he could squeeze this kid into the ground. But why has it become such a situation now? It was as if a lone wolf was transforming bit by bit and finally turned into a tiger. This feeling is not obvious, but it is happening. Roar. A ray of purple light flashed in Thanos' eyes, his right leg was raised high and he fell heavily again. The surrounding vanguards even jumped from the ground because of the shock. The immense power was transmitted to the ground, instantly causing the mud waves to rush away in general. And he also took advantage of this force. Thanos took advantage of this to get rid of the entanglement with Su Chen and pulled a distance. Thanos, who possesses the powerful power of the Titans, needs to remember the power gem to get rid of Su Chen's entanglement. This made Thanos suddenly feel a sense of depression in his heart. Relying solely on my own strength, it started to struggle even more. How can this be? I am a dignified body of Titan. How can I not be compared with the human body? What kind of monster are you? Seeing Su Chen, whose momentum seemed to skyrocket again, Thanos murmured to himself. Shouldn't human beings be a rather weak race? But even if you are strong, what can you do? But then there was a trace of fierceness in Thanos' eyes. Although a little helpless, Thanos still clenched his fists. With the clenching of the fist, the purple light on it began to diffuse to Thanos' skin little by little. The power gem was finally mobilized by Thanos. Boom! Then Su Chen and Thanos had another head-to-head collision. Within the attack range of the two people, there is no more life. The aftermath on the battlefield is desperately destroying various organic and inorganic bodies. Even the figures of Thanos and Su Chen have been distorted, and the two of them are in a strange state of figure. The real space has been distorted by arrogant power and is in a critical state of extreme collapse. Read more fictionzone.net. This time, the two people touched each other. Thanos stepped back a few meters and Su Chen was hit back to the original place. But Su Chen was not angry at all, instead he laughed instead. Finally can't help but use the power gem tilde. Feeling that what the other party was sending was not his own, like a defining force, Su Chen moved his shoulders. As Kappa Kappa's voice sounded, Su Chen's figure gradually blurred. The blue energy circled out again, surrounding Su Chen's side, forming a violent tornado. The body of energy particles is released again. Every cell is whistling and releasing its own energy. In the end, all the energies gathered together and gathered into Su Chen, Rune King Supreme form once again. Stay away from the Supreme Master and the Big Purple Man and be careful not to be affected by them. Seeing the huge blue and white tornado appearing on the battlefield, the White Queen Emma hurriedly spoke to the other soldiers through the mental network. When the body of energy particles really appears in the frontal confrontation, it means that the battle has finally really begun. That level of battle is not something they can mix into. It can be stronger. Seeing Su Chen's violent posture, Thanos gritted his teeth again. I don't plan to keep my hands this time. Thinking that he was actually in a passive posture, a dark cloud flashed in Thanos' eyes. This feeling made him feel very upset. When he only had a few good cards, the other party unscrupulously threw a bunch of king bombs, which is not good news. If you don't make any changes, then you are about to enter the opponent's rhythm, which is almost a subversive change for a battle. And Thanos, who had let the opponent into his own rhythm many times, understood this truth very well. He can't squeeze the toothpaste little by little. Above the glove, purple and orange energy rose to the sky. Ugh. The full release of the power retention even made Thanos a little unable to control his body, and his body leaned back slightly. And some black faintly appeared in the frantically pooled energy, which is not the destruction of the spatial structure. There is no space structure there anymore. This is a small black hole just formed. Pang! With the explosion of the land at his feet, Thanos rose into the sky, and the endless energy gathered in his hands aimed at the earth behind Su Chen and Su Chen. The power of power retention can easily destroy a planet. So when destroying this planet, it shouldn't be a problem to bring another person along with it. Not only the power gems are releasing all their powers, but the soul gems are also doing the same, stealing Su Chen's energy frantically. The powerful force from that one-touch ray of light immediately knocked Thanos back to the ground like a meteor. Group. Emma, the White Queen, is wise. When Su Chen started to fight, she didn't know that their group of mortals could be approached. The blue and white energy almost burns the human retina. It is a pity that this kind of energy has already been offset by another crimson energy and turned into invisible when approaching Su Chen. How could the etheric particles who already possess a certain consciousness let the energy of this soul gem hurt Su Chen? Su Chen stood up on the ground. Are you kidding me? The blue and white light cut straight into the small black hole like an arrow from the string. Thanos hurriedly evaded, but he was still vaguely caught by the blue and white light after he was too late to dodge. The power that had originally maintained the operation of this small black hole was instantly destroyed and fragmented. Boom. If you look from the satellite, you can see that on the ground in the area where Su Chen and the extinct Good Money are located, suddenly there appears a small pit that can be seen with the naked eye on the satellite. However, this blue-white ray of light remained unabated even after destroying the black hole and rushed towards the owner of this black hole. The city of Yorkton near them has long been shaky. It looks like a small spider web, but it has actually stretched for miles. Faced with the small black hole falling from the sky and the terrifying force circling around, Su Chen refused to give up. Interference, to be precise, is trying to control Su Chen's soul, the blue light that can burn the retina of almost all living creatures, causing everyone to temporarily close their eyes. The top battle, not to mention participation in approach, even watching is not allowed. Mortals are not qualified to see the war of the gods. After this kind of light that made people feel like burning pain, there was only Su Chen in the air. There was a big crater on the ground like a meteorite, and the bright black and purple color in the center shocked everyone. For a while, the entire battlefield was silent. The audience was shocked. Not to mention the Ebony Maw and others who were relying on word spirit magic and Ancient One to fight at this time. Even those vanguard monsters who had no brains and were simply tamed by Thanos. These monsters now will never growl threateningly in their throats anymore, they just stand on the spot in a daze. When Su Chen glanced over them without any emotion, these monsters shrank slightly subconsciously. That is an oppression from the food chain. Once they were oppressed by Thanos, so Thanos is at the top of the food chain, but now a new level has been added to the top of the food chain. This pressure from a confidant in the food chain brings them a kind of instinct that seems to be born with fear. No vanguard dared to approach Thanos, who fell to the ground. Except for these monsters that can only be described by instinct, other people from the Legion have a hint of retreat in their eyes. Was the almost invincible master who could traverse the entire universe actually defeated? Looking at Su Chen still staying in midair, the members of Utopia, whose numbers are increasing in the mountains and plains, and the more and more interstellar warships in the sky, they felt a kind of fear for the first time. When will such a terrifying combat power burst out on a planet of low-level civilization? Looking at Thanos, who fell on the ground, Su Chen raised his right hand. In an instant, the hot blue and white energy gathered in Su Chen's palm again. On the ground, the ebony throat of the Ancient One mage who had been carefully guarding him, suddenly his face changed drastically. No, the master is in danger. This guy wants to cut the weeds and roots. The first moment Ebonmaw reacted was to remind Thanos. But turning his head to look at Thanos, who seemed to have fallen into a state of chaos when he fell on the ground, Ebony Mouth's face instantly turned black. How can this situation wake up? Without daring to think about it, Wu Mu and hurriedly turned and ran over there, hoping to get Thanos out of the attack area before this hot energy arrived. It's easy to come but hard to go. Seeing his opponent's actions, Ancient One Mage chuckled lightly and the golden and flaming red chains were released. How could it be so easy to let you run away? Even if Ebony Throat broke away from the red shackles at the cost of its own injury, it was still a step late after all. The bright blue light has been overwhelmingly vented down. Read more fictionzone.net. When he was about to rush to Thanos, suddenly a faint figure appeared next to Thanos. This photographer forcefully pulled Thanos out of the ground and then bent his waist into a U shape and at the same time threw Thanos out fiercely. The superstar, who had been hiding on the side before, finally took action this time. Before the lightning flint, Thanos left the attack area, but the superstar lost the last time to escape. There is no sound. The blue and white energy invaded this ravaged land like mercury, causing the land to become scorched black. The body of the superstar is directly decomposed in this energy, and even the dregs never existed. Seeing this scene, Su Chen seemed to have thought of something suddenly. He didn't care about Thanos, who had been thrown aside, but instead focused on the only remaining Ebony Throat. The Ebony Throat suddenly became cold all over. Cut the grass, you have to get rid of the roots. The appearance of superstars reminded Su Chen instead. Not only can Thanos be left, no one of his members can survive. When Thanos wakes up, he just happens to see his last subordinate, the last of the 5 Obsidians. Wu Mu is shrouded in blue and white energy in front of him. Instantly became a rubbish of fly ash. Do not. Seeing that there was no other subordinate around him, Thanos instantly woke up. Seeing Su Chen, who was still in the air, Thanos tightened his infinite gloves. How can this be? Thanos said with an incredible growl. Nothing is impossible, you just overestimate yourself. Seeing Thanos exuding a sorrowful air from the inside out, Su Chen's eyes were drooping without any emotion. This ending is already doomed at the moment Thanos delusional to attack Utopia and snatch gems. What? Thanos, who didn't want to believe all this, urged his gloves again, and the bright purple light rushed towards Su Chen like a shooting star. Boom, boom, it's just that Su Chen, who has already understood this power gem, how could he be harmed? Before the shooting star came into contact with Su Chen, he was blown out by the volley. As for the soul gem, the yellow light has not yet been emitted, the red light has flashed by, and then the 2 lights are extinguished at the same time. Die to me, die to me. Thanos, who didn't believe in evil, continued to urge his gloves, but he didn't notice that a thin crack had appeared on his gloves. After all, it's not a finished product of a dwarf. After the power gem and soul gem flashed a ray of light at the same time, Thanos suddenly felt cold in his hands. The glove that originally wrapped his palm finally shattered. The palms, which were already full of sweat, were immediately exposed to the air. On the broken glove, 2 brilliant gems fell to the ground feebly. Seeing this scene, Thanos was subconsciously bent over and grabbed 2 gems and continued to fight. But before he caught these 2 gems, a light blue light flashed. The gem has appeared in Su Chen's hands. Can't drive the glove to exert the full power of the gem. How could it be Su Chen's opponent? Step by step is wrong, step by step is wrong. Thanos, who had already entered the rhythm of Su Chen, was unable to recover. Looking at the charred ground that was empty, Thanos' hands suddenly trembled uncontrollably. As if infected, the whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. The vigorous fighting spirit in his eyes seemed to be extinguishing bit by bit at this time. The last hope was dashed. 2 gems that originally belonged to Thanos have now come to Su Chen's hands. One is a mysterious purple power gem. One is a soul gem with a faint yellow light. It is consistent with the 3 gems in Su Chen's hands, but has its own differences in detail. Looking at these 2 gems, Su Chen's face suddenly showed a smile. Immediately after Thanos on the ground, among the slightly desperate eyes, Su Chen also took out a golden glove. This glove is exactly the same as Thanos' glove that has shattered. Of course, if you use the words of the dwarves themselves, the glove they made is even more perfect. On this golden glove there are also two gems inlaid, namely the blue space gem and the yellow soul gem. The soul gem has been placed on the glove while the space gem was just put on by Su Chen. It is precisely because of the space gems that these two new gems fell into Su Chen's hands. Immediately afterwards, the ether particles surrounding Su Chen, that is, the actual gems, were embedded in the third hole. The next thing made Thanos almost collapsed. Su Chen picked up the two gems that originally belonged to him and placed them gently on his gloves at the same time. With two soft sounds, 5 gems finally appeared on this glove, and Su Chen also put his hand into this glove. In an instant, Su Chen's aura began to rise, quickly spreading. Almost every corner of the earth covered Su Chen's consciousness in the blink of an eye. And soon this wave of consciousness and majestic power was no longer confined to the earth. It began to permeate the entire solar system and even radiate the entire single universe. But at this time Su Chen frowned suddenly. It seems to be a little bit. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then looked at the Ancient One mage standing aside. Mage Ancient One immediately understood, took out a pale green gem and gently sent it to Su Chen. The last gem returned to your place. Feeling the strength that he could achieve perfection with only a slight difference, Su Chen smiled softly and at the same time slowly placed this gem of time in the glove. Ding tilde. The entire glove suddenly filled with colorful light, and the power of the 6 gems began to extend into Su Chen's body with the help of the glove. Every gem has amazing power that can kill ordinary people. Read more fictionzone.net. But the 6 gems were all added together. Under the coordination of the gloves, this force not only did not hurt Su Chen's bit but continued to strengthen Su Chen. With the addition of this powerful force, even Su Chen himself couldn't help but close his eyes slightly. In this entire 616 main universe, Su Chen's consciousness finally permeated the entire single universe, and his consciousness is not just shaking the invisible strings of the universe. He is everywhere now. Every corner of the universe seemed to be filled with his sight, as if he could look at any place in this universe. The 6 jewels on the glove exude their own special brilliance in turn, and these brilliance are also constantly wandering in Su Chen's body, strengthening the body that has almost reached the extreme. Not only the body, but Su Chen's soul is also surrounded by thicker defenses, his mental power is also strengthened, and his brain is also redeveloped. The 6 infinite gems represent the 6 origins in this universe, and their addition is the whole universe. Similarly, everything about Su Chen as a human being has been strengthened by gems. Feeling the individual gradually becoming more perfect, Su Chen took a breath. With Su Chen's breathing, it seems that the rhythm of nature is changing accordingly. It seems that the entire single universe is resonating with Su Chen's breathing. Then Su Chen opened his eyes again. No momentum was exposed and no one caused any strange changes in the scene. Su Chen simply looked around for 4 weeks, skipping the surrounding Vanguard guards and Thanos himself. Very plain. But these beasts who rely solely on their instincts for fighting power suddenly shrank their bodies at this time, sobbing a little uneasy. Although they can only fight by instinct, but because of this their instincts are sharper than anyone else. And now this instinct is telling them that their lives are about to come to an end. You plan to push the power of this glove and then contribute half of the life in this universe to the goddess of death. Su Chen, who had already obtained the soul gem, easily got the idea of Thanos. This made Su Chen a little bit of disdain. It's really a boring thought. In your consciousness it seems that you want to push the power of the glove by snapping your fingers. Su Chen laughed suddenly, and at the same time gently stretched out his gloved right hand. Suddenly a trace of anxiety flashed in Thanos' heart. It's as if twitching is fleeting. Immediately afterwards Su Chen brought his thumb and middle finger together and twisted gently at the same time. Snapped, a crisp snap of his fingers. The gloss of the glove dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it was not directly damaged as it was when Thanos wore it. The quality control of the dwarves is still quite strict. And this crisp sound as if ringing in the ears of everyone in the entire universe. For Thanos and the Vanguard Guards Corps to which Thanos belongs, this sound is undoubtedly a death knell. Thanos, who was already desperate, seemed to be tens of years old all of a sudden. He moved his feet tremblingly, found a huge smooth stone nearby and sat down gently. The simple few steps seemed to consume all his physical strength, and generally he didn't have any more actions next. And all the vanguard guards around him belonged to them, without exception, beginning to disintegrate bit by bit in front of Thanos. No matter it is big or small, no matter it is a creature or a spacecraft, everything turned into fly ash and dissipated into the air. The appearance of Thanos seemed to be older and more powerful. Wrinkles and wrinkles gradually covered Thanos' whole body. With a dispensable sigh, Thanos' body, like his soldiers, began to dissipate little by little. Since then, in this universe, there has been no trace of Thanos. Apart from Su Chen, no one remembers Thanos. In the end, in this universe, the only one who knew Thanos and was able to remember Thanos turned out to be his greatest enemy. This is the biggest irony. Except for Su Chen, no one will remember Thanos. Of course, why should they remember Thanos? Now they only need a big carnival. The failure of Thanos has too many different meanings for the entire planet. First of all, the first enemy who is worried about the infinite gem and the only known enemy has disappeared. Secondly, in this war with Thanos, apart from cutting-edge combat power, the Earth did not show any disadvantages. Thanos has an invincible vanguard army, but at this time there is finally a utopian organization on the Earth. The overwhelming new humans, the newly formed Sentry robot, and the interstellar spacecraft incorporating various technologies will form three solid lines of defense. In terms of technology and combat effectiveness, they do not belong to any large organization in the universe, and even begin to approach the Nova Army infinitely. Although Captain Marvel did not expressly say that they are too proud, they have already recognized this in their hearts. When this battle is over, no one except the enemies who have disappeared will not be rejoicing for it. It's just that the people whose evidence is clear now don't know that there is another guy who also looked at the Earth. The plan went perfectly. Ego stood in his palace and nodded in satisfaction. As his sister-in-law contributed his strength, he succeeded in doing it, transforming hundreds of planets in this universe, completely transforming them into his own clones. But this was just the beginning. After Tonghua had thousands of planets, he didn't stop there. More on the contrary, these planets, which had become his clone, began to extend their tentacles to the surrounding planets. There are often more planets next to a smart planet, and now those planets are also beginning to be covered with assimilated matter. Although it is a bit slower than transforming the intelligent planet, these planets with no life on it have also begun to transform into a part of Yigo bit by bit. The road of assimilation and expansion began to radiate slowly. In the beginning, it was planet after planet. But as there are more and more places for fairy tales, slowly in the 616 main universe, a small area after another, one after another expanding fan-shaped area begins to fall and become a part of Ego. Read more fictionzone.net. Like a virus, Yi began to slowly infect a universe, and finally made this universe only exist in his own absolute will. Every time a planet is assimilated, Yi's power will increase correspondingly. Feeling the power that he is changing every day and growing every day, Yi is naturally very happy. Recently, he put his gaze on a planet that he had never succeeded before. Perhaps I should reconsider the matter of the Earth. Igo touched his chin, then said thoughtfully, the Earth will always be Yi's thoughts. On the one hand, it was because during the initial assimilation process, the small, low-level planet Earth actually resisted his assimilation. This incident has always impressed him deeply. In addition to the Earth, there are a few planets that have escaped Ego's assimilation. But the civilizations on the other planets are not at the same level as the Earth. At least in Ego's opinion, it's not the same level. This point aroused Ego's interest, but he didn't care too much. What he really cared about was some interesting information that Ego had searched in Xingju's mind. It is naturally gratifying to find such a son who can carry out his plan thoroughly. But when he could see the information in Xingju's mind, Yi realized that he was unexpectedly happy. Thanksgiving captures them and finally intends to invade the Earth. There will be infinite gems on the Earth. When Igo learned the news, he narrowed his eyes lightly, seeming to be thinking about something. Perhaps I should go and take a look on Earth to see what happened before. Such a thought began to sprout in Yi's heart. And if you can, gems are also a pretty good means of conquest. Thinking of this, Yigo's face showed a trace of calmness. No one can resist the temptation of gems. Even an ego who thinks he is close to the invincibility of the universe is the same. Ego never felt that Thanos was an opponent worthy of his attention, even if his power in this universe was indeed very powerful. He had never cared about this day. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't want to unscrupulously bring Xingju back under Thanos' eyelids. And now that Thanos is looking for infinite gems, maybe he can get some interesting things from it. Thinking of this, Igo closed his eyes gently and his consciousness circulated quickly among all the clones. It seems that I am the closest to the Earth here. A planet covered by blue-gray matter suddenly increased in frequency of flickering, and then Yigo's consciousness spread from this planet. Relying on his previous positioning of the Earth, Yiji quickly found a planet that had been assimilated closest to the Earth. Let's see what is happening on Earth. With the emergence of this consciousness, this planet suddenly deviated from its previous trajectory and marched across the universe in a rampage. Sometimes you will encounter one or two asteroids or meteorites, but they are directly destroyed by this planet. It seemed that nothing could stop the extension of Thanos' will. Whether it is the Earth to be reached next, everything that happens on the Earth, or the infinite gems that may exist on the Earth, it seems that they are already in Yigo's bag. After getting the infinite gem, assimilate the Earth together so that you can control the galaxy where the Earth is. In Ego's heart, he had already settled such an abacus and easily finalized the fate of the Earth. In other words, I think I have finalized the destiny of the Earth. After all, he is invincible. He is the king of this universe.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.